Welcome to Dubai Frame.
This frame was described as the biggest frame on the planet. So this is Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum, and he's the father of Dubai. Watch it. Oh!
This is just glass. Shows you everything that's under.
What you guys are viewing now is the old Dubai. And then we go over there when you see the Sheikh Zayed Roads and all the towers.
Al Fahidi historical neighborhood.
This is very old. This is the old souk.
Beautiful shop.
Enjoy PMGC!
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle. One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2020 Finals. My name is ICBaby12 and I'll be your host and caster for today. Alongside with me is going to be Sir Cloud, the man, the myth, the legend himself. But before the match begins, I would like to appreciate all the official title sponsors of PMGC, which is Qualcomm Technologies, who delivered the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming. A full arsenal of hardware and software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platforms. OnePlus is a leading global mobile technology company featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC. OnePlus 8T is powered by the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform, and also shout out to our amazing partners as well, Mountain Dew, which is our proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of gaming talents. We're so honored to have the Dubai Tourism and the Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsors, and we thank them for their support and for making the event in Dubai possible here. To start things off here, to the final day here to begin with here. Sir Cloud, what are your thoughts for today's final 8 matches?
Oh man, it cannot get more exciting than this. ICBaby12, thank you so much for the introduction and thank you so much to our sponsors as well. Man, yesterday, throughout the past few days, especially yesterday, it was a day of surprises. Like Zeus eSports, all of a sudden, they're the team that collected the most points in a single day, and they managed to top the group. My goodness, these are like the rise of the underdogs, and we also see the rise from the depth again from Bigetron Red Aliens from 16th place moving up to the first half of the chart. So it's going to be super exciting. I think this is a final that it's going to be just so hard to just decide like who's going to win. But ladies and gentlemen, and of course, each day in the PMGC live competition, we will have different goals and prizes. Today, our live streaming goal is 2.5 million viewers. Once our live viewing audience reaches 2.5 million, we'll conduct a lucky draw in the live chat. Today's prize up for grabs is 12 OnePlus 8Ts and 12 OnePlus Buds. In addition to this rewards, we'll give out an extra 2 PMGC 2020 crates if we reach our goal anytime between match 1 and match 2. There'll also be 10 extra PMGC 2020 crates to be won. You must watch for at least 10 minutes to qualify. Just comment hashtag PMGCX1Plus in the live chat to be entered into the lucky draw. The more you comment the magic word, the better your chances at winning. The more times you comment the magic word, basically, the better chances of winning the phone as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag away in the comment section.
Yes, and definitely here, I'm looking forward to wins some for ourselves as well here. Meanwhile, shout out to our amazing winners here. For those of you who's tuned in from day number 3 here, congratulations to the winners here. It's going to be up on screen. You guys are going to be walking away with brand new OnePlus 8T phones and also a OnePlus Buds here. It's going to be displayed on screen for you guys here. Congratulations to these people for yesterday's winners here. But of course, you still have a chance to walk away with this amazing prizes. It's going to be happening in today as well. All you gotta do, like Sir Cloud did mention as well, just hashtag PMGCX1Plus and you might be our lucky winner by the end of today. But speaking of which here, yesterday's games has been amazing thus far. We saw glimpses and moments coming from Zeus Esports, racking up a huge amount of points nevertheless there as well here. And you know, seeing how things went down yesterday's performance here, I feel like anything can happen, because I would like to quote one of the amazing casters here who's unfortunately not with us to be casting here, Imperium. He did calculate in yesterday's performance. Zeus Esports managed to secure himself 134 points in 8 games, averaging of 16.75 per game, highest points scored per game in a single day run, followed by the second place, which is DA, which scored himself 13.33 per game, and BTR on day number 2 with 30 points per game here. So that's a huge lead thus far throughout in PMGC, starting from day 1, day 2, and then day 3. So in this final day here, are we going to see the miracle run for someone coming in from the middle of the pack as well?
We could, because it has been an entire journey of surprises, not only from the grand finals, but even from the league stages coming to the grand finals. It has been it's just packed of surprises. It's like, it's no longer like, okay, you can make all your predictions, you can have your fan favorites, and I'm sure there are some teams that may have a little bit more fans, or may be favored by the fans a little bit more as compared to other teams. But overall, I can say that it is still like maybe a lot of teams can still get that top spot. So that's what makes the PMGC really exciting, IC Baby, is that you really don't know down to the last day who can win this, and it's still anyone's game. It's just so exciting. I personally am just so excited, and I can't wait to get the party started.
Of course, yeah. Speaking of which, let's take a look. For those of you just tuning in here who don't know what's up here, this is going to be the point system for some of these teams here from all around the world. Going to be competing for those placement points here. As you can see, for the first place here, walking with the chicken dinner will be awarded a total of 15 points, followed by on the second place here with 12 points here, third place on 10 points, fourth place with 8 points, fifth place getting 6 points for himself, sixth place is getting 4 points, seventh place will get themselves 2 points here. From 8 all the way towards the 12th place, it will be awarded 1 point, and anywhere below that, they are going to be awarded with no point. However, there is also another way to be securing themselves some points here. It is going to be getting those kill points here, also short for KP. And of course, we've seen a massive, huge following of teams here starting to prioritizing on those kill points instead of chicken dinners here. So looking forward to see in this final day, what are we going to be expecting here? However, of course, for those of you just tuning in as well, you are wondering, what are all this team competing for here? It is going to be up on screen as well, where the champion is going to be walking with a fat long chunk of 700,000 USD. And that's going to be the eyes of the prize by the end of the day here, Sir Cloud.
Yep, 700,000 USD. The mola here is just yummy. Second place will also receive a whooping 200,000 USD. Third place will receive 100,000 USD. Fourth place, 40,000 USD. Fifth place, 25,000 USD. Sixth place, 20,000 USD. Seventh place, 17,000 USD. Eighth place, 15,000 USD. Ninth place, 12,000 USD. 10th place will take home 11,000 USD. 11th to 13th place will take home 10,000 USD. 14th to 16th place will take home 5,000 USD. And that award that we want to look forward, that we're looking forward for, the MVP. The MVP himself would also receive a 15,000 USD for a single person. So who would it be, ladies and gentlemen? Stick around and you'll find out.
Yep, and as of today as well, the teams will be competing in today's schedule here. It's going to be up on screen with the first match we're going to be seeing in towards El Clasico of Erangel. Followed by that, we are going to be seeing to Miramar. Match 3 is going to be Vikendi. Match 4 hitting Erangel once again here. Match 5, we're going to go up into Sandhawk. Match 6, Erangel. Match 7, Miramar. And also match 8, Erangel once again here. So we are going to be playing a total of 4 games of Erangel just for today. So we are going to be expecting a lot of tactical plays coming in here. However, let's take a look at the champion projections here, or in this case, the predictions to be taking home the fat chunk of 700,000 here. This is going to be up on screen as of now. Here we have Zeus eSports actually taking the #1 spot here with 9.8% win rate of chicken dinners per game here, and thus far that's a pretty high percentage here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But not too far away is KDA, or Klas Digital Athletics, with 9.1%. 4AM comes in at third place, together with NOVA-XQF, both hanging on to 8.9%, and a little bit of a gap here with Konina Power, 8.5%. Now, Team Secret, a gap of 1.2%, coming in at 7.3%. At 7th place for the projection, RRQ Athena, 6.7%. Aerowolf at 8 with 5.7%. We move over to the second half of the chart. At number 9 will be Alpha 7 with 5.5%. Only 2% difference with Bigetron Red Aliens at 10th place, 5.3%. Same goes for Secret Jin at 11th place, 5.3% as well. Another gap of 0.2% with Navi at 12th place. And Futbolist, A1 eSports, both coming in at 4.3%, 13th and 14th place respectively. And 15th place is 2.8%, PW 888. And finally, we have Abrupt Slayers, 2.4% at 16th place. So these are your odds here, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, this is all projection. This is all based on assumption, based on how they perform. But ladies and gentlemen, it is really down to the teams themselves. Are they going to go against these odds and get the championship? It will be up to the teams after this.
And of course here, that is pretty much your stat. And here. Who the fan favorite player coming in towards the PMGC 2020 finals here is going to be appearing up on screen very, very soon here as we are see who is actually going to be your fan favorite here. But before that, so a quick one here. Who do you think is your favorite player is?
Well, I can say that order from NOVA-XQF have really impressed me. I think he's been the star man so far. Yes, he got a lot of frags, the stats don't lie. At the same time, he has been he is the key player for NOVA-XQF, especially when it comes to picking up the kill points. So to me, he has been a man for the moment so far.
Yep.
How about you,
course,
ICBaby?
Yeah, this is gonna be tough here because as of now, I'm secretly rooting for Old Boy because of his story coming from Navi as well. He kind of missed out on his for his family as well here, so this is kind of personal for him. But at the same time, there's just so many good players on top of us here because we are looking for the best of the best coming in here. We see great performance coming from Sook, come from 4AM. It might, I don't know, it's really hard. Like I'm mentioning names here. There's Old Boy, there's Sook, there's You High Boy. That is kind of really stood out for me in yesterday's performance. A little bit coming from Godless and Zayo as well. So it's really tough for me to actually kind of pick my poison as of now. But of course, almost every single player is pretty much made it to PMGC is the best of the best. But of course, let's take a look at what's going to be having up right now here. We will be having the VCR for you guys here. Circle out.
Vici 2K is a brave, precise and charming player. Achievement: 4th place in 2020 PNPL America's Fall Split. He is very popular with the fans. Old Boy is one of the best players from the CIS region. He's a charismatic guy with a big heart and aggressive style with a penchant for close fighting. He likes to interact with as many fans on social media. Widely recognized as a strong player. During the game, Ryzen watches his every step. Calculated, focused and precision are his keywords. But he's also humorous and brings happiness to everyone he meets. Sinister's devotion helped the team win 3rd place in PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2020. He's genuine with his friends and one of the strongest assaulter from Bangladesh. Winning the qualifiers from Wildcard has proven their strength. As the attacker of the Zoos, Averly helped the team take the PMCA Wildcard 2020 Fall Split champions. Being the PEL champions and PMGC League MVP, 33's ban doesn't need to prove his ability in-game. His undisputable strength and lovely personality have won over the fans. Divine has a strong desire to win. As the #1 player of PUBG Mobile Japan League in Season 0, his wonderful performance always brings an unexpected surprise for the fans. Insu secured 1st place in 2nd half PUBG Mobile Street Challenge 2020 and is called a legend by his fans. They have even given him the prestigious title of God Insu.
V22K, Old Boy, Ryzen, Sinister, Ably, 33 Swen, Divine, Yunsu, And these are your 8 players that are winning the PMGC 2020 Fan Favorite Players Award. Congratulations to them here. And of course, today being the last day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2020 Finals, we wish all the teams good luck and hope they do their best to get the desired results by the end of today here. Once again, we are back with ourselves here. For those just tuning in, this is the last day of the PMGC 2020 Finals here. The best of the best, the kings of kings will be made by the end of today. Who is the one that is going to be taking the crown of being the best here? Is it going to be Zeus Esports, or is it going to be 4 AM? Is it going to be Nova? Is it going to be Klas DA? Is it going to be Navi, Secret, BTRRA, etc., etc.? There's just so many teams up competing right now, and who is going to be the one to finally take the crown here? Because as of now on the leaderboard, which we're going to be showing to you guys later on as well here, the top 3 who's pretty much reached the 200 mark is 4 AM, Zeus, as well as XQF Nova. Sir Cloud, what are your thoughts on these 3 teams here? Who is the one that is going to be the one to take the number 1 spot here? And of course, we are going to be, figuring out who's going to be the one by end today here. Apologies for that. But of course, we've heard rumors coming in from XQF Nova that they've kind of stepped up their game a little bit more here. We saw moments of brilliance coming in from XQF Nova yesterday's performance. They did get themselves a couple chickens as well. Zeus is the team that kind of stood out the most here, where they actually got themselves 134 points in 8 games. 4 AM has been consistent thus far here, being one of the top kill leaders coming into the entirety of the tournament. I feel like 33 Swen might be the one to take it all the way through, but judging from yesterday's performance, right? Like, we know Klas DA was top spot all the way through by the end of day number 2 here, and day 3 he was doing phenomenal. And will they be able to rise up the challenge, actually overthrow some of these big names here? But as you can see up on screen as well, we are going to be seeing the flight path as we are going to be jumping straight into the first game for today in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2020 here. Day number 4, it is on its way here. We are heading in towards the map of Erangel here. Up on screen, like I said as well, we have the scoreboards for you guys. 4 AM, Zeus, and also NOVA-XQF taking the top 3 spots right now with 200 points total. But to begin with here, let's take a look at the flight path here. It is going to be a mid-intersection flight path coming from the Southern segment and passing towards the outskirts of 70. So nothing out of the ordinary here. A pretty balanced path from all these teams here. We are not going to be expecting some early engagements or maybe a contestment of vehicles in this regards here. We saw a couple skirmish in yesterday's performance, especially coming from Team Secret as well as Navi, who kind of kamikaze each other in that regards, which is pretty unfortunate to that extent. However, seeing how the game is going to be progressing here, Futbolist will be rotating into his Nova once again here. We did see Futbolist kind of forgo Nova a little bit here in yesterday's last couple of games, where Aerowolf was actually trying to contest Futbolist, which was very interesting to watch here. But of course, it might be anyone's game here. We saw record-breaking moments from day 1, day 2, and day 3. With day 1 with Digital Athletics here, they definitely got 13.33 games per day, which was phenomenal. BTR on the second day, and also from yesterday's game, Zeus Esports taking a huge chunk of average per game here. So we might see a potential dark horse kind of step it up in today's performance here, maybe securing himself a huge load, probably a 100-point lead here, maybe even overthrowing the odds on the leaderboards as well. So today, it's not out of the running here for the number 1 spot for any of these teams, considering it is going to be 8 games in total here. But to start things off here, we are going to be looking for the perspectives of RRQ here with Pure 11. Sir Cloud.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from Senior. We did see a little bit of a glimpse of him during the league stages, but not so much in the finals. Probably they decided on something that, well, maybe Senior will be more suited during the league stages. But then again, we can see that Zeus looks like it's first blood here. Zeus being the first one to be taken out of this round number 1. And looks like it's going to be evacuation plan here for PW888, or are they going to go for the aggressive play? A belly is all alone, and Zeus Esports. My goodness, unfortunately, they're starting game number 1 with the loss of Icy, so it's not going to be good for them, especially when they're in the race to actually get the top spot. So hopefully with 3 team members, they can actually hang on to positioning points that actually can be able to try and get as much as possible from round number 1 before they reset for round number 2.
Yep. And as the game progresses as well here, we do see PW 888 here. Looks like they're going to be switching up their rotations a little bit here. Looks like they are not going to be opting to go for their usual drop into a Zarki. So they have pretty much made a backup plan here. Going to be driving around here with Corpai and also Gui. Going to be rotating potentially to the eastern side of outskirts of Milta. So we are expecting PW88 here going to be dropping into foreign regions here, as they might be not familiar in how some of these teams are going to be rotating here. So we are going to be expecting some sort of a cut off in possibly the eastern segment of this circle here. Possibly one of the teams such as Konina Power is going to struggle in that regards here. But first blood goes in the hands of PW888 as of now. So they have been on the hunter string here. Not exactly sure who was actually taken out here. Futbolist still holding Novo to the ground. Pretty common ones here. And there's going to be some stats for you. Leva Z, 21 ranked thus far. And yep, it looks like we're going to see a replay here. Oh, it's actually Zeus IC that actually gets caught off here along the road. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? PW888 suddenly making the move and the decision to actually rotate towards the eastern side. Teams will not expect this, and apparently that is going to be the guys from Zeus eSports here going to be falling victim in the hands of PW888 here, Sir Cloud. And of course, as the game continues here, we do see XQF Nova going to be playing their usual strategy here, looting as it goes. So going for a little bit of jungle strategy. And on screen as well, we are seeing Paraboy going to be the number 4 ranked here with one of the highest average knockdown here with 1.571. Paraboy has been doing exceptionally well. We saw a couple of misplays in yesterday's performance in that one particular Sandhawk map here. I believe it was game number 5. Yeah, Paraboy kind of struggled here. Like, it was pretty much NOVA-XQF's game to actually take the chicken dinner, but pretty much Zeus Esports came in for the sweep under and they actually denied them here with ably actually taking them down. So that's going to be something that they got to worry about here. But of course, we had that smoke moment that Zeus ably was able to kind of just shoot him through the smoke as well with the one-way smoke. So Paraboy was definitely caught off guard. So that was a really nice play coming from Zeus Esports in that particular round. And on screen as well, we do see Abrupt Slayers hasn't been able to have the perfect run that they were expecting as well. They've been struggling a little bit here, but it looks like they will switch up the strategies a little bit more to start things off in this day itself here. So we can see teams are switching up the strategies a little bit more compared to yesterday's performance, which is a little bit unique here. And it's no surprises that considering that this is the desperate situation that everyone is going to be having as well. Like, they are going to be expecting to clutch out a little bit more points in this regard, especially considering that it is the final day. So this is where every single pocket strat needs to be brought out here. And RRQ actually switching up the rotations here. This is actually kind of unique here, considering that RRQ prioritizes on mountain terrains more. This time they're opting to go a little bit early here and secure themselves a couple compounds and kind of tunnel their way through here. So RRQ is going to be in a situation where they are going to be setting up a couple potential roadblocks to begin with. And 4 a.m. on the other hand is going to be rotating along the shelter as well. And we've seen a couple of rumors as well along the social medias here where Bigetron did mention and kind of tweeted as well here, if you see 4 a.m. and you get a knock, do not finish them, follow them all the way through here, because 4 a.m. seems to be the prophet coming into this tournament here, Sir Cloud. And yeah, and seeing how the game is going to be going on as well here, it's really tough to expect to anticipate what may or may not happen in today's performance here, especially when NOVA-XQF is going to be one of the biggest threat in these teams as well. We saw them hold really good in terms of holding combos as well. They're really good at actually doing some serious damage in terms of zoning, in terms of that regards as well. Seeing how they've switched up the playstyles a little bit more, I'm a little bit worried here from NOVA-XQF, considering that the utilities-wise, they don't exactly have a lot. They pretty much split up their force a little bit here. They're sending 2 in towards one of the S compartments along Farmhouse. and they're split out a little bit more. So if RRQ knows what's up and they decide to go in for the crasher, in terms of battle attrition, this is not going to be great here. However, on board screen here, we do see Paraboy actually knocking on one of the members here, coming from Bigetron here, and that's going to be Luxy getting knocked off. And fortunately for Luxy for now, he's going to be A-okay, but as you can see, Paraboy, he's going to be expecting the rest of members coming from BTR to go in for the assist. And as of now, Paraboy, he's going to be pretty happy about this here, because that's one vehicle denied away from BTR. There's no way BTR is going to be able to secure that buggy once again here, as they will lose out on one in terms of utilities here. But as of now, this is going to be the replay here. And look at this. Wow, that's an insane pixel shot coming from Paraboy. And that was not what I was expecting at all here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, well, that's really, really interesting here. We can that is a real long-range shot. As you can see, Paraboy now, he's keeping eyes on the side of Bigetron Red Aliens. They are on the opposite side. But of course, this is still the first circle here we're talking about, IC Baby, that no one is going to move for now, definitely. And we'll wait for the next zone just to see where the zone shifts. There's still a possibility that the zone can shift to the southern side, but nope. Looks like the zone is going to be kind to all these players. It's going to be shifting to the main peninsula, whereby most of the players are currently at. But Aerowolf, interestingly, IC Baby, they are still in military base, so they are going to play what Aerowolf is good at, which is going to stay out of the zone for a very long time, tanking out the blue as much as possible before moving in and trying to be one of the last few teams to survive at the later stages of the game.
Yep, and now they're going to be going for a couple engages here. Bigetron, they are forced to retreat in this vicinity as well. Team Secret Gene actually opting to go with Shelter here. That's going to be Zeus going to for a couple gunfights here. They do take down some of the members who are coming to Team Secret Gene, despite losing Icy in the hands of PW888 here. So Zeus, they've done a good job here fortifying the Shelter region here, as they might expect a couple of circles opening out in towards the Medusa's intersection potentially, which is pretty much smack middle of them all. But 4 a.m. switching up strategies here, and they are going to be joining the fight, try and take Shelter for themselves. And this time they've got Sinher getting knocked off, and they are pretty much trapped in the open for themselves here, as a lot of teams are looking forward to actually third-party fight. And that's going to be A1 on the picture here, with Dante going for the mini 14, getting a couple shots in. 4 a.m. forced to pop up the utilities here. And this is pretty interesting here, considering that 4 a.m. doesn't exactly rotate rather early into the middle stage of the game here, because we did see them kind of prioritize on hugging the edge of the circle before making their move here. So for them to be caught out here is pretty much got their plan thrown out the window here. Meanwhile, they are going to be engaging with multiple teams here as the circle is going to be closing in. A lot of teams are going to be pushing their way in towards this next phase of circle here. I'm a little bit concerned for the guys 4 a.m. now. Can they be able to survive this predicament here, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, it's going to be super tough for them, because we can see that A1 eSports, they are putting a lot of pressure on the 4 a.m. We can see that Dante managed to get the knockdown onto Sook, and now looks like 4 a.m. Ah, man, it's just because of A1 is on the other side. It's being the thorn in their fight against Zeus eSports. Now 4 a.m., if they're able to wipe out Zeus eSports, they have the upper hand advantage here, but A1 just had to butt in here for another angle, and now Joel will toss out the nade. Can he land his nade onto 4 a.m.? But this is a very interesting strategy here, as you pointed out earlier, IC Baby, is that they immediately went in for aggressive fights right in the middle of the circle rather early on as compared to their previous days. So they're switching up their strategies a bit just so that they want to get the aggressive play or the upper hand on their opponents. But oh, look at this Sinister. Managed to get one knockdown out of one player out of Zeus eSports.
Well, this is going to be an A1 special here, because A1 is a team that not many teams kind of focused on, considering that they've been very low-key throughout the league stages and coming towards this final 4 days here. Yesterday, they did get themselves one chicken dinner in the final game yesterday, eventually, but sorry, not getting their final their chicken dinner, more like they cleared out into the top 2 here. They managed to win the final game by getting themselves some serious kills here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see A1 actually getting a little bit more aggressive, and seeing that Sinister has been able to play kind of like the backup when it comes to long range support as well. His decisions has been spot on, but as of now they have been playing rather relatively passive, and somehow they did some serious damage towards 4 a.m. That's great, but they could not get themselves some kill points here. And looking at the circle here, look at this. It is going to be pushing towards the Shelter Milta region here. So teams are struggling to find themselves and make a couple of spots here. There's not a lot of compounds here. Possibly a couple of nice shelter towards the forest region, but that's pretty much occupied soon in the hands of PW888 on the eastern side. But everyone from the western side here is going to be a huge mess here because we don't see a lot of compounds or any pit stops where they can kind of dock themselves here, because as of now we can see a huge array of vehicles already passing by here. Alpha 7 is looking to try and third party this fight, but unfortunately they don't exactly have the angles to do it. Grave here, we see a couple shots coming from Alpha 7 Law, but that's pretty much it here, because 4 a.m. they solidified their forces here. They're looking to get them some kills here, and right now 4 a.m. they're in some really tough spot here. They're taking so much heat. They've met about 3 teams thus far. Zeus pretty much going to be sharing the other side with Shelter alongside with RRQ, but that's pretty much the 3 teams docking the triple Shelter entrance as of now. But 4 a.m. I'm pretty sure they're looking for the kills here because they need those mats as of now here, Sir Cloud.
Oh, they almost got that. Hasaki almost got that, and they drive right past by. And Suk was knocked down as well during the process. Solus will be knocked down. At the same time, we can see that Silas putting a lot of pressure on the other side. Hasaki has been knocked down by Silas. Ray Z have been taken out, and now we can see that Serlim has been knocked down. He'll need his buddy Silas to actually pick him up, but the smoke will be pop out. That will also reveal his location. Gangzo at the same time has been knocked down in another location. Same goes with Silas, and look at this. KDA is actually in trouble here. Secret Gym being the first team to bow out at 16th place in our game number 1.
Yep, and seeing how this is going to be happening as well, because with DA struggling to get themselves some points here, this is pretty rough here on the guys from Digital Athletics here, because as of now, they've lost Silas, they've lost Solus, but fortunately for them, they are still in for the running, and it's going to be a rough one here. They have the advantage with the Harry Potter Tower here, as they are going to be supervising where Konina Power is going to be had as well. And Acer pretty much has a rough idea what's up. He has the vision, but at the same time, I don't think Silent actually knows what's up here, because as of now, 4 a.m., they're getting extremely aggressive once again here. They got a couple of kills, but that's pretty much it here. Acer gets a nice knock to Salim here, and Ray Z is going to be the last man standing from beside DA, and he's going to be able to pick himself up here. But look at this, they don't exactly have mats, and Konina Power is looking for the push, and Ray Z actually gets baited out here, and he goes for the peak and immediately gets shut down. That's going to be Konina Power taking a huge chunk of kill points as well as decent utilities away there, Sir Cloud.
My goodness, that you just need to peek for 0.1 second, and there you go, your head's gone, you'll be sent back to the lobby. That is the amazing athleticism that these teams are actually showing in our grand finals. And just look at this, the circle actually shifted towards the southern side, just on top of Milta. So teams from the northern side around prison, especially those hilly areas, they'll need to make a move into a rather flat area where there's a road in between as well, separating the 2 halves of the circle. So they need to make a guess of which area where the circle will fall onto. But A1 eSports becomes the 14th team to bow out of this round. We have 13 more teams, 48 more players eyeing for that precious winner chicken dinner in Erangel.
Yep, and now RRQ, they're taking some serious fire as well. A lot of smokes has been expended as well. And Konina Power is looking to take a couple fights here as well. But off the Q feed, we do see Zeus as well as Alpha 7 go head-to-head here. Konina Power getting a couple shots in. But this is pretty far away here, coming from Zeus eSports. And they're getting a couple shots in, and you can see the space. Alpha 7, RRQ is going to be crashing the guys from Zeus eSports, and they get hammed on. And just like that, Zeus eSports, they get taken out by RRQ. What a tactical decision here. Zayo is still alive, but RRQ took advantage of the situation with Alpha 7 and the third party that fight, and they will successfully survive to live to tell another day. However, Mafioso, they're not too happy about this here, as they want to get a little bit more kills in that regards, and Zeus will bow out on 13th place here, Sir Cloud.
And at the same time, we can see Mafioso still not letting RRQ Athena go. The shots coming in. They're going in for the flags, and they're going... Are they going to go in further? No. They look at the time. No, it's probably not going to be worth it. They're going to make that rotation immediately. At the same time, we can see that old boy from Navi has been knocked down. And Joker as well. Not going to have the last laugh. He'll be knocked down. And Abrupt Slayer, they'll be eliminated at 12th place and at 11th place will be Navi eliminated with 3 kills, bringing them back to the lobby with Aerowolf actually taking out Navi here, IC Baby.
Yep, I did not expect here. However, 4 a.m. now, they're going to be surviving this fight for another day here. They get themselves a couple loots here. They are going to be legging their way up top to this next phase of circle here. This time, they are going to be switching back to the usual strategies where they're going to be hugging the corners, wait for the team to take each other out here, and hopefully find an opening to creep their way in here. And Team Secret might have something to say into that here, as they are going to be the first one to make a move. Firefighter rotation, and PW888 is going to be in the vicinity here. This might be the one where Team Secret don't exactly want to compete here, as PW888, they've got a lot of advantage here, but looks like they will disengage from this fight, as Corpai will respect the power push coming from Team Secret, as the circle is not exactly in favor of PW888 that much yet. And Team Secret looks like they will make a temporary pit stop here as they try to gather their bearings here, as they don't exactly find what their entry point is here. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 is going to scatter the boys from RRQ Athena, and that's going to be a lot of shots in, as Alpha 7 will get a couple shots across there, and Ernie pretty much stuck in a really tough spot here. The zone is going to slowly take it away in. Alpha 7, they are looking for that final kill. Ernie making a run for it here. Is he going to survive this here? He does have a small edge of truck there, and fortunately for him, he won't live here. So that's going to be a close one there coming from Ernie from RQ to keep things alive here. Meanwhile, PW888 landing the nades on Team Secret just so far.
Yeah, the nades are coming in here from PW888. The reign of the nades. This is the meta that we've always talked about here. Oh, that nade taking out Bartoy from Dewey. This will give that opening to actually play a little bit more aggressively. 20 more seconds until the zone actually closes in onto them, who's still on the outside. And Dewey still not letting them go, tossing nade after nade after nade. It's ridiculous sometimes. How many nades do these players bring? Oh my goodness. I really want to have a look at that inventory, but at the same time, we can see that UI have been knocked down as well with the toss of the nade, and Ice is going to take those long range out, putting a lot of pressure on the Team Secret. Ice shots with that fire coming in onto Ice, and now they'll be taken out, but Ice, yes, will he be finished off? We'll need to wait and see. There's not enough time left, and the zone will close it onto them.
Yep, with that play right here, you can see the chaotic fight is about to break out as well. PW888 will get pushed in from Konina Power here, as Konina Power has been holding the forces for quite some time, and it's worked out ever since here. They do just take out some no-name teams here. They took out a lot of competition. They've got the cover off that Harry Potter tower here, and this is where things will get a little bit interesting here. This Vantage is going to provide so much in terms of information, but so far, it's been doing good for Konina Power, but can they keep up with the pressure here? Because they've taken out not one, but 2 teams from this facility, and they're definitely looking for more here. However, Aerowolf, they are going to be rotating away from this Harry Potter tower here with Konina Power already taking a lot of shots in. Team Secret is still stuck in the outskirts of the zone here, and Konina Power is not going to make things a little bit easier here. Matt's going to be going for the side stance here, jiggle his way through to try and find an opening direction to go in for the high here. It's going to be A-okay for now. Backwide is going to kick in for the pressure, but it's like it's going to be Frozen, the one takes him down here. Meanwhile, Team Secret is going to have a little bit of window breathing here with Team Secret Matchpoint buying space for them, but the pressure is still on, and Rex will get clipped off with the explosion here, and that's going to be Konina Power dropping the nades onto a Team Secret MY, and Team Secret MY is in some serious trouble now here at the cloud.
Yeah, they're into trouble now. Only one team member left that's still standing. But here we go. Black-White managed to take out PW888 with that last kill. And now Black-White will try to pick up his buddy there. The toss of the smoke is up. And now we can see that the circle is currently favoring a little bit towards Alpha 7 eSports. And Team Secret have been eliminated at 7th place. Now we can see as well that the 3 teams that still have a full squad here. Alpha 7, Bigetron Red Aliens, NOVA-XQF. Konina Power still can pick up their buddy there to make it a full squad. Konina Power now having the most kills with 9 kills. Alpha 7 eSports. The circle actually moves away, and the road is actually in the middle of the circle. As we can see, Gonzo have been knocked down by Swag for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 need to find a way to actually make a move inside. Certain attacks have been taken out by Luxy at the same time for Bigetron Red Aliens.
Yep, Bigetron Red Aliens here. They are the third party this time here. Mafioso going for the snakes here. He gets one. Now he gets cut out. Zuxi going to be pre-firing his way through. But seems to me Zuxi is going to be in some trouble here. As Mafioso go for the push. Almost get clapped off here. Here comes the assist coming from also. But the nade is going to be a big one. He's going to be in some trouble. And they clap off the guys from Alpha 7. That's going to be Law getting taken out here. Bigetron, they're going to be playing a little bit of slow pace here, trying to pick up Liquid in the process. Zuxi wants to clean house with guys from Alpha 7, and he's going to be cooking a really nice day here. Is it going to be a big one? And they get destroyed. That's going to be Alpha 7 bowing out on 6th place. Bigetron Red Aliens here, going to be in prime position to take the chicken dinner, but can they continue to do so here? Because as of now, Futbolist Limax going to be lobbing a smoke on himself here to buy a little bit of time, because NOVA-XQF is going to be pushing from the southern section here. Futbolist is going to be taking a lot of hit in this direction here, as XQF Nova are going to be taking advantage of the smokes as they go in for the push here. Circle out.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be meeting up. Oh, and there you go. We can see that Lutz have been knocked down by Order with that nice nade. So there's only one more that they need to handle. But Jimmy is still, oh no, he walked into fire. He didn't notice that because of the smoke. And now Nova says he's still hanging out for his dear life here against 3 more team members from NOVA-XQF at the same time. Bigetron Red Aliens have to butt in with a nade, a huge nade coming in, putting a lot of pressure onto the Paraboy. It's still active here. Paraboy managed to eliminate Futbolist. And there you go. Futbolist, they have been eliminated at 5th place. Only 4 more teams there. And we can see that Black White have been knocked out by Zuxi. Axton as well have been knocked down, taken out by Zuxi. And we can see a Liquid with a long range shot there, taking out another team member from Konina Power. Gusto have been knocked down. And we can see at the same time, Aerowolf is still in this. Ladies and gentlemen, top 3 for Aero. Konina Power is out at 4th place. I see, baby.
Great plays here coming from Bigetron Red Aliens here. Liquid with the DT attacks here has been phenomenal. However, right now here, BT are taking some serious nades here. Paraboy with a huge one. Bigetron in some serious fire. NOVA-XQF, do they want to push this here? They're thinking about it, but the Molotov will seal the deal. They don't even need to push it here. And Bigetron, they will lose to Ryzen gets as well. Paraboy, hello. That is some serious nades here coming from the Wonder Boy himself. And Bigetron, now they're going to be in some trouble here. Liquid going to be forced to pick up Ryzen here. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this confusion, where is Zuxi? Because he is keeping his way into another direction here, as NOVA-XQF still afraid to push up the guys from BTR just because of the flanks that is coming in from Aerowolf, who is holding out the compound as well. Super Una going to be using the airdrop as cover as well to try and pincer himself against the Titans here. Both Indonesian teams going up against the Chinese teams here. And NOVA-XQF looking for one more pick, and they can't seem to find it here, as they do have the vehicles. Actually, unfortunately to say, it's all burned out here. This is going to be a worrisome here, as No Man's Land is going to be the objective coming in from NOVA-XQF. They don't exactly have a lot of entry point, and Ryzen's got the upper hand on top of that as well here, Stefan.
Oh, and we can see they really need to take care of either one. It's either they take care of Aerowolf or Bigetron Red Aliens. Or Bigetron Red Aliens, what a long range shot here. Ryzen taking out Super Una, and now Small is going to try and pick up his buddy, but there's no more time here to go well close in onto Bigetron Red Aliens. And NOVA-XQF, Potato still putting a lot of pressure onto NOVA-XQF. NOVA-XQF actually stuck in between. They're sandwiched between Bigetron Red Aliens as well as Arrow. The smoke now being tossed out, but how long can they stand outside of this zone? Order now putting a lot of pressure on the side of Bigetron Red Aliens. More attention given on to them, and the zone takes out Liquid, and now Order have been knocked down by Zuxi. Boy, the man of the hour, he is still in this. How is he still surviving this with so much pressure putting in from left and right from the 2 teams here? I see, baby.
Yeah, great use here coming from Nova as well, using cover of the wall to try and pressure their way through here. They expended so much of their ammunition here, and this is going to be quite worrisome from Zuxi here, because he's tanking the zone. He's going to be out and open as well. It's going to be a fight between Aerowolf as well as NOVA-XQF, and Nova, they don't care. They're tanking every edge of the corner as of the smokes as well. They're spraying their power here. They're dropping every single ammunition here. It looks like NOVA-XQF, they know what's up here. It's going to be Aerowolf in some trouble. Look at this. They're going to be throwing them up. Wow. But Super Una replies with a nade. That's going to be forcing Nova back a little bit more as they try to check every single corner here. But NOVA-XQF, they're smack middle of the circle. You're getting a couple shots in. Zuxi going to be playing the healing game outside the circle. They have to be A-okay for now. But Zuxi will show himself to do a little bit more damage, but it's not going to be enough. He gets a couple of knocks in, and BTR bow out on 3rd place. But Aerowolf, they're down towards 2 men left alive with NOVA-XQF prodding their way through. Jamie has prime position as well. He spots him out. He's going for a spray, but NOVA-XQF, they don't know what's up, because here comes a nade from Spow as they catch off Order. It is going to be a 2v2 now, Sir Cloud. How is he going to go? They split up their forces now. But NOVA-XQF, look at this. They want to pick them up, but JB gets it off. Oh, with the push, he goes for the trade, and Nick gets taken out. It's gonna be Aerowolf taking the first chicken dinner for the Indonesian.
Wow, Aerowolf taking winner chicken dinner in game number 1 today in Erangel, taking home together with them 9 kills in game number 1. They took that chicken dinner against 2 big names, 2 powerhouses, NOVA-XQF and Bigetron Red Aliens. This is a proud moment for Aerowolf fans all around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations from Aerowolf to what? Congratulations to Aerowolf. Man, I am just speechless. They went against the odds. Aerowolf, it was at some point.
Wow, that is just phenomenal here coming from Aerowolf as well, because they deserve, like, they played it as smart as they can. They made use of that advantage as well, and I was surprised NOVA-XQF was able to come out alive, finishing in top 2 as well, considering that they were in a choke point against BTR as well as Aerowolf on top of that as well. But before that here, there's gonna be some highlights for you guys here. I want to bring up a couple of points that was pretty interesting in that particular game here. Was PW888 was one of the forces that no one kind of expected to actually rotate rather early as well, considering that they're usually far up northwest of the map as well. And I'm pretty sure that Zeus eSports was kind of one of the victims that fell in the hands of PW888, where a lot of teams did not expect them to actually push their way from the eastern side relatively early, and they were kind of a big threat to all the teams, including Team Secret, 4 AM, who tried to rotate from the northeast side of the circle. But eventually, when it came down to the final moments here, this final few moments was really enjoyable to watch it, because I did not expect NOVA-XQF to come out that alive, in a sense where, hey, they are in choke point here, every single team is going to have advantages here, but they understood the circumstances that they needed to do, which is shoot everything, check every single corner, and they took down not just one player here, they took down Ryzen and Liquid on the left side here as they tried to sneak their way using the wall of the smoke here. I'm pretty sure they expended at least a good solid 300 to 400 bullets on top of that just to check every single corner here. So that was really interesting to watch, because that was not an easy thing to do. The decisions made by all the members from next year NOVA was phenomenal to watch. However, as you can see up on screen as well, there was just so many things that was happening. PW888 here, one of the biggest nuisance in the northeast section here. Likewise for Konina Power as well, making full use of the Harry Potter Tower, which was intended, which is pretty much keep and provide a lot of pressure to every single direction, and they done it phenomenally there, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. Survive this on this sandwich for so long, I think. From the left side, and they still managed to secure a top 2 position, whereby the first spot could have been theirs actually.
Yeah, it could have been theirs, honestly. And it felt like NOVA-XQF, they tried their best to actually go for the pressure, right? They got a couple of nice nades with Aerowolf here. I think one of the biggest moments for them was pretty much taking down Super Una, was pretty much stuck in the loot box of himself. And the moment you take down Super Una from BTR, that was pretty much the opening for NOVA-XQF to kind of push it, because that was pretty much the key guy that's going to stop everyone from the tracks of NOVA. But despite all that, there was a little bit of breathing room coming from NOVA, but eventually when they take down BTR, that was a really nice moment here. But nevertheless here, Aerowolf, they deserve a win here. A win is still a win. Aerowolf did manage to hold their ground here despite all the messy situation here. That was phenomenal to watch here. However, ladies and gentlemen, here, for those of you guys who's been guessing for now here, for the million reward guess here, the winner for the first match for day number 4 is going to be none other than Aerowolf here, and the grand prize reward, like I said, is 150k USD here. So remember, the daily prize giveaway is going to be 10 mil AG and also 1 mil of UC vouchers to be given on daily here. So make sure to get your predictions up here with all first 8 matches here. And knowing that first match here with Aerowolf taking the chicken dinner here, I'm a little bit worried here for the predictions here. I'm not sure if I got mine correct in that regards here, Sir Cloud.
Me neither, to be honest. Like you would normally expect, like, okay, some of the fan favorites to actually get them. But well, Aerowolf just shows that, well, that's why we're in the PMGC, ladies and gentlemen. Nevertheless, here's our overall ranking so far. NOVA-XQF actually moving on to first place here with 240 points. Second place, Zeus eSports, 232 points. Third place will be 4AM, 228 points. Fourth place, Bigetron Red Aliens, from 16th place up to 481 points. My goodness, they are just climbing up the charts. And at fifth place, we have Konina Power, 178 points. Sixth place, Navi with 173 points. 173 points as well for Team Secret. At 7th place, 8th place will be Klas Digital Athletics with 171 points.
Yeah, and on the bottom side as well, we have Team Secret Jin on the 9th place here with 155 points. Alpha 7 on the 10th place here with 149 points. RRQ will bow out on the 11th place here with their unfortunate rotation early on as well, as they were pincered by multiple teams, including Konina Power as well as Alpha 7, which was really formidable to watch as well. Aerowolf, despite taking the chicken dinner, they will move up in terms of rank here in towards the 12th place here with 144 points. Not too far behind is going to be Futbolist on the 13th place here with 143 points. PW88 here, one of the biggest nuisance in that particular game, managed to pull themselves some high volume of points here with 14th place here with 105 points. A1ES will fall down to his 15th place with 101, and ASL on the last place here with 95 points in total here. But nevertheless here, great run for all these teams here. Can they keep up in terms of the momentum here? Because on screen right now, we are going to take a look at who the actual MVP is for that particular round here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Potato from Aerowolf here with a total of 4 kills, 578 damage, and, well, taking the chicken dinner eventually here. So, Klas, what are your thoughts on Potato there?
Wow, I think Potato really stepped up his game today. Before this, Potato, we don't really see him. Plus Aerowolf is a team that's actually up and down. Like one game you see them doing really well, they can get a chicken dinner. The next game you don't see them doing very well. So same goes for Potato as well. One game you say, yeah, he's the man of the hour, like now. But previous game you don't really see him. But I'm glad that he stepped up into this first game of the last day of the grand finals. It just shows that, okay, although we are on page, so we're not going to give up. We're going to make our team proud. We want to make our fans proud. We want to make our nation proud by putting up chicken dinners, by putting out MVPs, by showing up in poster after poster. So, Potato, congratulations for you for making the MVP for game number 1 in the grand finals.
Yep, we are going to be having the head-to-head here between both the Indonesian teams here. We have BTR, Zaxi, and also Potato here. Let's talk a little bit more on these two particular players, right? Like Zaxi, he is a force to be reckoned with ever since, well, the start of PUBG Mobile, right? Like he's been over there, he's been performing ever since. Like he's never been failed to impress anyone. Like he's always been the one that starts a lot of fights. He's done a lot of damage. He's done a lot of work as well. What was really crazy to watch was that during the midst of the final fight as well, Zaxi was the guy that kind of tried to take the risk here. He went on a one-man show ahead in time to go in for the double flank. And instead of taking a fight against Aerowolf here, he found an opportunity to actually get a couple kills. He actually tanked the circle, tried to get himself a couple of points here, and eventually took down one of the members from XQF. But unfortunately, he did all he could in that certain scenario there, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. The one where he flanked towards the later stages of the game, I think that was a really, really smart move by Zaxi. But like what you said, he did what he could. Like, he tried to take a couple of kills against Aerowolf, but he couldn't secure the kills. Tried to take a couple of kills against NOVA-XQF, couldn't secure, but he did manage to deal a lot of damage. So, well, both players really, really good. And now, of course, we move on to the kill and damage stats, whereby we can see it's balance between Aerowolf and Bigetron Red Aliens, together with Konina Power as well, in terms of the balancing. All these three teams have the same amount of kills, and the amount of damage is just about the same as well, not too far apart.
Yeah, it's understandable coming from Konina Power as well, considering that I think Alpha 7 Bigetron was one of the biggest threat from the western side of the circle, and on the northeast section of the circle, the biggest threat was pretty much Konina Power on the Harry Potter Tower. They made life miserable for everyone, and Aerowolf was kind of laying low for a little bit here. We did see a lot of moments coming from Aerowolf here, a couple of glimpses and moments, but they were in one of the compounds sharing it with Konina Power. So it's understandable that they are the ones who did so much damage here, because every single team, including Team Secret, Futbolist, 4AM, Navi, ASL, A1, everyone kind of struggled on the eastern side of the circle here. They couldn't exactly push into the compound just because of how the positionings coming from Konina Power and also Aerowolf was a big threat on the eastern side. Whereas on the western side, Alpha 7, we saw brilliance and moments coming from Mafioso. You saw the initial fight from A7, right? Where 4AM, RRQ, and Zeus eSports, they were kind of huddled up in the shelter, and Alpha 7 was secretly third-partying from afar all the way through, and not many teams actually realized it as well. It was a pretty risky play coming from Alpha 7, but it paid off because almost every single team that came in from the northwest section here pretty much had their vehicles completely obliterated by them there, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. Alpha 7, I think they've been the wildcard team here in this round. So here's the match summary as well. Zuxi coming in with the highest kills with 5 kills. The longest distance kill is given to Zul with 284 meters. Grenade kills 33.3%. Spar from Arrow. Potato from Arrow was the longest travel, 15,520 meters. And the highest assist goes to Exa from Konina Power with 4 assists. So 2 players representing Aerowolf in the match. Summary here just shows that, well, yeah, they did really a really interesting rotation, I would say. From the one that we saw in, and here we go, we can see the recap here for the previous round. They jumped into military base and they made a very late rotation, as how they always did. Just keep your eyes on the Aerowolf. At this point where everyone else is already on the main island, they are still on the military base island. They rotated from the left bridge into Pochinki and getting into the zone. How did they actually do that? From Pochinki, they moved all the way to prison. They evaded all the fights. They secured that prime position, which was their final fight moment. And wow, what I can say, this is a really good rotation coming in from Arrow.
Yeah, and like I was saying as well, early on here, the initial earliest fights as well, Alpha 7 was one of the biggest threats as well. We saw Lawrence and kind of huddled up in the compound, but Mafioso was the one that was kind of outside third-partying his way through here. And yeah, this is the segment as well on the northeast section of the compound here. Konina Power was one of the biggest threat. Eventually BTR had to make a decision, say, you know what, it's time to take out these guys on the west here. Alpha 7 needs to go if you want to try and take this final circle. But as the circle comes by here as well, because at the toll booth here, NOVA-XQF, like based on statistics wise, it's not really that easy to play from this facility, and NOVA-XQF, they've held on for the longest of time. I would say they played it extremely smart. They came up on top, they were able to shut down BTR in that scenario and still managed to go in for a Mexican standoff against Aerowolf. But eventually Aerowolf had the upper hand just because they had the loot crate in that regards, which was phenomenal to watch here. But of course, that's pretty much game number 1 for the final days here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships here. I'm pretty excited here. Who is going to be the true king of kings here? Because as of now, first game on its way, we are down towards the last 7 games to begin with here in the PUBG Mobile Global Champions 2020 finals. And I'm really at a loss of words here. But of course, for those guys watching at home as well, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be taking a very short break, and we'll be right back with game number 2 right after this break. See you guys in a bit.
OnePlus
8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
It's time for the PMGC Finals Million Reward Guess. We have prepared 50 million AG, 5 million UC vouchers, and $150,000 for you to take home. Here's the steps to win the prizes. Step 1. Guess the champion. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers at stake, guess who will be the PMGC Finals champion before January 21st? To those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Step 2. Daily guess winner chicken dinner and top 3 ranking. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC voucher prize pool each day, guess which teams will win the chicken dinner and the top 3 rankings. As it was in step 1, to those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Last but not least, if you guess everything correctly, you're now in the $150,000 prize pool. The prize pool will be distributed accordingly to the amount of winners. For example, one winner can take away $150,000. With 2 winners, the prize pool is split into $75,000 per person. And if there are more than 100 players in the prize pool, we will select 100 players and give away $1,500 per person. What are you waiting for? Join now and make the million reward guess.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Final, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. We'd like to thank our sponsors as well, Qualcomm Technologies, OnePlus, as well as Mountain Dew for sponsoring our event today. We're your casters for today. My name is Klas. I'm joined at the desk with none other than the legendary man himself, Icy Baby 12. How are you, Icy Baby?
I'm feeling good here after seeing that amazing game come from Aerowolf here. Not gonna lie as well here, I'm on the same boat with Jason Kaplan here. He did make a video on social media as well. He did say none of us actually kind of expected Aerowolf to actually pull it off. Like, Aerowolf has been sitting under the radar for quite some time, and they came in for the win here. It looked a little bit shaky initially, but you know, there is a reason why the teams are here in the PMGC. Of course, shout out to the amazing casters here from all around the world who's pretty much on the sides here, watching as well, showing their support here, giving their inputs from time to time. Again, I love you guys here. Thank you guys so much here. Shout out to Jason Kaplan, Hot Jukes, Imperium, John Allen, Blanks, of course, Maxman and 7 War Gaming here, who's been supporting the event all the way through here. You guys have been amazing. I've been stalking the way through. Love the input so far in there. So I'm going to be passing some of the message towards you guys who's watching at home as well to enjoy this event. However, ladies and gentlemen here, without further ado, he's going to be jumping straight into his game for day number 4, the PMGC 2020 here, where the best of the best are going to be competing for that number 1 spot. Now, my question here, can Aerowolf do the miracle run? 7 more games to go here. They've got their first chicken dinner to set the tempo. Is it possible for them to actually shoot themselves all the way towards the number 1 slot? Because as of now, on track record, the number 1 team with the highest amount of points gained in 8 games thus far is held currently by Zeus eSports, which is 134 points in 8 games in total, okay? And shout out to Imperium for this amazing stats. He was the one that provided me with the stats here on his social media. 134 points in 8 games. Is it possible for Aerowolf to pull it off here, Sir Cloud?
Uh, I don't know. It sounds like a Cinderella story to me if they ever pull it off. But even if they can get, assuming that they can get an average of 20 points per round all the way up to the last game, I don't think they can get first spot, because we must also remember that the teams on top as well, they will gain points as well. So the maximum that they can get, assuming that is 20 points, is 140 points in total with the last remaining 7 games. We must also remember that the teams on top, they also shift their points up as well. I don't think it will be enough to actually catch the first spot. But, of course, I see, baby, if they're able to climb up the charts, means that they can earn more prize money as well. So, irregardless, it's always good to actually climb up the charts. You get better recognition, you get more money. So, that's motivation enough for anyone.
Yeah, coming to day 4 here, NOVA-XQF finishing with the top 2, taking the number 1 spot momentarily away from Zeus eSports as well as 4AM. This is going to be a big win for them here, but can they keep up with Lim here? Because I'm a little bit worried here, especially coming in from 4AM as also Zeus eSports. They were in prime position to take the lead all the way through from all 3 days. And that first game just now was a huge mess here, especially coming from 4AM and Zeus eSports, because they were caught in the crosshairs with so many people that they could not make it out alive here, especially for 4AM. He kind of struggled a little bit more. But there was one point I actually want to bring out was that 4AM's usual rotation was actually copied by Aerowolf to take that win here. If you guys notice from the way they played in Weekendy, they usually rotate along the sides here and swing far away from the circle before making the rotation here. And Aerowolf in that previous match did exactly just that. So I'm looking forward to see, can they go back to their usual strat. However, right now on screen, we do see a couple of skirmishes coming in from Abrupt Slayers and also XQF Nova here. Jimmy is actually getting hunted down here, and Jimmy, he's going to try and hold up in a small crack along the cliffs here. Will he get scouted out? Because as of now, Abrupt Slayers, they are on the hunt here. This is not going to be an easy one here, Cloud.
Not at all, not at all. I'm not sure how Jimmy is going to get away from this. He only has about 40% of health, and his buddies are nowhere to be seen, at least from the minimap. So not too sure what their strategy is, and Leon is actually going in for the kill here. They're going in for the hunt. I think Jimmy is not going to make it out of this. Very unlikely. Now, we do see glimpse of his buddies here coming to give him cover fire, but unfortunately, it's just going to be too late. And Jimmy is going to be the first one to be out of this round. Leon getting the first blood, and all King and Order can do is just look and, well, I guess they just need to rotate away, I guess.
Yep, Abrupt Slayers now here. They are looking to pick up a little bit more fight in this regard as well. They know that Nova wants to try and loot up those utilities away from Jimmy, but Jimmy is pretty much going to be the sacrificial pawn in this regard here. There's no way NOVA-XQF is going to be able to compete and go in for the save here, considering how it is going to be spread out for some, how spread out they are, considering how this early of the game here, especially in the map of Miramar. It's only been 4 minutes into the game, and Abrupt Slayers, they are already on the hunt here. So XQF Nova, they've got to do this one without Jimmy Boy here. And, well, fortunately for them, they still have Order and Paraboy. So that's going to be something that, you know, I'm looking forward to see here, because they are definitely have to pull it off without Jimmy. And we've seen it a couple of times. They kind of made it to the top 4, top 5 position here. But in this game, looks like they are going to be handicapped here. Will they be able to defend against the top spot? Because as of now, on the circle here, we can see it is going to be favoring somewhere in the vicinities of Los Leonas. And I'm looking forward to see some urban warfare in the maps of in the vicinities of Los Leonas. And it's not easy to play here. And guess what? The two teams that is going to be in there here is going to be Konina Power as well as A1 eSports. And being first to the scene here, is it a great plan coming from them here? Because we might see a huge cluster of teams actually swap up on them later on when the circle starts to close here, Circle Out.
Yeah, we definitely see, especially if the circle actually goes towards Los Leones, where it's going to be a compound fight. Things are going to slow down as the players actually pick their own compound. So it's normally going to be that way, and then you will see a bunch of teams actually really, really close to each other, but nobody's going to budge except the circle forces them to move. So I personally, I'm not a fan of compound warfare or big compound warfare towards the end, because I think it slows down the game. I prefer an open fight, but if it's decided by the circle god, it is what it is. So far, two teams at least, they are making the guess that okay, it's probably going to be there. So they are taking their own compound within Los Leones. For the other teams, they're still making their rotation. We are still at the first circle, so it can still shift at anywhere. So this team, some of them, they may pray for a high ground, which some of these teams may prefer to play, but for teams that prefer to play in the urban warfare, I guess we can already see that there are already two teams right there, and they probably know the geography or the urban area like the back of their hand.
Yeah, we might see a repeat in history coming from the final game from yesterday's match as well in Yasnaya, considering that 4AM did really some dirty jobs here in yesterday's performance alongside with A1 on top of that. So I'm looking forward to see, are we going to see Konina Power and also A1 do exactly that if the circle falls to do so here in Los Leones, as considering that Los Leones is a bigger town to actually control. It's not exactly the easiest play to make here. But as you can see, every single team are slowly making their way here to try and huddle their way into the next phase of zone. But a little bit late here, it's going to be 4AM. Pay attention to the map here, as 4AM is going to be tanking the zone from Toria Nadas. Looks like 4AM is going to be playing their usual play strats here. Very similar to how they rotate from Vikendi as well, which is going to be playing in late, possibly in the first 4 circles before actually running into the next phase of zone. So that is going to be keeping off the radar from all of these teams who may or may not are going to be predicting to try and follow 4AM's trail, which we saw a couple of social medias as well. BTR did mention they will kind of want to learn from 4AM a little bit more here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, we did see that tweet coming in from Zaxi, I believe, that if you manage to get a knock onto any team members of 4M, don't end them. You just follow wherever they go. So yeah, that was quite an interesting tweet there coming in from Zaxi. But oh, check this out. Lutz from Futbolist managed to get a knock onto Matoy from Team Secret with a toss of a nade somewhere. And now Navi, they are still taking out the zone. They are going to rotate in a little bit later, but Lutz is all alone here. His buddies are way behind. And now we can see that Soke has been knocked down and Lutz is all alone on top, but back up is here. Yuhai managed to get a knockdown to Nova Zin, and now it's between Team Secret and Futbolist.
Oh, just like that, Team Secret, they lost 2 members in the process here. Pretty much 2 now. Yuhai and Aisha is going to go in for the fight here. This is going to be a rematch between Team Secret and also Futbolist. Can Yuhai go in for the clutch here? He managed to finish off Futbolist again! Yuhai! Oh, baby! That is 2-0. Team Secret shuts off Futbolist not once, but 2 times in a row. However, they're not in the clear yet because right now 4AM is looking to hurt this fight. As Team Secret, they are under some serious heavy fire because 33 Sven here is looking to get himself some amazing kills. And Team Secret, they have no choice but to sacrifice Rex in the process here. Just like that, 4AM goes in for the sweep. They take all their loots right there here, Sir Cloud.
Wow, that tapping there from Sven, he almost wiped out the entire Team Secret. iShots managed to get away at the last second. He was trying to revive his buddies, but unfortunately he could not with the pressure coming in from Sven from the other side. And the moving from Hasaki and the rest of 4AM is just so fast that they move in to pick up the loot that's left. Wow, we can see that their coordination, their timing is just great. Considering that they are outside the zone, they are still taking out the blue. They cannot waste any time because you don't want to end up using your utilities just to take out the blue and not have anything towards the later stages of the game. So, wow, what I can say, a third-party long-range shot coming in from Sven, that's amazing in there. Now, Cosmos, oh my goodness, long-range shot coming in from Cosmos, where you get the knockdown to Order, and Order now, probably it's not going to be good news for him.
Yeah, you know, speaking how NOVA-XQF, they kind of suffered losing Jimmy rather early as well. Now with Order, one of the star players to actually get destroyed here, this is not looking good for them here because as of now, they are going to be putting their stops here as Cosmos is going to take advantage of that high ground here. We've seen moments and brilliance coming from Cosmo from time and time again, but still, Sir Cloud, I got to bring this up once again here. Not once, but twice, Team Secret was able to wipe out Futbolists all by themselves in the process of the gunfight, and both times were clutched by Yuhai Boy with an insane clutch. Like yesterday, we saw him go for the quad kill, and this time, he managed to clear things out for the team with 1 HP taking out Futbolist. But unfortunately, say 4 a.m., they had to be the party pooper, man.
Yeah, they had to be the party pooper. But yeah, so it's twice. Yesterday was in Irango, if I'm not mistaken. He actually did that against Futbolist. What an amazing kid this is, I can say. Him single-handedly really helping out his team and actually clutching it out. So him being able to do it again twice, well, that just shows that it's not about luck. It's all about skill. And at the same time, being pressured by the blue zone as well. So imagine this, playing at the biggest stage in the world for PUBG Mobile series, playing against Futbolist, one of the best teams in the world, so playing with the pressure of the blue zone. My goodness, this guy is just amazing. The fact that he can clutch it out, that is great. But like you said, 4 a.m. just need to be the party pooper. But it is what it is at the end of the day. iShots, at least he's still around. And iShots, this guy again is a survivor. How many times have we seen iShots being the last man surviving and getting at least top 3, top 2 finishing just by himself, IC Baby?
Yeah, I still remember that moment where he actually clutched off in the Sanhok. He was tanking the zone. He got the final kill and won the chicken dinner here. That was a really insane run for Team Secret. And boy, unfortunately here, they need to pull the miracle run here. They've got 4 kills coming from Team Secret, but it is going to be iShots, the last man standing. How long can he go? And considering that Miramar, there are a lot of ways to go inside the circle, but seeing how the circle is going to be favoring towards Los Leos now, that's going to be hard here. He's got to sneak his way like a ninja, and I'm a little bit worried here for him because one wrong move and he's out for Team Secret MY. However, now Abrupt Slayers here, they are going to be docking themselves in a couple of interesting positions here. They have a little bit of advantage here and there, but it's not exactly the most ideal position. You kind of want to set up a couple of roadblocks here because it's pretty noticeable from every single team. And the vehicles are pretty much going to be exposed on all angles in that regards here. As you can see, Zeus eSports will be the first team to actually scout that out, and they will completely dodge that roadblock completely there, Cloud.
Yeah, for Zeus eSports, at this point, they need to aim for survivability first because in game number 1 today, they didn't really do that well. So now it's time for them to get some redemption. They are still in the running, though, to be the champions of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. So first thing they need to do is not to be eliminated early on, or even better, not to lose any team members as well. But PWAAA, they could be the ones to stop them, as we see that Dewey spots out his opponents here, the long range shot may coming from Dewey, and yes, onto IC, and now IC is in trouble. He abandons his vehicle, but IC turns around. Are they going to try to go for the counter fire here? If they do, well, this terrain is just so hard to play. Just look at how rough this terrain is. It doesn't really favor anyone.
It's still a little bit hard to actually too early to say who's going to be favoring as of now here. But momentarily here, we do see Zeus taking a little bit slow from this game here, considering that how aggressive they are from yesterday's performance. And game number 1 didn't exactly go into plan here. I'm looking forward to see if Godless is going to be going for those insane red dodge sprays here, because as of now, he's trying to go for a little bit of shots in here. Don't exactly see anyone out of the ordinary yet. But it looks like he is going to try and scout ahead for the team to find the next place here, because sharing with them, it is going to be another team in the vicinity there, as things will get a little bit feisty here for the teams here, as the circle is going to be closing somewhere in the outskirts of Los Leonas potentially, or maybe even ending into the urban warfare here, Circle out.
Yeah, it could be, it still could be end up in an urban warfare. We just need to keep our eyes on how the circle actually ships. But nevertheless, well, it's pretty early for us to lose one team, which is Futbolist so far. So now we have 15 more teams at least moving into the final few circles, and we'll be shown with the next circle really shortly. So it's still anyone's game really, especially if it moves to urban warfare. We haven't seen much urban warfare so far at the later stages of the game, so it will be very interesting to see how these teams actually adapt. And oh, there you go, IC baby. The circle actually moves away from Lost Leader, from any urban warfare. It's now back right out in the open.
Yep, and while it's going to be happening here, we do see Zeus. They are trying to find a way to actually make it into the next phase circle. Looks like they will make the decision to tank the outside of the zone to try and rotate in. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams here with Konina Power and also PW888 is going to try and run straight into the next phase zone here. Fortunately for them, they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Konina Power, they are striking in the open as well, and you can see the cars are coming in. PW888 is making a little bit life miserable for them here. Gonzo goes for the drop shot, touches it for team, gets one, gets two. And now he's going to try and keep things alive here because 2Stop is going to try and provide the assist against Konina Power. Just like that, Konina Power is going to bow out in 14th place as the third party comes in from multiple angles here. And we do see shots coming in from A1 eSports going to be third partying this fight as well. And just like that, Konina Power is out. PW888 here, a force to be reckoned with here. And as of now, while that is pretty much another chapter closed here, another chapter begins because Alpha 7 going to be making life miserable from the eastern side here. RRQ going to make a run in against Aerowolf as well here. Hazelnut's going to be the one to try and gatekeep their way through against RRQ. Beer 11 already knocked out D2E, getting scouted out from Potato as well. Big one here coming from Aerowolf. As now Hazelnuts is looking to go in for the push as well. Ernie is going to be trapped as well. He sees the pixel. Hazelnuts looking for the shoot. Can he go for the spray? And he will come up on top. That's going to be 3 men down from RRQ. And G9 being the last man standing. Aerowolf, they know what's up. They're going to go for the HUD. G9 on the edge of the corner of the wall. He knows exactly where they are. He's being patient with his speed here. Now here comes the double push. Goes for G9 1v2 situation here. But he's all by himself. It's up to Hazelnuts clutching for Aerowolf. Will he do it? Because G9 is going to rack up some KP. He hears the movement. Hazelnuts holding his gun. He's going to be in some trouble. He makes a run for it here. G9 catches him off guard. And now he's going to be caught out. And G9 clutches it for RRQ Athena. All by himself. A big one here for G9. Good night, Aerowolf.
Wow, big one from G9, 1v4, and he managed to secure that clutch. My goodness, G9, the man, the myth, the legend himself, managed to get that clutch with 4 kills against Arrow, the entire squad. Now we move over to Alpha 7 here. The long range shot coming in from Abrupt Slayers, taking out Mafioso, and now Law is at the lower ground, but they are both in the zone at least. And we can see that Swagin is now in trouble. Swagin maybe taken out at the same time. We can see that Leon have been knocked down by a toss of a nade. Swagin will be finished off by Leon, and that's a grenade kill coming in from Leon as well. One nade did not land nicely. Abrupt Slayer, Leon is still in this game. 4v2. Only the road is actually splitting them up. And at the same time, Powerboy have been finished off by Kengzo from Secret Jin.
Yep. Wow, this is going to be happening as well. Team Secret Jin as well as Navi. Going to be in the vicinities here. Team Secret Jin a little bit spread off in terms of forces here. G9 is going to try and provide a little bit of assist third parties here, but he's all by himself at the moment here. Wow, we do see Alpha 7 going to be looking to hunt themselves for some kills here. Meanwhile, Zeus, they are going to be trapped in the warehouse here. 4 a.m. is going to try and get them pincer here. The folks are coming in, but looks like the nades coming in from 4 a.m. is going to continue here. Zeus possibly needing to find a way to exit their way through here. Meanwhile, we do hear a couple shots coming in from A1 eSports here from the sides as well, as the vehicles from Zeus eSports are slowly getting chipped away. 4 a.m. thinking about going for the push here, but looks like they have to rotate to the next phase here because they are not inside the zone yet. 20 seconds on the clock here. They have to make a move. 4 a.m. Sook lobbing the nade here. We're still thinking here, do they go now? Because the rest of the teams are inside the next phase circle and they are looking for that hole here. Meanwhile, that's going to be happening here on the southern section here. We do see Alpha 7 going against up ASL. Law holding the M249. He goes for the spray, but Cherry will go in for the clutch here and takes him down with the final shots of the Uzi. And that's going to be Abrupt Slayers coming up on top of that fight here, Cloud.
Well, it almost felt like if he had that M249 just on auto fire, he would have wiped them all out. But then he kind of go for that burst fire mode. But, well, at the end of the day, it's only a little bit more, only probably like one shot and he would have taken him now. But, yeah, it was a really, really tough call as well because he didn't have enough vision. The smoke was active at that point. And now 4 a.m., they're going to move on to the other side. They're going to leave the warehouse. And at the same time, we can see that Jin has been knocked down by Bigetron Red Aliens. And Godless from Zeus eSports been knocked knocked down by Sook and finished off by Sook from 4AM. Oh, that shoulder shot onto Sinister from Luxy will not land his shot, but down sees Dante. Dante now down to 10% health, and Dante have been knocked by Luxy. Wow, what a nice long range shot with a minute 14 that King's at the same time been taken out by King, and Joel have been taken out by the playing zone, and GZ as well have been taken out, and Icy looks like he's out, and Secret is officially out at 11th place, ICB.
Well, seeing how the circle is going to be going in as well here, this is going to be open fields between the warehouse, the junkyard, as well as potentially one of the couple straggles into his compound here. A lot of hiding spots with some of this team actually made it here. In this case, 4AM, they managed to creep their way in, but ably, he's going to be trapped outside the zone, and the gatekeep coming from not just one team here. It's going to be 3 teams going to be sending their targets onto the stem here. Going to be BTR on top of that. 4AM does have a rough idea what's happening as well, because as of now, you can see Liquid looking for the shots. Ably gets shot. That's going to be Ably out of the picture here. He will bleed out of the zone. BTR will not get the point for themselves, but Zeus Esports will bow out in 10th place here. And look at this happening as well. A1 Esports. They are in some serious fire here, but the circle is going to close in. Where is it going to pop off here? Where is it going to push here? Because Na'Vi has been laying low for quite some time now, as they are the closest to NOVA-XQF, and guess what? They are also closest to the next phase of the zone, because as of now, Na'Vi, they see what's up. They can take advantage of the situation here, because as of now, they're going to go for the push here, as KDA is going to be the next team that they are going to be focusing about here. But oh boy, actually gets stopped in the tracks of BTR Luxy. So Bigetron is going to make it a little bit easier for Na'Vi actually rotating the circle here, because BTR, they are going to be the first one to hug the northern section of this next phase zone. They are going to go the gatekeeping here for Bigetron Red Aliens here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, they're going to go for the gatekeeping play. And a couple of teams on the outside still, as we can see that A1 Esports is still on the outside. 9 more seconds until the zone will close it. And this is a great location for Bigetron Red Aliens to gatekeep. They have a compound. They are obviously in the circle. It is perfect for them to gatekeep, especially for A1 Esports who's still on the outside. The last member for RRQ Athena, G9 with that great clutch. Unfortunately, G9 will be taken out, and they will power at 9th place. A1 Esports now, they're finding it tough to go. As we can see here, Luxy is actually gatekeeping and taking out system for A1 Esports. Razy have been taken out by Silk as well, and Leon X have been finished off by King from NOVA-XQF. Same goes for Razy. Will be finished off by Silk, and then that higher ground attack coming in from Swen. Managed to get the one knocked down, and now Hasaki coming in for another angle. They're going to go for the flags here. 4AM, one of the teams that they still need to get into the zone. No more time, and Silk have been knocked down with a nice nade coming in from Solus.
Yep, wow, this is happening as well. 4AM slowly creeping their way through here. They know Bigetron is a threat, but before they focus and push towards Bigetron here, DA is going to be the ones that are going to be shooting them at the back here. 4AM, they're trying to figure away what's going to be next strategy here, and DA is not making it easy, because Solus with a huge nade there catches 2. 4AM, 33 spent here. He's trying to keep things alive here, but that is not looking good, because while all this is happening here, the third party is completely. Na'Vi is going to provide the pressure here. Solus is going to get caught off a little bit more here. He's forced to queue up, but the circle is closing in bit by bit here. 4AM, they have to make the push right now, and that's gonna be suddenly getting sprayed down here. He's actually burns by his own Molotov here, and that's not gonna be looking too good here for KDA, as it's gonna be Solus, the last man standing from DA, with Salim is pretty much knocked off, and 4AM is gatekeeping their way through alongside with Na'Vi as well. Titsi is not gonna let Solus left out alive here from the western side here. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, Bigetron Red Aliens with only 2 kills here has proven to be a big force to be reckoned here. With Luxy holding the vantage ground here. They are looking to get a couple shots in. Corpai will get a couple sprays in. Ryzen holding down the fort here. Yes, couple shots in. Ryzen will take down Wow. Corpai needs to tank the zone here. He's going to play the healing game. Does he have enough time? And he will have enough time to be A-OK. So Corpai will live to tell another day here. He plays the healing game, but 4AM and BTR is going to go head to head now, as Bigetron wrap things up a little bit off quickly here as they go in for the trade-off. Zuxi, he's going to be cooking up the day here, trying to finish off 33 spent. Asaki looking to go in for the save, but literally no. Creeping behind the third party here is going to be Na'Vi to go in for the push as well. While 4AM is struggling their way through. Na'Vi is coming from behind. A huge day coming from Ryzen. Will finish on Hasaki and 33 Swan. And so has something to say about that. Can he lobs one over? He goes one. Doesn't seem to connect. They are going to reset the fight for Bigetron Red Aliens. At 4AM, they will lose out on this fight here, because little did they know, Na'Vi crept up behind. They are going to be joining this fight. They're losing a lot of fight here, but Na'Vi will come up on top, taking out the members from 4 a.m. and also Bigetron as well with the vantage and numbers game advantage of this year. Na'Vi is going to be pretty happy with this fight here because the nades are coming in. Bigetron in some serious trouble on top of that here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, like you said, literally Na'Vi coming in on top because now they managed to get themselves on the top of the hill at this point. And the nade from Smoke, could this be a huge hit to right? Whoa! What a nade there coming in from Smokes. Holy smokes! Managed to get a knockdown to Ryzen. And now Bigetron Red Aliens only has Buffy left to activate now. Old Boy now. Wow! What a flick there coming in for Old Boy. Taking out Smoke at the same time. They still have the big advantage. And there are 4 team members still active here for Na'Vi. They have the high ground as well. It's hard for them to actually lose it. They are in the circle at the same time. Jinja, the last team member standing for 4 a.m. Jinja managed to get one knockdown onto 6A. But Jinja will be finished off. And now we can see that 4 a.m. will be eliminated at third place. So it's between Na'Vi and Bigetron Red. And winner with a chicken dinner goes to Na'Vi.
Na'Vi finally getting the chicken dinner they deserve here. What a phenomenal run here coming from Old Boy and Smoke. A big nade coming from from Smoke as top there as well. So great stuff coming from Na'Vi. They take the chicken dinner second one for today here. But is it going to be enough points for them to pull their ranks here? Because Bigetron Red Aliens here, 2 games in a row, very consistent run here. Top 3 finishes all the way through. And looks like Bigetron has something to say for today as well, as the current PMWL East champion is trying to take the crown away from some of his best teams all the way through here. And seeing how this went down here, Na'Vi seems like they figured out their proper strategy here. Yesterday it was a little bit sloppy coming from them, a little bit low key as well, but today they're fighting back. They're doing some serious work as well. On top of that, here's the Cloud.
Yeah, really. We can see that they are really persistent. They really want this. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlights. Do the deal moments from the previous round. If you missed the action, where were you? So much action happened in the previous round. My goodness. And we just saw that little bit of a highlight from Team Secret with Yuhai. Managed to get a clutch. But then again, it was a moment as well for 4 a.m. to actually butt in from the long range shot coming in from Suk at that moment. Really had to be the thorn into Team Secret's plan, leaving iShot the last man standing for Team Secret. And this is NOVA-XQF as well, putting a lot of pressure, actually eliminating the entire Secret Jin squad. Miramar, a map where long range shots, long range snipes, especially when it's the 4th or 5th circle, that's where the specialty is. But this is prime position for Bigetron Red Aliens. From this angle, from this location, they were able to farm out kills from multiple teams trying to get into the zone, IC baby.
Yeah, and seeing how it actually went down in the final circle, right? Like, I'm surprised Ryzen was able to hold out as long as he could, considering that Na'Vi had the upper hand, they had the information to begin with, and they went in for the finish, which was phenomenal here. But that's pretty much the ending of the circle, right? Let's take a little bit of recap of how it all went down for Team Secret. Look at this. This was pretty much the fight that Team Secret and Futbolist kind of had like a fated encounter, not once, but a second rematch rivalry between Futbolist, with Futbolist actually losing out in that fight, which is pretty unfortunate there, Sir Cloud. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that Futbolists, they are not too happy with what exactly went down with that situation. However, another interesting fight was that on the screen here, we did see RRQ and also Aerowolf, which we saw a brilliant moment coming from G9, which was, I did not expect G9 to come up on top, but he played it extremely smart in that situation there, Sir Cloud.
Absolutely. G9, I always say that G9 has inhuman reflexes, and he has just shown it to us again. Not only because of his reflexes, he managed to get that clutch, his smartness, his intelligence of the play, how he moves around, how he actually just damages his opponent. And the moment he knows that, okay, I got enough damage onto my opponent, I just following up to the second floor and finish him off. My goodness, we can see how G9 was just, he has just shown his brilliance there. It has been a while since we last saw G9 showing such brilliance, because during the league stages, it's more of the other players, more of like Beard, more of Ernie. But G9 finally stepping up again, where his team leader in the most, coming up with that clutch, securing at least 4 points from that and more placement points in this. So G9, well done to you.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long time here, especially coming from RRQ. But nevertheless, here, Navi will well deserve win here because as of now here, this is going to be the win reward guest here, where all you guys watching at home as well, you can be a pro viewer by just watching the entirety of the stream here and start guessing, making your guesses and who is going to be the ones that take the chicken dinner for every single game here. But game number 2 is going to be Navi that takes the winner chicken dinner here, and we are also giving daily prize pool of 10 mil AG and also 1 mil UC vouchers to be given away here if you get them all correctly here out of all top 8 here. And as of now, up on screen here, we're going to see what is going to be happening on the point system here, because we are going to be looking at the overall rankings for all the teams thus far. Guess what? NOVA-XQF here still remaining at the top here, reigning supreme of them all with 253 points here, followed by 4 AM with that top 3 finish here will get himself 244 points. Zeus eSports a little bit unfortunate there in the map. Miramar finishing in 10th place early on here will fall down towards the 3rd place here with 233 points here. Sir Cloud, this top 3 seems to be a never-ending shift here thus far, but both the Chinese teams is going to be top 2 for now here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it really is a never-ending shift on the top 3. But let's also look at the top 4, which could climb up to the top 3 as well. Navi with 199 points. Bigetron Red Aliens, only 2 points difference from Navi with 197 points. Konina Power, no chicken dinner thus far, but they are still at being one of the top contenders here. 180 points at 6th place. 7th place, Team Secret, 177 points. 8th place, KDA with 175 points. Secret Jin coming in 9th place, 157 points. Alpha 7, 152 points at 10th place. 11th place goes to RRQ Athena, 150 points. Aerowolf, the most chicken dinners on the second half of our charts, 147 points at 12th place. Futbolist with 144 points, 13th place. Power 888, 14th place at 114 points. 15th place goes to A1 eSports, 104 points. And at currently 16th place, Abrupt Slayers with 102 points.
Yeah, a great run there coming from the teams thus far here, but I'm really liking to see how things are going to be happening here, especially coming from Navi, because as of now, with that chicken dinner and a shift in terms of points here, they have made it towards the top 4 now. And seeing how the performance from game number 2 here, I'm really liking how it all went down here. But of course, they have not break the 200 mark here. Things are going to be a little bit rough here because we are down towards the final 6 games, which is going to be coming up later on here. Can they pull it off? Because on screen right now, it's going to be the MVP for that particular match here with Titsi coming from with 2 kills, 881 damage. This is formidable of him here, considering that how much long range shots he did in that particular round as well. The snipes coming in from this guy is phenomenal there, Sir Cloud.
The snipes coming in from this guy is phenomenal. Well, we always talk about old boy, but I think a lot of us always forget about this guy. Tixi, he's the man of the hour. I'm glad that he actually gets a mention in this round as our MVP for this round with 2 kills and of course 881 damage, and of course no doubt getting a winner chicken dinner. Tixi has been the backbone for Navi, providing great support for his team in coming into this, and of course a lot of the successes that Navi got throughout the grand finals and the chicken dinners that they got, the placement points, this guy has been the backbone for his team. So congratulations for Dixie. Finally you got your mention on the PMGC grand finals.
Oh no, seeing how the kill damage went down here, I feel bad for Bigetron Red Aliens, honestly. Like, they did so much damage. Look at this, 2,189 here. I think partially the most of the amount of damage here was done pretty much by Luxy. He was pretty much on the vantage point on the warehouse. He did, I think we got a couple of knocks by him here, where every single team got shot by him all the way through here. So it's no surprises they've got so much damage. But what's really sad about that is that they've only got 4 kills on top of that, because a lot of those kills that actually happened here, Navi got a lot. They've proved to be a force to be reckoned with on the southern side, especially with that fight against 4 AM as well as DA, if you remember it correctly here, especially when Navi was third partying against the Chinese team. So that was a really chaotic fight, but Navi came out on top. They took advantage of the situation. They just shredded their way through in that circle.
Oh, the team with the best value here, as we can see on the charts, is actually Team Secret with 489 damage and 4 kills. So it's the best value amongst all. But here's the match summary here. So we can see Meku getting the highest kill, 4 kills for himself, and Dixie coming in with the longest distance kill, 262 meters, and Leon from his team here getting grenade kill percentage of 25%, and Matic coming with the longest travel, 14,617 meters, and we have Dixie again with the highest assist. So 4 players from Navi actually making it onto the match summary. So congratulations to Navi. What a great performance they have in this round. And of course, Dixie, again, like I mentioned, this guy needs to be mentioned a little bit more for the side of Navi. For him to be showing up twice in the match summary highlights here is just an amazing recognition for this guy. So congratulations to all 4 cards here taken up by Navi, and Leon taking up one of the cards. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be watching the overall stats here, ICB.
Yep, 52 total kills here. So we did see a couple of suicide attempts here in that regards here. Possibly about like 12 players kind of just denied KPs away from tanking the zone as well here. We did see a lot of things happen as well. Total knockouts was 62 happen here. I would say at least 50% of this was in the hands, I would say, victims of Bigetron Red Aliens in the middle as well. They got a couple of knocks here. We saw Luxy kind of got a couple really, really good knocks. Unfortunately, just could not seal the deal with BTR only taking 4 kills, which is very, very unfortunate of them. However, total use here was going to be 9,276 here, no surprises. Total revive 19 here, a lot of battle attrition. But Tixie with the 262 meter shot, that was pretty intense as well, because Tixie early on, he had a little bit of a spray down. I believe they did catch out, I think, one of the members from Zeus eSports, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or is it Nova, if I'm not mistaken. But as of now, before we get a little bit more details here, let's take a look at the recap on how it all went down, right? First things first here, the circle was kind of pranking everybody in a sense, where it might be in the vicinities of Los Leonas, but unfortunately, it didn't exactly happen. It was actually going to be pushing out everyone outside of the Los Leonas here, where Bigetron was smacked into the wall, in the warehouse. It was the time where, hey, Bigetron, you know, we know what we're going to do. We got to play in the middle here, and we're going to destroy everybody, and which they did. It did a lot of damage, but eventually, Navi was the one that took advantage of the situation, right? Like, they came in from the south. You can see Luxy on top of the mountain. They were doing so much damage. They were just pressuring everyone in that vicinity. But eventually, the fight on the southern side was kind of cleared out by Navi, and 4AN was struggling to rotate in, especially when they had that small run in early on against Zeus eSports, and then they couldn't exactly catch a breather, and they had to go right straight on against a DA in that situation there, Sir Cloud.
Yep. To me, I think they did a brilliant rotation, really, avoiding most of the major fights, because I guess when you talk about the 4th circle, a lot of the teams would have thought like, okay, it could probably be an urban warfare. So most of them will park themselves towards the northern side and towards the eastern side, somewhere around there where the urban area was at. But the moment the circle shifts, that's where most of the team needs to move. Now, that's where Navi, they actually played really, really smartly, and they evaded all that. They rotated down. But ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2. We'll be taking a short break here, and we'll be back with more action that you don't want to miss out for game number 3. But of course, before that, let's check this out.
Yeah, exactly here. For those guys watching at home as well here, each day in the PMGC live competition, we are actually having different goals and prizes every single day here. So for today, guys, our live streaming goal is actually 2.5 million viewers, and once our live viewing audience reach to 2.5 million here, we'll be giving away a lucky draw in the live chat here, with 12 OnePlus APs to be given out here, as well as 12 OnePlus Buds to be given out on top of that as well. We will also be giving out extra 2 PMGC 23 crates if we reach our goal anytime between match 1 and match 2. So for these guys watching as well here, keep sharing keep telling every single one as well. Tell your friends to come over, call your family here, practice social distancing, and remember to watch here. And of course, to stand a chance to walk away with these amazing prizes here, all you gotta do is just type in hashtag PMGCX1+ to enter the lucky draw. And like I said once again, today's live viewers here is gonna be 2.5 million here.
one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen here. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals here. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Sir Cloud. We're going to be taking you through the journey of the Global Championship here for today. The final day has arrived, ladies and gentlemen here. 2 games has passed and we're down towards the final 6 games. It's going to be happening very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen here, to start things off, the first game was pretty much secured by the amazing Aerowolf eSports, which a lot of us didn't expect them to actually come up on top, but they did pretty okay in game number 1. But game number 2, Navi starts to bear their fangs here with their chicken dinner in Miramar, and they managed to kind of climb their way in towards the ranks here, managed to pull themselves in towards the top 4, which is phenomenal to watch here, because Bigetron and Navi, they're starting to rack up some serious points here after these 2 games. Do they stand a chance to topple the top 3 right now, which is 4 Angry Men, XQF Nova, and also Zeus Esports? That is going to be my question towards you guys here. Sir Cloud, before we get into it here, is there anything you want to say?
Well, I'm just speechless because really the players here, they are just so amazing that they wow us so much. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, it's not me that's important about doing the hockey. It's about the players now putting their action into the gameplay. So we'll be jumping into Big Candy as our next round in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. Let's go, and the fight will begin from Povatra up onto Tantra.
Yep, as you can see, we are going to be heading off in towards the map of Vikendi here. So it is going to be a flight path heading to the southern section of the map. So teams are going to be struggling to hit towards the northern section here. If the circle pushes up north here, we are going to be expecting a lot of teams rotate rather early from their usual drop spots here, if all things considered runs a smooth drive here. So circle is going to be on the east side here. That is for the game itself here. But on the scoreboard here, look at this. NOVA-XQF and 4AM, their only difference is 9 points from being the number 1 spot. Zeus is going to be on a roughly 20-ish points if they want to stand a chance to be crowned the champions here. Meanwhile, it is going to be a long climb here, especially for the boys for Navi as well as Bigetron Red Aliens. They need approximately 50 points to actually stand a chance to catch up to take the number 1 spot here. And can they actually make it though, Sir Cloud?
They still can. They still can. We still have enough gains for them to do that, but it also depends what happens on the top as well. And now Maton with the long range shot onto PW888 here. Maton is all alone, and that's very early of him. He doesn't have any helmet, no vest. He's taking a huge risk here, putting himself out in the open, putting pressure on the PW888. So, okay, that's a big risk there taken by Maton. And now the counter fire coming in from Ice, but Maton managed to move himself into the compound. And now with a win percentage in Viv Candy, looks like it's going to favor Navi for this round, ICP.
Yep, seeing how this is going as well. Bigetron Red Aliens gonna be struggling a little bit here as their initial support. They are gonna be contested from the guys from Abrupt Slayers here, as NOVA-X as well as Joker gonna be the first ones to kind of scout things ahead. But looks like they have to kind of disengage from this fight. It's still rather early into the zone. They might need to play this a little bit safe here. While all this is happening as well, we do see a couple of stragglers happening on the other side of the map. We do see PW888 here with Kolpai all by himself. Not much utilities here. And he is going to get, well, possibly caught out here, as he does know that Matoy is somewhere in the vicinity. So PW888 here is going to try and make the decision, try and clump up and go in for the flank here. Wow, that is actually happening as well. Team Secret, they have you High Boy roughly scouting what is actually happening here. So Team Secret might actually well, he's safe in the moment here. PW888 is going to say, we are going to take a shield here. Wow, this is happening here. Zuxi scouts out the members from Abrupt Slayers. That's going to be Joker getting knocked off here. So Cloud.
Wow, where did that long-range shot come from? Actually, Zuxi is not too far away from the action. Managed to get that one knockdown, but just look at the terrain, the distance between these two teams. After that one knockdown, I don't think there's going to be a follow-up from Bigetron Red Aliens. It's too early anyway. So those are just warning shots there coming up from Bigetron Red Aliens. Ryzen is currently in the lineup, and Liquid for Bigetron Red Aliens today have been playing throughout at least the past couple of games, and Microboy seems to be taking a backseat for now. Will Microboy make an introduction towards the later games of today? We'll need to wait and see. But Bigetron Red Aliens, are they up to something here, or are they just focusing on rotating? We'll need to wait and see.
Well, as of now here, Bigetron, I want to, well, they are going to be rotating pretty okay, right? Like, it's still early in the game. It's 4 minutes to pass here. Teams need to loot up a little bit more here. Considering the flight path was a little bit far off towards the southern section here, we did see a lot of stragglers kind of wasted their time a little bit more rotating to their usual spots here. We saw a glimpse of moments coming from PW888. We saw a couple of skirmish coming from Bigetron as well as Abrupt Slayers here. So all those, and also Team Secret, I believe, as well, which is a little bit unfortunate because all these times that could be saved here while rushing to their usual spots can be mitigated here. It is going to affect their rotation a little bit more as the later stages of the game is going to proceed here. But one of the teams that face no trouble here is going to be Zeus eSports, because they take the unilateral decision to actually rotate into his next phase zone. And as you can see on stats right now, Icy with total damage of 6,229 damage and a total kills of 29 here. It's been pretty okay here. So I see, one of the players, I would say he was a little bit unfortunate in the first game. He was one of the first guy that fell victim in the hands of PW888 here, and he's been trying to bite back so far from Zeus eSports. And do you think we have not exactly seen too much of them for these past 2 games here, considering how strong of a performance they came from yesterday's games itself here, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a bit different than yesterday. Yesterday, they, like you said, the stats don't lie. Their average points is the highest that we have seen as compared to all other teams yesterday. But today, we haven't seen much of Zeus eSports. So, well, they still have a number of games to actually make it up in the PMGC. But this is another team that's a little bit been struggling. Futbolist here, they lost a couple of skirmishes towards Team Secret. Overall, they did during the league stages. They were amazing, especially when during the early stages of the league. And now coming into the grand final, it hasn't really worked out for them so far. So I guess in terms of adapting to the meta of the grand finals, it hasn't really worked out for them. But nevertheless, there's still a couple more games to go. Let's wait and see whether they can at least get some redemption points to actually climb up as high as possible into the charts. To actually challenge for the championship, it's probably a very slim chance, but well, who knows what might happen at the top. But it's really sad at this point. Now they're just playing for to get as high as a placement as possible for them.
Yeah, definitely here. And I want to bring up the points with Digital Athletics, right? Like day 1, day 2, they've been on a phenomenal run here. They've been they were a team that no one expected them to take the #1 spot here. But after day 2 here, day 3, teams started to pay attention to them here, and it seems like we haven't exactly seen too much coming from KDA. We saw a couple of moments there, but they haven't been popping off that too much here. And considering that they fall down towards the 8th place of the overall scoreboard, is today the time to be slacking off? Because it is the last day. Do you really want to give away the chance of being called the King of Kings? But before we get into better here, we do see PWAAA going to be being a big nuisance here, as they are going to be sending a couple roadblocks here. Stops does clap off Matic relatively hard there, as he is going to be forced to make an emergency stop to actually go in for the heals here. PWAAA is going to go in for the engagement here. Meanwhile, oh boy, we'll start things off with a couple of knocks here, and one of the members from PWAAA here, Goey, is going to be stuck all by himself here, and that's going to be a free kill in the hands of Navi Esports.
Not only that, they managed to get another knockdown onto 2 stops at another location. So looks like PWAAA, they are breaking apart Dewey. Confirmed kill, and first blood is given to Old Boy. Managed to secure that kill. So 2 team members from PWAAA have been eliminated. PWAAA, another team who hasn't performed in the grand final. So it's going to be tough for them, with only 2 team members left to actually hang on to positioning points, and hopefully they can come back with a chicken dinner, at least secure some pride for themselves. Aerowolf, wow, this team has been quite a wildcard team. If you think about it, IC Baby, like they are on the second page. Very unlikely for them to challenge for the top spot, but they always suddenly show up and they steal the chicken dinner away from title contenders.
And that's the thing, right? When it comes to consistency, or likewise here, if we pay attention towards the head-to-head here, Zeus Esports and Aerowolf, right? Like Aerowolf, in terms of average-wise here, I feels like they are not as aggressive as what Zeus Esports here. I would say in terms of consistency, in terms of rank here, Aerowolf has been there. They're struggling to find a way to push into the circle, and so far, whatever they've tried here, it's only worked out for game #1 today. And game 2 is a little bit slow for them. We didn't exactly see too much from them. Zeus Esports is a team that is supposedly out of their minds, right? Like yesterday, they came out of nowhere. They started destroying every single team, and people started to be like, hey, what's up? What's going on with Zeus? We know Zayo is an insane player coming from Zeus Esports. Potato's time pops up a little bit more. But in that particular game, especially coming from Miramar, Aerowolf kind of struggled against RRQ. That was something that I did not expect at all, because G9 1v3 that situation, and it was insane. Like Aerowolf had a great run, and then game 2 they kind of fell off there, and I don't know what's in the thought process here, but consistency is key, especially at this stage of the tournament here. Sir Cloud.
Absolutely. Consistency is key. That's where KDA, during at least the first 2 days, where they helped strongly at the first place, because they were super consistent. While other teams, they cancel out each other trying to get to the top spot. But when it came to day #3, that's where we see KDA, they start to fall a little bit in terms of the consistency, and you just need to slip out once. And of course, this is the best 16 teams in the world. You just need to slip out once, and someone else will take away a top spot. So that's actually what happened to KDA. So talking about consistency, yes, they were great for the first 2 days, but unfortunately, when it comes to day 3, they kind of lose their footing a bit, and they just need to lose it once. And now for them to recover back that top spot, it's just so hard for them. And now it's taken over by the powerhouses, as we saw in the latest chart earlier, just now before the break.
Yep. And as of now, we do see NOVA-XQF here getting a couple of trade shots against BTR. So Order understands he's kind of overexposed as well here. He will fall back to the safety of the broken wall, try and scout things ahead here. As Nova, he is trying his best. You know, you can see Order is trying his best to try and provide some sort of support for here, whereas the rest of the teams are going to be pushing far ahead. But that should be all coming to XQF here. Nothing major is about to happen here. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin, who's been tanking the circle quite some time here, will finally rotate in from the western approach here, as they are going to struggle to find a big mess is going to be waiting up in store for them from the western side in the name of DA later on in the minimap itself. As Bigetron here, they do scout out a couple players here and there. They do see a couple teams coming from XQF Nova and also potentially Zeus, who's going to be right in front of them here, as they still hasn't exactly found the best place to set up their perfect trap yet. But looks like they will find a nice vantage point here coming from Ryzen and Zuxi. But can they do anything about that from that position here, Circle Out?
Yeah, it's yet to see, because yep, they have the high ground, but it is of course the second circle, so everyone's just going to like, okay, let's hang on to this position. There are still 16 teams left in this round, so not going to make any big moves. And that's the thing about Vikendi, because Vikendi has the most compound as compared to all other maps. So if you can hang on to your own compound, especially if it's still early stages, you can hang on to the 4th or the 5th circle. Why not? So that's what these teams are looking at doing. And now Team Secret as well. Exactly. Just looking over Secret Jin, and Secret Jin is going to rotate around, and everyone's just going to look at each other just to know, just to predict where everyone's rotating, so they can kind of avoid each other and hopefully see each other at the later stages, maybe the 5th circle, 4th or 5th circle onwards.
Yep, Team Secret Jin right now, they are trying to play on the safe end here. As of now, they're just running around here, waiting for the next phase of the circle to actually end, and then take advantage of the situation by being on the move faster than any of the teams here to rotate the next phase circle here. You can see they are going to be taking a temporary pit stop, but you know that they are looking to leave right as soon as the circle pops off here. So they are going to be taking a little bit of time here to refuel their vehicles before actually going for the push here. So as of now, you can see every single team is likely to do exactly just that here. As Bigetron Red Aliens, they're going to be sending Zuxi up ahead here before the circle closes in. And as soon as that happens here, you can see a huge surge of teams slowly, or I would say quickly, hastily tries to find the next spot to actually dock themselves here. As while that's going to be happening here, Abrupt Slayers, they are going to be taking chill pill here to try and listen out what's happening around them here. And so far, it's been extremely quiet, except for the moves made by Zuxi, who kind of rotate ahead for the team of Bigetron Red Aliens here, Circle Out.
Yep. And it looked like he was trying to scout on the airdrop that was close by to them. But yep, here we go. This is their current pit stop, and it's close to the airdrop. Not too sure if they end up picking up that airdrop though, but if they did, well, good for them. They probably got a nice premium weapon there. And there's another airdrop that we saw drop on the northern side, where Alpha 7 and 4 AM is closest to. That's an airdrop that's in a super open position. It's not an airdrop that you want to simply go. So normally, if it's airdrops like in this sort of like super open position, teams just won't go for it. The risk is just too much to take. And now the circle has been shown to us not too much of a big shift, I would say. Just move down to a little bit on the southern side. Most of the teams are still there, but what's interesting is that 2 team members from PWAAA, they are still taking out the blue from the northern side. The only 2 teams left that is like the furthest away from the zone so far. We have Futbolist still waiting to come into the zone. A little bit of a gatekeeping there from Team Seeker, as we can see on the left side of the map, but I don't think it will be a big issue for Futbolist to actually find an entry point. There's still a lot of room for them to play, so no big gatekeeping is happening at this point. And I don't think gatekeeping is really a big meta in the PMGC as well, ICBB.
We do see teams actually gatekeep a lot, but when it comes to Vikendi, it's a little bit hard to predict as well, considering that this circle is kind of divided in the frozen lake of Port Vostok, which teams are debating. Is the circle going to head to the west side or the east side? But so far, a lot of teams made a decision here. No, let's trust the math. Let's trust the statistics here. 80% covered on the east side is probably going to be on the east side here. So teams are going to be prioritizing on the middle of the circle here. And based on the trend thus far, especially in PMGC, every single team here prioritizes on being at the center of the circle, especially in the first 3 phases of the zone here. I would say a couple of teams such as PWAAA, Futbolist, Team Secret Jin, and occasionally we do see 4AM kind of rotates on the sides of the circle before making their move. So they don't exactly get pinned or sandwiched in this regards here. So I don't know. There's no proper right way of rotating yet. It all comes down to skill eventually. But of course, now in this faded circle here, I'm looking forward to see if Navi will be able to pull a back-to-back chicken dinner for today. Because thus far, they are in the running for it here. They've got one chicken dinner from Miramar, but now it was hot yet just now. Now it's going to be super cold here. Will they be able to snatch it under here? Because as this game is going to be something that we have to worry about here, because the Kings of Vikendi, Bigetron, was able to clutch it out in yesterday's game, and today they are still in this game. Can they take the chicken dinner? Or will NOVA-XQF say, no, we want to be the best, we are the champions, we are going to remain at the top. They are currently at the top. They might snatch this under from all these teams that's going to be happening here, Sir Cloud.
But we have yet to see a double chicken dinner back-to-back yet in the grand finals. But let's hang on to that thought for a second. We can see that A1 eSports coming up against Abrupt Slayers managed to get a one knockdown, but because they're in the compound, they can recover themselves. Again, probably some it's more like warning shots just to tell, hey, don't mess around, we are close by, so don't rotate into our area or don't come into our compound, and that's about it. But that's a good point there. Can Navi be maybe the first one to get a back-to-back chicken dinner? And this is a zone, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of a shift there from the southern side, now moving up to the northern side. Still, most of the teams, they are in the circle, but there are a couple of teams. NOVA-XQF, one of them, they need to make that move. Paraboy, together with his other teammate, is still on the outside. So we'll probably expect to see some gunfire as they make that shift.
Based on this circle here, you can see a huge shift of teams from the southwest corner is going to be pushing into his next phase zone here. And guess what? There are already a lot of teams going to be setting up shop here. In this case, 4AM will be guarding the north entry point for some of these teams. Likewise for Futbolist as well as PAAA here. So not a lot of entry points here to begin with, especially from the southwest corner here. In this case, DA will be one of those teams kind of stuck as well. But fortunately for them, they are inside the zone, but they don't actually have proper cover because there's so many angles to worry about here. Teams coming from Konina Power with Gonzo right now already applying the pressure. And guess what? They've lost one of the vehicles here. They're pretty much stuck there. They have no choice but to stay there. And if the circle pushes them out, they are going to be in some trouble. Meanwhile, that's going to be happening here. We do see a run in here with RRQ Athena and Zeus as well. Zeus with one man down here. Godless getting credit as well. And Ernie with an interesting angle. That's not one, but that's going to be Ably falling out for Icy to be next as well. D2E shreds them to pieces. Zeus now with Zayo. Standing coming from Zeus Esports. RRQ, they are stepping up this game, and that's it for Zeus Esports in game number 3 for day number 4 here.
Just we were talking about consistency earlier in this game. Zeus Esports, yesterday they were superb, but man, today is just not their day. Third game, 0 points. This is just not looking good for Zeus Esports. I'm not too sure how far would they be from the top after the end of this game, but it's starting to look really, really tough for them if their goal is to go for the championship. And yeah, it's a bit tough day so far for Zeus Esports. They need to find a way to reset themselves mentally as we move on to the final games of the grand finals here.
Yep, Team Secret a little bit slow on the approach here. They are going to be hugging the corners of the northwest corner here. Meanwhile, that is actually happening as well here. Navi has perfect vision of what exactly happened here. Team Secret, they might lose more than they can chew off. One of the vehicles are going to be smoking off. But Navi is going to try and put their way through here. Team Secret, meanwhile here, they've lost a couple of vehicles. They are going to huddle up here and play ball here, because as of now they're crashing into those guys from DA and they heard the movements here as Team Secret. They are going to be scavenging around here to scout out the hit what is actually happening. Meanwhile, this is happening here. DA is gonna group up to go in for the fight here. U-High is gonna be looking around as well here, because DA, they are kind of under the mountain as well, because they don't exactly have vision of where Team Secret is, because as of now they have they're inside the tunnel. Okay, so it makes a lot of sense. I was like wondering what's going on, because DA, okay, they're playing safe, they're playing hiding in the tunnels here. They will protect the vehicles for the next fight. That is a good call. Actually, for them, they do the secret tunnel that they'll be looking forward to here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. Smart play there. We almost got deceived by the mini-map there, but hang on a second. Go for the rush in there, but Super now gets knocked down by King. They started the fight, but they got knocked down first. After that, King now will pop up the smoke, and he'll try to pick up his buddy. But he'll be finished off by King. And looks like Aerowolf, they have lost one of their key members there, Super Una. Aerowolf now only playing with 2 team members with Renare as well as Potato. The last 2 team members still active. They also have been knocked down by G9 in another location. Boy, have been finished off by Pure as well.
Yep, and of course, in Nova, they will modify their horses here, and as they will hold a little small check themselves here. Meanwhile, Aerowolf will be a little bit regretting their decision here because they lost not but one of the members just like that. However, RRQ, they had a small win against Zeus eSports here. It looks like they are forced to vacate the vicinity as the zone is going to slowly chip them away here. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 also going to be creeping their way through here as a lot of teams are struggling to find their way to this next move here. Meanwhile, Navi is going to go head-to-head against RDI in the secret tunnel here, and Madu, the kill smoke is going to get instant as well because here comes Abrupt Slayers, and they go in and make the volcano explode. They will erupt and destroy. And that's going to be it for them here. Meanwhile, another fight is happening here. Konina Power going head-to-head against RRQ. Very desperate attempt coming in. RRQ did manage to rush their way through here. They got frozen down momentarily here as RRQ is going to be holding down the formation. Konina Power says they will back off, respect the boundaries. It's too late, and they did not anticipate this aggressive rush coming from RRQ. And that's going to be them taking a chill pill. But like I said, Circle not favoring the guys on the southwest at all. Look at this. It's going to be a long time for them here. They have 1 minute to decide what's the next plan. And Konina Power, they don't exactly have utilities here. And as they are going to regroup for the rest of the members here with Acer and Gonzo running their way here. RRQ, they keep going for the push here. And that should be all from that side of the southwest corner. This one is going to be another one here. Alpha 7 going to be gatekeeping the guys from DA coming up to the rabbit hole here as they did not anticipate such a long-awaited ambush here, whereas Abrupt Slayers is going to be the one to take a fight with them here. But like I said, both these teams here, can they wrap this up quickly here? Because 35 seconds left, they are on the further side of the circle. They have to make a run for it now, Sir Cloud.
And look at this, Abrupt Slayers and 14 team. The next team to be eliminated at 14 plays, unfortunately for them. At the same time, we can see that KDA, they are trying to take to explore one of the teams. The Senatics are trying to put a lot of pressure on the KDA, managed to get that one knockdown, but Senatics have been knocked down with a counter fire also by Salim. And we can see that Navi have been eliminated. We were talking about them possibly getting another chicken dinner, but unfortunately that will not happen in this round. 3 kills and will be eliminated at 13 plays. Now they're going to go for the aggressive player for Alpha 7, trying to clear off the rest of team members from KDA. Mafioso now navigating through the smoke. He sees one, he finishes him off, and there's one more team member from KDA inside the tunnel. Is he going to go for it? There's actually 2 more at least, I see, baby, in the tunnel. But oh no, Silence is going to stop. And then you get the knockdown, but no, Silence will be knocked out with a counterfire. Great counterfire coming in from Alpha 7.
Well, Ray-Z here, he's going to be in some trouble. He's got Force First Aid. He's still stuck in the secret tunnel here, but looks like the circle will slowly push his way through here. He's a little bit afraid to go out for the push here, but it is the 6th circle here. Ray-Z is not going to be able to make it in time here. Looks like they are going to be playing the healing game momentarily here as a DA. That should be it here. Hopefully, he's going to be A-okay. Can he survive to live to tell another day here? I highly doubt so, but the best here is going to be playing for those places here. Meanwhile, in the inner sides of the circle here, 4 AM having a great one for them here. Bigetron will be having to run in with A1 in this process as well. They go in for the crash as well. They got one down. Showcap from the side of A1 here is going to try to defend against Bigetron Red Aliens assault here. They've got Luxy down for the count here, but he's all by himself here coming from A1 Esports. Looks like Showcap is forced to disengage and bail out this fight completely here. He's going to try and snake his way into the inners of circle as Bigetron Red Aliens does not exactly know how many people are there here. Meanwhile, Luxy is going to bleed out momentarily here as they will sacrifice him as the rest of the team is going to make their way into the next phase of the circle here. 4 AM from the western side here is taking full control of this western district and the compound as well. They pushed everyone on the outskirts as well. While that's actually happening as well, NOVA-XQF on top of the mountain is gonna force to run into us guys from 4 AM. while that's going to be happening here as a 4 a.m. They will manage to try and finish off Ernie potentially. Ernie down towards the last health, and the final nade from Sook will take him down. RRQ finisher out of on 6th place here as a Bigetron consistent runs thus far makes it to the top 5. Can the Kings of Vikendi survive this map here? Because we know them to clutch out in yesterday's performance. Can they do it again? Because as of now, the winner chicken forecast coming in here, 4 a.m. is highly anticipated to take them all the way because they are gatekeeping from the inners of the circle. They've got so much angles to work with. And this is going to be a disaster moment for the boys in red as well as Team Secret Jade because little did they know, from the northern side, Futbolist has been very, very quiet.
Futbolist very, very quiet. They are going to stay away from everything for now. They have still all 4 team members intact now, but Futbolist, they have a little bit of a high ground there. They are played by the edge of the circle, but look at this, the T-junction of this road. This is going to be super tricky here. If you don't have the circle, crossing over is going to be super tough. Nova, unfortunately, will be knocked down by Luxy, and now Futbolist, their positioning has been compromised. Bigetron Red Aliens, they are outside the zone though, so now they will need to move. They have vehicles, they're starting to make their move, but towards going in, they may bump into other teams. And now Dusty forcing himself into the zone, managed to get himself into the edge of the zone while 4 a.m. is right in front of the zone right now. But the other Natus cooking it on up at the same time. GD coming from another angle. 2K has been knocked down by Liquid. And now Bigetron Red Aliens, they are smashed between 4 a.m. as well as Secret Jin. At the same time, Liquid now being put on pressure. And now Liquid has been knocked down by Swan through another angle on the left side. Swan now knows exactly where Bigetron Red Aliens is at. They are in the circle. They are continuing on the pressure of the Bigetron Red Aliens. The next circle will be showing to us. And this is the T-junction of death, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be super, super tough. Who gets the circle? Super, super advantage for them.
Yeah, speaking of the intersection here, teams are going to be divided very, very shortly here. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin, it's been equipping for the longest time here. They will take down some of the members here coming from Bigetron Red Aliens here, knocked by 4 a.m. 4 a.m. now in full control of the situation with 6 kills thus far. Ryzen going to be the last man standing potentially on that outside the circle here. Nope, he's not the last man standing here. Luxy is still alive, but BTR, they've lost 3 here. The Kings of Candy is falling apart here. Meanwhile, Football is laying low for quite some time. 4 a.m. having the high ground, having full control over the situation. On top of that, they are going to go up that ball on everyone as well. They are going to go ham here. Sook is on fire. They've got 6 kills on him, 4 kills coming from Sook on top of that. And they are going to be having the small edge of the next phase circle. And guess what? The circle is going to slightly favor Futbolist and 4 a.m. a little bit more here. But both teams is going to be out in no man's land. So there's not a lot of cover to begin with here. Can Team Secret Jin make life miserable for either of these teams? It is going to be a hard battle here. But as of now, 33 Sven is going to be the first one to set the move here. The smokes has been set up. Can they catch up here? They've got the vehicle. But looks like 4 a.m. does not like that at all. And they are going to think about blowing it up. But Raul will go for the trade. 33 Sven will be the one to fall. But the circle is closing in. Do they have time to pick each other up here? Because Futbolist, they're getting pinched at 4 a.m. is slowly applying the pressure here. But the circle is coming in. Little do they know, Team Secret Jin is slowly creeping from the sides as well. Futbolist, they have to make a move now. But 4 a.m., they are happy about this here. 33 Sven gets picked up. The nades are coming in. Smoke's not moving up yet, though. Everyone is playing it slow here. Who is going to make the first move as of now? Circle out.
Who is going to get it? The circle seems to be almost in the middle of the T-junction. My goodness, I see, baby. This is going to be super, super tough. Now, Cosmos has been knocked out by 4 a.m. and he opens up Cosmos, and there you go. Wow, 10,000 damage from Sook. Amazing play there. 5 kills now for Sook in this round. Now Ralph putting pressure on the 4 a.m. 4 a.m. we need to move down. They don't have the zone, and Sun will be knocked down by 2K. 4 a.m. they are in the toughest position so far. Left and right. They're being sandwiched by either Futbolist or Secret Jin. Sook has been knocked down, and now 4 a.m. only with Zin here as well as Sasaki left. They'll need to find a way, but it's going to be super tough for them. 3 more teams, 9 more players alive, and Soke has been knocked down. Oh my goodness. And counterfight coming up from Zin, and they try to move on to the other side, but now they move back to their original side because it's just super tough with the smoke. It's still active now for 4 a.m. They are still doing this. I see, man. How is this happening?
They are still doing it indeed here. 4 a.m. They're applying the pressure here. They're making sure to try and get a couple nice knocks here as well. They understand they were weak. Futbolist trying to take advantage of it here, but insane shots coming from Singha shuts them all down. Futbolist will get 2 knock, but they are going to try to go in for the pickup here. But both teams going for a hold. They are straight going through here. 4 a.m. They're not afraid to extend their ammunition here, but Hasaki is going to make a play. He's going for a huge bang. He's going to try and get information. Futbolist, there is some trouble. Hasaki catches on Raul here. Futbolist, they might fall. And just like that, 4 a.m. touches for the game. They take the chicken dinner with a tactical plays here. What a phenomenal run coming from 4 angry men taking the turn chicken dinner for the final days here in the PMGC 2020 here. 4 angry men popped off. They took on every single fight in that situation. They shut out BTR. They shut out Team Secret Jin. They shut out Futbolist. I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 angry men taking the highest damage for this particular game, especially on how they position themselves here. What an insane game here coming from 4 a.m. here, Sir Cloud.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. And for us to relive the moments, there's my highlights from the previous game. Do the due moments, ladies and gentlemen. But Icy Baby, my goodness, I am still stunned. From 4 a.m. How did they win that? They were sandwiched between Secret Jin as well as Futbolist, but they can still manage to pull off a winner chicken dinner with so many kills. So, oh my goodness, him alone, he managed to get more than 10,000 damage in this grand finals. I think it's the first one to actually break that mark. Man, 4 a.m. is just phenomenal. 4 angry men. Really angry coming into the grand finals here, Icy Baby.
Yeah, I really like how it actually worked out. Like, Sook has been consistent thus far, but being the first to hit the 10k mark damage, it just shows how mechanically skilled they are here. Things went a little bit interesting in the sense where, you know, initially it was came down to top 3 situation, right? Like, Team Secret Jin was slowly creeping out Futbolist here. 4 a.m. You know, they had the opportunity to, you know what, let's let them take each other out. And instead of letting them take each other out, they ran to fight towards Team Secret Jin. They're pretty confident to take both fights on both fronts all by themselves just to get those kill points here. And it seems like 4 a.m. are on a different warpath objective because they understood that, hey, we're not afraid to take every single fight. We need those kill points, and that's going to be pretty much 4 a.m.'s objective here, because in normal circumstances, you completely ignore the fact that, hey, there's 2 teams alive here. Let's not get a little bit aggressive here. Let's not risk it. You know, that's usually what you would expect of them, especially when third parties are a very common occurrence in that regards. And guess what? The moment they did that, it was pretty much Futbolist's opportunity to kind of third party that fight. But you have to give credit to what happened to Singha. He's controlled fire through the smoke, holding their angle, knocking not 1 but 2 players of Futbolist here, kind of just shut them out in their tracks here and just completely denied them the chance of actually going for the third party here. And despite having the wall of smokes, I would say 4 a.m. is on a different level of gameplay right now here. They're not playing the usual strats here. They are playing to win it all. They're willing to take the risk to get those points here, and it paid off tenfold coming from 4 a.m. here, Sir Cloud.
Totally agree. 4 a.m. is in it to win it, as they say. 4 a.m. Their aggression at the final stages, their activeness, it's like in any normal circumstances, most teams will be like, okay, I'll just hold my ground and I'll just wait for someone else to make the first move, and then I'll try to take a couple of shots and hopefully I'll be able to wipe out my opposition. But 4 a.m., they took a different approach. They were the ones, although the odds were stacked up against them, left and right they were sandwiched, but they still were super active. They still moved. They tried to clear out objectively. Okay, who is closest to them? Secret Jin. Let's take out Secret Jin first. Let's focus on them. Let's try to evade. Let's toss out the smoke and try to block off the vision for Futbolist and try to focus on the Secret Jin. And the moment they finish off Secret Jin, they know, okay, exactly where Futbolist is at. They just need to keep their eyes on that, and they are still active. They don't sit back and wait for Futbolist to move. They move toward Futbolist, apply that pressure, apply that psychological pressure, and at the end of the day, manage to wipe out Futbolist. Man, this is this is really the mentality, the movement of champions. I can say 4 a.m. if they can continue on this sort of run, I wouldn't be surprised if they can actually take the top spot. But of course, they are not the only ones eyeing for the top spot. The top couple of teams here can still go for it. Even NOVA-XQF have a similar mindset like how we saw in Erangel earlier today. Vikendi now is a similar run here from 4 a.m. The only difference is that 4 a.m. managed to secure that winner chicken dinner, that precious chicken dinner. But man, it's really going to be super tough. It is really the best of the best that is going to win the PMGC.
Stages as well. 4 a.m. has been the #1 team to be watching out for here. Day 1, day 2, a little bit slow start coming for 4 a.m. here. They have been there on the mark, but yesterday's games was where 4 a.m. start to pull up in terms of ranks. And now with this chicken dinner here, they're gonna be pretty happy here. I'm pretty sure they have enough points to get the #1 spot, and taking those risks to get those kill points ahead to try and overtake XQF Nova as well as Zeus eSports to pull lead here. That's gonna be pretty much the objective here. And 4 a.m., I would say they're playing out their minds. Like Singher's decision to go for that hold against Futbolist, that was something that you would not do on normal games. But in this steady game here, you gotta pull some really crazy shots. And for him to be able to hold the line, suppress fire when needed to do, and get 2 knocks, that was a very clutch moment coming from Singher. I wouldn't be surprised to see him as the MVP. Despite all that here, I like how tactical 4 a.m. can be. Like, they understand that, hey, there are things that needs to be done now. Their priority decisions and priority moves has been sorted out extremely quickly as well. And considering that Team Secret Jin had a really good moment to just completely deny Futbolist, and they understood that situation, for them to actually go in for the push, kill off Team Secret Jin, take that vantage point was phenomenal. And I really like how they played it as well. And as soon as we went for the wall smoke here, they sent Hasaki to straight away just run up and take Team Secret Jin's vantage point and just go in for the flank. And Futbolist did not stood a chance as well, because it felt like they were a little bit afraid to do anything here, considering that how they've gone really bad in a few rounds. But you have to give credit to 4 a.m. here. As a champion's mentality here, you gotta be strong, you gotta be resilient, you gotta be fearless. And yeah, that's exactly what happened to 4 a.m. here. However, ladies and gentlemen, here for these guys guessing the million reward guess here, 4 a.m. congratulations, they will take match 3 for day #4 in the PMGC finals. And of course, for these guys still eyeing for that huge chunk of prize pool here as a pro viewer, be sure to start voting it out, because we have more games to come. We're going to be 5 games before we actually find out who is going to be the king of kings and also being the champions of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship all together here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, we're running out of games here. I see, baby. We have like 5 more games to be played in the PMGC here before we know who is the king of kings. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, now we want to see how much difference are the points in our overall rankings. Of course, 4 a.m. no surprises that they are currently at the top, so with 270 points. Second place will be NOVA-XQF with a difference of only 13 points. It's not that far a gap. It's still not too bad. Third place will be Zeus eSports, 233 points, starting to fall off the charts even in their personal performance as well as compared to what we saw there yesterday. Number 4 will be Bigetron Red Aliens, still continue to rise from the depth from 16th spot up to possibly coming to the top 3. We'll need to wait and see now. Coming to 4th place now with 211 points. 5th place goes to Navi, 202 points. 6th place, KDA. Hanged on to that top spot for a really long time. Now they're starting to drop off. A little bit of a rise there with 185 points. 7th place goes to Konina Power. Still no chicken dinner, but still on the upper half of the charts. 181 points. 8th place goes to Team Secret with 178 points. I see it.
Yeah, and well, on the bottom half here, we do see Team Secret Jin here with the final top 3 finish. Will still remain on the 9th place here with 173 points. RRQ starting to perform a little bit better here as they managed to pull up into the ranks into the top 10 place here, 164 points for themselves. Futbolist, top 2 finishers now with 158 points for themselves here. Alpha 7 will get himself in down into the 12th place here with 157 points. Aerowolf falling down as well despite taking the first chicken dinner for today. Will be on the 13th place. PW88 here is going to be on 14th place here. A1 eSports is going to be on 15th place. And also Abrupt Slayers is going to be on last place with 104 points. But that's the thing, right? Like when we're talking about chasing for the #1 spot, 4AM is slowly leading the pack here now, pulling ahead against NOVA-XQF by 20 points here. But you can see Bigetron Red Aliens is not giving up yet here because they've made their way into the top 4. But can they do it here? Because we are down towards the final few games, 5 games to go, and for them to chase at least 70 points here, can they make the miracle dream happen? Because it seems like it's going to be tough here. It might be a battle between the top 3, but before we get a little bit more details here, let's take a look at the MVP for that particular match here. It's going to be none other but than Sook, the #1 damage dealer thus far in the entirety of PMGC 2020 here. 5 kills, 618 damage in that particular game here. Very consistent run for him from every single game thus far. He's been doing a lot of damage here. His clutch kill on knocking down one of the members from Team Secret Jin was one of the opening picks as well with Sook. But I would say the nominee, or in this case, the runner-up for the MVP, I feel like it's gotta be Singhe, because that clutch hold for 4AM pretty much won them the fight against Futbolist right there. Sir Cloud.
It is possible, Singhe. But of course, we get to know at the later at the later stages of the show. But here's the head-to-head in comparison. Sook as well as Ryzen, longest kill distance. Wow, it's like by a threefold here. 232 for Sook and Ryzen 80 kills. Not too far apart. 5 kills for Sook and 4 kills for Ryzen. Damage, Ryzen wins this one with 707 as compared to Sook with 618. And Ryzen, more of a team player, as you can see, 49.9% for Ryzen, 37.3% for Sook. And the damage received, Ryzen has been tanking it, 348 damage as compared to 192 damage for Sook. So now with the number of kills that Sook managed to rack up in Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken, he should have had more kills than Order from NOVA-XQF overall. So if we talk about just calculating the Terminator points or the kill points, it's possible that Sook is currently in the running here.
Yeah, and of course, you know, well, wow. This is okay. 4AM, you know, taking all the #1 spot as of now here. Highest total kills 129, highest total damage here 29,939. Look at this, 29,939, and 10,000 damage was done by 4AM Sook. That's ridiculous here, considering how strong 4AM is here. And average survive time of 22 minutes here. No surprises here, considering that they've been consistent throughout the entirety of all 4 days, and for them to be able to pull this off, this is ridiculous, my friend. Like, wow, that's insane.
That is insane indeed. Well, with 3 cards here, well, maybe we call them 3AM for this page, but yeah. So Futbolist managed to get that vehicle usage rate 73.8%, but 4AM, wow, they're almost dominating the team summary here with all these big numbers coming in. They are really, when it comes to the stats here, 4AM, they are just dominating it. And here we go, the top 3 fraggers. Now, I was just talking about this earlier that Sook could have gotten past Order. And yes, this is a confirmation. Sook with now 50 kills to his name. Order 48 kills, not too far apart, only 2 kills, but yeah, it's still Sook managed to overtake Order right here, right now. And Zoe coming in at 3rd place with 42 kills from Zeus. Most of the kills actually gotten from Zoe was from yesterday's amazing run from Zeus eSports. So what an amazing 3 players that we have here on screen, ICB.
Yeah, and seeing how things is happening as well here, considering that, hey, we're talking about the kills, right? Like Sook is in the running to be called the MVP of the entirety of the tournament as well here, and they are going to be sharing it with all the potential here. Can they snatch it out from under? Because we're down towards the final 5 match. But before we get a little bit of details of what's going to be happening here, this is going to be pretty much the recap map of what happened with Candy. We saw moments coming from how 4am played, right? This is the circle that kind of decides that, hey, this might be 4am's game, because every single team was struggling. They were expecting that the circle or hard shit all the way from the southwest, and every single team kind of struggled from the southwest corner here. Whereas 4am, they understood that, you know what, our compound is a tactical position to gatekeep every single one. As soon as 3 Seekers followed in the hands of 4am, look at how evenly spread they are. They are not afraid to spread their wings and just zone as many people as they can, and when the time is needed to clump up, they will do it. And it's proven to be a big force that every single team is suffering in the hands of 4am. And when it came down towards the final moments here, it seemed like 4am was in a situation where, hey, they are going to struggle. They need to make a push here. But as soon as they made the small decision of making a smoke wall and rotate past the crosshairs of Futbolist here, they came up on top. And that was insane, because it seemed like Futbolist had the upper hand to take down against 4am in that situation. But somehow 4am, it comes down to pressure, right? Considering that this is the stakes of the tournament, this is how high it is. If you are still afraid of taking what is yours, you're not going to be called the champion. And in this case, there is a reason why 4am is strong. They are not afraid to go in for the kill here. However, look at this here. Interesting stuff is happening here. Sir Cloud, what are we up to right now?
What we're up to is this exclusive item. So these are limited number of first edition PMGC Pro card sets available to pre-order only during the PMGC final. Support your team and order yours. Each card is unique and has a QR code. You can compete with fans all around the world, showcase your collection online, and even sell them in the marketplace. Show that you are the #1 fan of your team. The sale of this card supports the teams and players in the PUBG mobile ecosystem. Cards signed by the players will be randomly placed in the pre-sale. So log on to epics.gg to purchase and learn more about this campaign. So let's take a look at what the specific introduction of the PMGC Pro cards and player interview that will happen later on. But yes, these are exclusive items, and what really makes me jiggle is, of course, the signed cards will be randomly placed. So you have to make the pre-order right now. If you order it later on, you might not get it. So make your purchase now, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go. Game number 3 in Vikendi. 4am coming in strongly. Will they continue on their run? We need to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking a short break. My name is Sir Cloud. I'm joined by IC Baby. We'll see you after this break.
the battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
Game ends with
from the top side. In there, it's just Bambi by himself. He's so close to Classic Athletics. Who's right there? So the far Bondolo coming into play, connecting something. Lateral line, constantly, they're trying to get.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. Thank you so much to our sponsors as well, Qualcomm Technologies, OnePlus, as well as Mountain Dew. We are here, still with you, your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud. I'm joined with the man himself, the myth, the legend, the icy baby, 1-2.
Thank you so much for introduction here. I'm no legend indeed here, but as of now, before we get to begin as well here, like shout out to our amazing casters who's on the side as well, providing a lot of information here. Shout out to Jason Kaplan, Hot Jukes, Imperial, John Allen, Blank, Maxman as well, the 7 Wolves Gaming here, who's been giving a little bit of information here. But I have something really interesting here. We have a fan favorite, I would say, Mustache Dave, making a commitment for today's games here. Is hoping to see Zeus eSports actually taking the champion spot, which we haven't seen too much of him here, but because he has made a decision, if Zeus eSports takes the championship title, he will shave his head. Will that actually happen here? Because as of now, it is not over until the end of today happens, because as of now, things are going to be on its way here, because as of now, we're going to be jumping straight into the next game here with the 4th game of the day here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020. And to start things off in the map of Erangel here, I'm a little bit curious here because seems to me Mustache Jeff is a little bit concerned with Papa Blue. The blue zone has been a little bit scary for a lot of the teams here, except for 4AM, because seems to me 4AM has some really good spidey sensors here, and we've heard teams actually calling it out as well. And I believe Luxy did tweet it out yesterday as well. They say if you see 4AM, don't kill them, get the knock and follow them, because they know what's up. And just judging off from Bigetron here, 4AM has got some insane profit skills in this regards here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it's amazing. Their prediction of the zone is just insane. It's just crazy. Like 4 a.m. I don't know. It almost feels like they bought the zone using how much you see. I'm not too sure about that, but it feels like they really bought that. But check this out. Talking about 4 a.m. Looks like Jin here making a couple of rounds, but okay, no big move so far. Of course, it is still very early in the game. Managed to sneak up and actually take away one of those buggies, so no gunfire happening. No one has managed to loot up any guns yet, so good escape there from Zinhe.
Yep, and seeing how the game is going to be progressing as well here. 4 a.m. Going to be dropping to Yasnaya here. Pretty much comfort places all the way through. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Alpha 7 taking the school here, but off the kill feed, look at this. Oh, wow. Order. Taking one first kills here. Joker is going to be the first one to get taken out. So NOVA-XQF here seems like something is cooking in this particular game here, Sir Cloud. Apparently, in the last game, 4 AM has been eyeing for those kills here. And like we said, Nova, the number 2 team thus far in the overall ranking, is looking to give chase here. So having this first kill here is going to be helping them out a little bit more to try and chase in the points here. So we might see a battle between 4 AM and NOVA-XQF in this particular game. It's a sign, but will it happen? That's what I'm saying here, Sir Cloud.
Well, they are close though, so it may still happen. We still have enough games for the shift to happen. So let's wait and see. But of course, this round is going to be very, very important as well. Now that NOVA-XQF managed to get that first blood, that's 1 point in the back. So now it's going to be every single point is going to be observed by fans all around the world. And I'm sure there's a lot of mathematicians out there just like calculating all the possibilities, calculating what are the number of points, actually looking at the kill feed at the same time just to see, okay, is it enough points now for NOVA-XQF to actually overtake their opponents in 4 AM for that top spot. But let's not also forget that there are some other teams that could still pull off a surprise here, like Zeus eSports. If the last remaining few games, they can pull off a big show just like how they did yesterday. Maybe Zol, the Starman, to actually start to step up again. Who knows? They could actually come up behind and we could see a ball busters day.
Zayo, you know, he's been pulling some really ridiculous sprays all the way through, right? In yesterday's games, we saw a lot of moments like this as well. With his long-range red dot sprays has been phenomenal. I'm looking forward to see if he can actually keep up with his momentum here. He hasn't exactly been showing off this last 3 games. Hopefully in the fourth game or the last day here, things are going to get a little bit interesting for him. Meanwhile, NOVA-XQF here, they're going to be on the hunt here. They don't exactly have a lot of units to begin with coming from NOVA-XQF, and this is quite worrisome for them. And it is still relatively early in the stage of the game as well. They are going to need to loot a little bit more. Meanwhile, here's some stats for BTRAs. And here, looks like I was right here. Give us a sign. Wow. A sign has shown because NOVA-XQF, they are on the hunt. And that's going to be the second kill right from the get-go here. And seems like we are going to be seeing some phasmophobia action here as NOVA-XQF is going to be searching for those hungry kills.
Wow, NOVA-XQF. It's like they go one place to get one kill. Okay, and let's look at this at the same time, ICB. They are all in the same vehicle. They're just going around hunting people. It's like, it almost feels like they're taking this like, okay, I'm playing classic right now. Just go around in a single vehicle, find people to shoot, to kill, and collect the points. But of course, if they really want to push 4 AM, they need to collect as many points as possible. They cannot stay passive at this moment because every point counts. You don't expect 4 AM to drop off far based on their performance so far that we have seen in the past couple of days, including today. So it doesn't feel like 4 AM is going to drop off. So for NOVA-XQF, if they want to overtake 4 AM, it is them to play the active role, to be more active, to try and get as many kills as possible. And this is the zone here, ladies and gentlemen. So we can see Yogopool is the middle part of the zone. Now this zone is super tricky as well. If it moves out to the northern side, then it's going to be super tough because there'll be a lot of choke points. If it stays on the southern side, not too bad. So it depends on who takes the Gatka Mountain, but that is where it's going to be difficult for the teams as well. They need to decide whether they want to park themselves on the northern side or on the southern side. It's either one.
Yep, and seeing how this game is going to be happening as well here, considering that we've seen a little bit of a trend coming into this PMGC past few days here, a lot of teams are going to be expecting a lot of circles heading towards Gatka and Georgiapool, and a lot of these teams have experience playing around this kind of playstyles here, so we are going to be seeing a lot of adaptations coming in from some of the teams. Hopefully, they do not want to be on the receiving end, like in the hands of some of the teams such as Konina Power, alongside with, I believe, 4 AM and also Team Secret Jin in one of a couple of games from yesterday's as well. So teams are going to be playing a little bit different now, as Navi is going to be making a very quick push here, as they are going to be holding some of the compounds in the northern section of the Georgia Bowl region here. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they will get one knock in. A couple of nice trades coming from Na'Vi, as Law will be forced to be picked up here, as Na'Vi is looking to potentially go in for the pushes. Seems like it is going to happen here, Matt. It's going to be the first one to knock away the buggy here. The smokes are coming in. It's going to scout out a hit here, but will they be able to push here? Here comes the push coming in from Alpha 7. They are going to be splitting out the forces here. Matt, they're going to be holding the lines here, the sides here, as the rest of the teams are going to be providing the assist here. Do they want to go in for the commit here? Because Alpha 7, they have the infantry support coming from afar. The long range shots are getting a couple of suppressors in, but looks like Na'Vi is going to play the disciplined game here, as they are looking for a couple of sites here. Smoke gets shot up a little bit here, but Na'Vi, they have to back off here because they have taken too much time here. Looks like they will respect the power of Alpha 7 here, as they are hearing shots from afar. Zeus might potentially go in for a couple shots in. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, they are getting suppressed as well, because literally no, Zeus eSports is going to be potentially getting a couple potential chips in, because Ably, he does have the shot in, and Mafioso almost gets clapped off, and that is exactly why they backed out. Great stuff here. Great read coming from Na'Vi here. Circle out.
Totally agree about the Na'Vi disengagement, because they spend too much time. They see, okay, if you calculate the time of recovery, you calculate the time of using the utilities, it's not going to be worth it. And plus, the terrain is super rough. As you can see, they are on the other side of the hill. Yeah, you can move up to the top of the hill and sort of get a good angle from top to bottom, but the moment you pop your head up, you could be shot as well. So that's a risk there. They could be waiting for that moment. Plus, these are all the top best players in the world. You just need to peek a little bit. They could land that headshot onto you. So it was great judgment call there from Na'Vi to actually disengage. It's not worth it. It is still 16 teams, because if they lose that fight, oh my goodness, it's going to be bad news for them.
Wow, Southeast Asian teams here. We have Aerowolf and RRQ Athena finally making the decision to take out Mount Gatka here. In yesterday's game, we did see a very similar circle in this regards, and every single team completely ignored this region except for XQ Nova, who kind of eventually came up into one of these mountains in the later stage of the game here. So teams are starting to adapt very quickly from yesterday's performance here. It seems like RRQ, they were there, they saw some people. You know what? The circle is going to push them out here, because the circle is going to be heading towards Zarky. And guess what? Circle out. PW888 is going to be very bad about this here, because they are so used to dropping Zarky, and it seems like we might see our first ever Zarky circle. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You don't always see a Zarky circle, so this is going to be a really rare occasion. Totally agree with that. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams actually adapt to this sort of circle. We don't get to see this all the time. So PW888, they're still tanking out the blue, trying to make that rotation into the zone. Now Copa needs to be careful, because 4 AM just beside them, and if they made any wrong move, talking about wrong moves, could it be here from Ernie, probably getting a couple of kills off Aerowolf, that the gunfire happening, but they're not managed to secure any knocks, and Arrow just cruising past everyone. The vehicle now smoking up. Good thing they managed to land themselves on the northern side of Jogopol.
Well, we're looking a little bit more here coming from 4 AM now. This is going to be the team that people are going to be watching out for here, because a lot of people anticipate that, hey, they understand the circle more than anyone else. And it seems like they are going to be huddling out one of the shelter regions here, a couple of small niches to work with, but nothing out of the ordinary yet. Meanwhile, Nova, they're going to be hogging up for the compound here. We do see a couple shots in Futbolist and also DA rotating side by side, but it seems like NOVA-XQF is going to be prioritizing to find a little bit more cover in this high ground here, because we do see a couple teams taking advantage of high grounds eventually to score some serious points. In this case, one of these teams here is going to be stands out the most here is going to be Alpha 7. However, northern section here, PWA here, while they're rotating back to Zarky here, they are going to be running in towards this couple of struggle, as Team Secret Jin is going to be going head-to-head against each other here. Both the Thai teams going big against each other now. Cosmo with the nade. Does he seem to connect? Nope. Going to be A-OK, but stop say, GZ, you're going to get a knock instead here. But as soon as they realize it's going to be each other here, do they want to continue to engage here? Because literally, no, 4 AM is slowly chipping in bit by bit from afar here. As from frozen. Actually knocks off Ice in this regards here. Oh my goodness. The third parties from Konina Power on top of that there. And now the engagement comes in. 2K will go for the spray. They're dropping very low, but they want to come in. But eventually, the vehicle explosion will take him down. That's going to be Team Secret Jin knocking off one of the players here from PW88 here. And it's going to be allowed to Triple T here. Be the last man standing for P888 here. The smokes are coming in. But literally, no. Konina Power is third party. 4 a.m. potentially waiting for the right opportunity as well. Possible dropping the nade over Triple T. Running down to the ground floor of their compound here. They don't exactly know where to get. Gonna play the safe card here. Gonna be barricading themselves to prevent any sort of long range parties in this other section here. Team Secret Jin going for the push here, but Triple T is gonna try and pick up Corpay here. Is this the right move? There's a lot of smoke, but Team Secret Jin, they're afraid to get picked off here. They're checking every single corner, but Corpay will eventually get picked up here. So let's get a little bit of respect coming in. But Team Secret Jin now slowly but surely they are gonna go head to head against PW88 here. Looks like they will manage to full heal up on Corpay as they are going to be hugging along the stairs here. Team Secret Jin a little bit afraid to go in for the commitment push. They don't exactly know how many people are in. Is it going to be 2 players or 3? Considering that Konina Power did steal and knock one of the players here. So Team Secret Jin might have in the dark here. But now here comes the break. Corpay is going to be the first one here. It will be a massacre here by 2K. Team Secret Jin will completely kick them all out. And towards the lobby here, circle out.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent fight there, pretty decent lengthy fight there. But now we move over to 4 a.m. The team that we need to look out for. Zine has been knocked down, but they have this location whereby they can still recover themselves. Navi is actually overlooking them, and Navi, they have the high ground. Both of these teams, they are in the zone, so it's not going to be a big issue for them at this moment. But they are playing by the edge though, so mind you, they may need to move after this. Now the smoke coming in on from Swen, trying to pick up his buddy there, but Navi, they don't want to let 4 a.m. go because Navi, they want to go for glory. Definitely. Old boy now, Navi, they still have a full squad here. They have started their engines. And are they going to go for it? No, Navi, again, is going to disengage from this and doesn't seem to be really interested in trying to wipe out their opponents. Probably they are calculating that, okay, still, again, too early. Let's focus on the rotation. See you in the 4th or 5th circle. But, oh, I see, baby. This circle is just brutal.
Oh wow, this circle here gonna be somewhere in the vicinities of North George and South George. We are gonna be seeing a couple of things in here. However, 4 a.m. 33 Sweat here. Scouts on the bellies from Navi. They're not too happy with what exactly happened here coming from Navi, as Navi did get the knock in, but they understand this is 4 a.m. we're talking about here. Do we want to push them? As teams may considering actually taking 4 a.m. out as well, considering that they are pulling the lead here. So to actually stand a chance to actually catch up into the champion slot here, Navi may consider taking the risk here, but seems like there is still 56 alive and 15 teams across alive here. They don't exactly want to take that risk themselves here. They might want to try and hope that another team actually targets 4 a.m. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. going to be hugging the corners of the circle here, playing a little bit safe, as the rest of the teams who's pretty much smack in the circle here. We do see moments coming from Futbolist here, as they do hear a couple of rotations coming in here. Team Secret might be the one to crash up against as well. Cooking a nade from Raul. Does he land onto a Team Secret here? Posted perfectly as well, but he's getting shot from Mattoy, providing the assist. Does the nade connect? No, it does not. Mattoy with the assist here. They're going to go for a rush here. Look, will shut down Rax, and that's going to be Futbolist. Rematch round 3 here. They're not too happy with what happened. Team Secret tries to prevail. Will Team Secret come up on top once again here, because it's going to be round 3. Fight, baby! But now, Raul, he has a vision here. You High Boy is going to try and pick up his Rex in a little bit. Oh, Molotov's getting across for Raul. A little bit late and off the mark here, but Team Secret, they have to reset that fight. First aids are coming in here. Mattoy was going for the push as well. Raul, he has the Uzi, he goes for the spray. He takes one down, but he eventually gets taken out. Futbolist, round 3, loses to Team Secret MY. Oh my goodness here, Sir Cloud. That's it for Futbolist.
Oh, wow. Again, Team Secret managed to wipe out Futbolist, and Futbolist is out at 15th place, and now the circle is up to the northern side. Good thing at least it's only on land. No bridge gaming that we're going to see towards the latest figure of the game right now. And now Bigetron Red Aliens is going to make them rotation onto the top pass shooting range. A1 eSports is going to look now in trouble. Now they're able to help with this vehicle now being shot down, and now Chari has been taken out by the zone. Not too sure what happened to Abrupt Slayer. That's a little bit early to be taken out by this.
Yep, speaking of which here, the circle is going to be pushing out far north of the northern section of Johor here. We are going to be expecting a lot of open fields here. This is where vehicles excel the most. It's going to be a lot of a spread out cover along the trees here. So having those is going to solidify your positioning more. So in this case, 4 a.m. Playing a little bit interesting here. Going to be starting off with the shack here. Hasaki is looking to make life miserable for the boys in red here. Bigetron Red Aliens are rotating the way through, but they are not going to be having the circle in their favor this particular game. Meanwhile, NOVA-XQF on the eastern side here, they heard the fight against Team Secret. They know what's up. This is going to be their opportunity going for the play. But Honor, he goes for the drive and goes for the swap piece here. And
wow.
Our points there. We almost canceled a couple of members with Team Secret. Wow, that's actually happening here. Navi on the northern section here. They are going to fight against BTR. They've got Ryzen Knock, they've got Luxy Knock as well. Luxy is going to bleed out eventually here, and that's going to be one of the players from BTR getting out here, as they are going to be the ones to gatekeep the northeast section here. They haven't exactly solidified their spot, and guess what? Suxy is split out from the pack. This is not looking good for Bigetron Red Aliens here, but can they do it here? Because as of now, Hasaki, last man standing for 4 a.m. Oh my goodness here. 4 a.m. is in trouble. And guess what? Bigetron knows who's in there. They can kill them.
Yeah, and if he can actually land that nade into the shack, that will be out for Hasaki. But nevertheless, 4 a.m. Last team member, Hasaki, he don't want to be the one to bow out. Plus, we have only 13 teams. We have still 13 teams, meaning that if he goes out, it will be very, very little points for them. And now Hasaki, oh, wow, Hasaki, he's the one that actually counterfired to Zaxi and managed to get a kill on Zaxi. Wow, and Razy have been taken over the place. So Hasaki still hanging here strong. And now he knows exactly now his position. Everyone knows exactly that Hasaki is in there. He'll be taking out the zone for now, but how long can he stay there? The moment he moves out, it's an open space. Or if he stays too long there, maybe a nade could end his life. So Hasaki, regardless, he needs to move out now. The smoke will be popped out by Hasaki. A1 eSports, they are by the H1 the zone, and the zone actually moves away from one player to the Dante have been knocked out by Matic.
Oh my goodness here. Wow, that's actually happening for Hasaki, the guy with got no chills here, dropping the hammer on a couple of teams here. A1 is going to go head-to-head against Bigetron right now here, with Ryzen and Liquid being the last two members coming from Bigetron Red Aliens here. They've got to pull the win here, but the circle not favoring them at all. They have to take out A1. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. finally bleeds out to the zone. That's going to be Hasaki out here. 4 a.m. relatively out this early here. This is good news for everyone in the middle pack to chase some points here. NOVA-XQF, they've got 4 kills. They're looking to clutch up for this game as well, and southern section here, because as of now, Paraboy, they are on the inside of the circle here. Northern section, they are looking to gate here. Navi is in trouble. Aerowolf is in trouble. Konina Power, not so much, but the northern section here seems to be very, very happening here. Paraboy going to be holding out in the open here. Not sure what's going to be happening here, but because Aerowolf, they're pretty occupied with Navi right now. This is going to be an opportunity for them. Meanwhile, that's actually happening here. Navi knocks up Potato. Aerowolf, they're in trouble. They have to make a run point here. But looks like Paraboy, he understands. He gets the nade on the spot. What? Paraboy. What?
Wow, what? How do you actually do that? Oh my goodness, this is just amazing. And now they're actually gatekeeping this. We can see that Pete are struggling to actually move in, and also get a long range shot there. Can they actually get the knockdown? And he's trying to try to get the angle, but yes, he managed to get the angle. 2 knockdowns back to back by Solus. The vehicle explosion coming in. RRQ Athena eliminated at 10th place. No kill points for RRQ Athena in this round. I see, baby.
Yeah, Bigetron also out on 11th place on top of that as well here. It has been a bloodbath from the northern section here, especially for 4 a.m. on top of that as well. But NOVA-XQF in prime position. They've got 7 kills, but now Navi is not giving up as well here, as they do stand a chance to get some points for themselves here. They've been doing a lot of work here from the southern section here, but they're still not at the edge of the circle. But little they know, from behind, there's Aerowolf, there's Team Secret. They have to clean up as quickly as they can. The circle is closing in. A1 not making it easy for Konina Power as well, as they are the gatekeepers from the northeast section here. But the zone is coming in. They're going to be in some trouble here. Aerowolf replies with a nade, does catch up Matic, so that's going to be an opening for them. But guess what? Aerowolf keeps things alive. 2 of the members of Secret Jin gets destroyed here. That's going to be the opening for him to actually go for the push, but it is a long obstacle here. Ronaldo is gonna be some trouble right off in Navi, but Paraboy steals the kill away as NOVA-XQF looking for more kills. They've got 8. Navi making a run for it here. Paraboy still holding down the fort here, trying to delay them as much as they can. The rest of the team going to be inside the circle, trying to go ham on the southern approach. On the east side, we do see Alpha 7 going for a couple of long-range shots here. He has the buggy fortunately here, a little bit masked off in, but the smokes are setting up for Alpha 7. Konina Power as well. Who's going to take this in? But none of these guys are inside the circle here. 28 seconds left. What do they do? Nova going to be making the first move here. Goose comes in order with the big nade. IC is going to get knocked in. Nova thinking about going for push. And go for it here. He's going to finish. But an assist from Zio is a little bit too here as Nova is debating, do we play safe or do we go for the high kill volume? It seems like they have that objective in mind. Is it going to happen? Paraboy will get a couple nice knocks here towards the guys from Navi. Northern section in some trouble. Zeus IC trying to make a run for it here as the rest of the team comes in. But Order with the big catch here. Ably gets shot off. IU tries to pro for the assist, but he's still alive. They can't catch Order. Honest is laying low a little bit here in the scopes, but it's going to pick off eventually here. Kimi going for a couple shots in. Navi going to be completely flushed through the sides as well as Paraboy. What is he doing? He's going for the push. He's crazy. He will cut out both SP1 members out from Navi as he gets taken out here. This is insane here in this top 5 finish. NOVA-XQF completely destroying the entirety of this match here, Sir Cloud.
Not only that, the stats do favor NOVA-XQF, and now Nova, they're not done yet. The spray coming out for all the investigators knocked down, and Duke eSports is the team that Nova wants to eliminate so that he can eliminate in the competition from the top 3, from the top 5. Now Swagen is going to land a hand here, the long range of a Swagen. Zeus eSports is out at 4th place with 5 kills, and now NOVA-XQF, they are somewhat within the circle, but then again, you can see that they're trying to move it. Kengzo managed to get a kill on Swagen, and Alpha 7 is down at 3rd place with 4 kills. We're now down to the top 2 teams. It's only Kengzo left. This round, winner, chicken dinner, NOVA-XQF.
What a dominant performance here coming from NOVA-XQF, and kudos to Team Secret Gen here. Kangzo make life miserable for the northern section here, especially for the boys in Navi. My goodness, there was a really rough one here from Navi, but like I said, everyone from the middle pack is looking to chase against 4 AM, and the winners of that match, none other than NOVA-XQF. Do they have enough points to chase 4 AM for the #1 spot to be called the Kings of Kings? It's been a long time here along the rankings throughout the PUBG mobile history here. We knew 4 AM holds the #1 as the best team from around the world here. But in this PMGC, will XQF Nova take the #1 slot away? That's going to be a sight to behold here, but it's going to be a rough game here because we are going to be seeing more games to come. But 4 games has passed, 4 more to go, and NOVA-XQF in prime position to take that here. Oh la la, this is a brutal global championships, honestly. It is crazy, Sir Cloud.
It is absolutely insane. The positioning from Paraboy, he has to take the MVP for this round. His positioning was brilliant. His aiming is just superb. And wow, what can I say? This guy, and when he had that position, he was all alone. Of course, for us to really back the moment, this is the highlights from the previous round. Do the deal moments, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Paraboy from his location, he had the lower ground, but he still stood up alone, and he gatekept alone. He was literally alone right out in the open towards that later stage of the game. What a great play! But we also must point out again, and I think we talked about this earlier as well. Team Secret versus Futbolist. Team Secret winning 3 out of 3 battles today. So Team Secret managed to win that, and of course with Yuhai still being alive earlier as well. And this is the latest stage of the game where we can see some gatekeeping start to happen. And just put your eyes onto Paraboy. Look at this. He is all alone here, and he just wipes out everyone single-handedly. Swagit, of course, landing a little bit of a hand here on the other side, but Paraboy did so much work there all alone.
Yeah, that was insane to watch here, considering that, you know, I did mention as well, give us a sign, you know, XQF Nova, they got the first blood, it seemed like a sign. It is the sign it did because they took that chicken dinner hands down. But before we get a little bit more details of what exactly happened in the final moments here, Northern section here, every single team was kind of struggling, right? We saw Hasaki 4AM, one of the victims that could not help in this circle here. They were kind of trapped in the Northern section here. Circle didn't exactly help them in that regards. Teams like BTR suffered at the hands of Hasaki as well. A1 kind of did okay, but Konina Power was one of the factors in the Northeast section where they kind of gatekeep everyone from the eastern side, which was insane. But like I said, NOVA-XQF had full control of that map. Like, there was an insane round coming from Paraboy, and Order just completely shut out everyone. And look at this, Paraboy has been popping off. I wouldn't be surprised to see him being the MVP for that match here, Sir Cloud.
Not at all, not at all. I definitely would expect him to come up at the MVP later on. So ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations to NOVA-XQF for taking home the winner chicken dinner in this latest round from Erangel. What an amazing day he has been. Again, only few more rounds left, 4 more rounds left, and we still don't know who would be the champions. Yes, we have a couple of names there with the highest possibility, but we still are not sure who would be the champions. That's why it's just amazing to watch this series here. IC Baby, PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals have been an amazing run. You just really don't know who's going to win, and that just shows the quality of all these teams here in the Grand Finals. And I can't wait to see the final 4 games unfold. It's going to be super. But of course, before that, we're going to check out the current standings as per usual. But for you guys at home, did you guess correctly for 4 AM to get this? To be the pro viewer? Man, 4 AM, sorry, NOVA-XQF, to be the pro viewer. Man, IC Baby, what a day he has been.
Yeah, you know, seeing how things, you know, it's a little bit of flex here coming from NOVA-XQF and also 4 AM from just the early game into this game, right? Like, we knew that in the minds of 4 AM in Vikendi, you know, they were hungry for kills. You know, we saw the sign in the final few games here, and they want to kind of pull the lead against NOVA-XQF. And immediately, NOVA-XQF understands what just happened, and they immediately went for those high kill volumes, which is insane. And I like how it kind of broke down for them here. Like, it feels like the rivalry between 4 AM and NOVA-XQF has been there for over the years now. We know that they have been there for so long, but this is pretty insane. Like, both teams make identical moves likelihood, and as soon as they realize like, hey, 4 AM died relatively early, XQF Nova definitely stepped up the game, get as many kills as they can, and they just completely shut them all off here. But before that here, all things considered here, before we take a short break here, we would like to appreciate our official title sponsor for PMGC, which is Qualcomm Technologies, who deliver the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, a full arsenal of hardware and software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platforms. OnePlus is a leading global mobile technology company featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC. OnePlus 8T is powered by the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. And of course, our million reward guest here is going to be none other than NOVA-XQF on match number 4 here, so well.
NOVA-XQF. So did you guess it right? Because you may stand a chance to win a daily prize pool of 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers. And of course, the grand prize reward of 150,000 USD is up for grabs. So did you guess it correctly, ladies and gentlemen? You could be smiling all the way. But, well, we have still 4 more matches to play, of course. And I'm sure you'll be looking to see whether your guesses are correct. And whether, as the team here says, we on top, whether you can be on top as well. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the overall rankings.
Oh my goodness here. With that performance coming from NOVA-XQF here, they will take the number 1 spot against 4 AM. With 4 AM having a little bit of a rough moment in that particular map here. 271 points here. That's going to be a huge lead for NOVA-XQF here. Not too huge for 4 a.m., but we have 4 more games by the end of day 3 here. Anything can happen here. Zeus eSports still remaining the number 3 spot here with 246 points. Navi pulls rank here into the 4th place here with 214 points. Not too far behind is with Bigetron Red Aliens on 5th place with 213 points. Konina Power actually creeps their way into the 6th place here with 191 points. DA is going to be on the 7th place here with 189 points. Team Secret Jin manages to pull it towards the top 8 here for the first time, I believe, with 189 points here. Somehow, Team Secret Jin doing very consistent thus far here, but can they keep up the good work here? That's my question here, Sir Cloud.
And yeah, that will be the question that only the teams can answer. And moving on to 9th place, Team Secret, dropping out the first half of the charts, moving on to the second half of the charts, 181 points. 10th place goes to Alpha 7 Esports, 171 points. 11th place is RRQ Athena, 165 points. 12th place, Futbolist, 159 points. 151 points for Aerowolf at 13th place. PW888 at 14th place with 118 points. A1 Esports gets 15th place with 112 points. Abrupt Slayers breaking the 100 point mark with 104 points at 16th place. One chicken dinner, but this is the brutality of the current point system, whereby a chicken dinner doesn't guarantee you success. Consistency is more important. But NOVA-XQF exchanging places. And yep, as expected, Paraboy, the MVP for this round, I see, baby.
Yep, you know, Paraboy, he played out his mind. He took a really risky gamble by going under from the mountains facility as well. And when he went to push against Navi here, like now he understood that Aerowolf Navi was going in a scope of skirmish here. They would be bothered to actually look down. And considering that he trusted his teammate, like occasionally we do see moments where Paraboy kind of look towards his teammate here, possibly asking for his teammate to cover him from afar so that they don't exactly overextend their peaks to actually push Paraboy. And while that was actually happening here, Paraboy took advantage of the situation, creeped under Navi's noses here, managed to take the high ground and turn the tides against Navi, Aerowolf, as well as the rest of the competition here. And the moment they had full control of the mountain here, that was pretty much game from NOVA-XQF. What a risky play here coming from Paraboy, but it's no surprise he is the MVP here. 7 kills, 1018 damage. What a performance here coming from NOVA-XQF.
And of course, other than that, we can see the head-to-head as well between Paraboy and his teammate Jimmy being compared. And now, when we make that comparison, Paraboy with the longest kill distance, 163 as compared to Jimmy, 196, had a little bit more there. But Paraboy, the undisputed MVP of this current round, whereby he got himself 7 kills as compared to Jimmy with 4 kills. Damage, 1018 as compared to 782. Not too much of a surprise there, considering that he got more kills than his buddy. Contribution to the team, 34.7% as compared to 24.1%. Damage received as well. Paraboy not only dealing out the damage, but also tanking it out himself. 117 damage as compared to 52 damage from Jimmy. So, no doubt, undisputed MVP for this round goes to Paraboy, I see it.
Yeah, what is really going to be shocking here is going to be next up on screen here. And of course, it's no surprise that they've done a lot of damage here. But honestly, this is crazy. Like, Jimmy is the 2nd highest damage in the game. And Paraboy's got the highest damage here. He's got 1000 on himself. Jimmy's got 782 damage here. I'm looking forward to see actually how much damage the rest of XQF Nova did in that particular round, because seeing how the top 2 is actually XQF Nova here, I'm actually afraid to see the entirety of the total team here, because next up is going to be the overall stats for all the kill damage from both the teams and every single team in that particular round here, which is going to be coming out very shortly. But you know, I definitely agree. Contribution team here, Paraboy has been playing out in minds. Like, this is the usual Paraboy that we'll be expecting as well. And I'm really liking how it actually goes here. But up on screen, I believe here is going to be the kill damage ratio here coming from all these teams here. We do see NOVA-XQF with 2,684 damage totally done from XQF Nova. And they've got 17 kills. 17 kills just off by NOVA-XQF. Just for the full control of that mountain on the western side. They dropped the ham on every single team. And the only one closest to stopping them here was Zeus eSports. Even then, there was only so much Zio could have done here because both his teams was pretty much substantiated from angles coming from Konina Power on the northeast section of the wall, of the circle there, and they can't exactly push up towards NOVA-XQF. So that was insane here. That moment's 2,684 damage. Can you imagine that? Oh my god, that's almost everyone in the game right there.
Oh, that's absolutely crazy. And Paraboy getting actually 7 out of the 17. It's insane from a single player. But for this round, I would say probably the saddest team this round is 4AM, dealing 847 damage, but only managed to secure 1 kill. So, yep, not a good round for 4AM. But this is the round of NOVA-XQF, and that is why they actually took over to 4AM in terms of the overall charge for now. But of course, we have 4 more rounds to go. Anything can still happen. And coming up in this stats here, the overall stats, 56 total kills in this round, 57 total knockouts, and the rest of them as we have seen earlier. And now we move on to the recap from the previous round.
Yeah, from the recap as well here, the circle, I would say the flag path was gone on the eastern side of the circle, right? And where we're talking about the circle, teams definitely need to rotate to far west here. So there are going to be some teams that kind of struggle a bit here. When it comes to flag paths like this, teams are going to be straggling a lot here. And I think one of the first teams that kind of straggled a lot was definitely Abrupt Slayers, I believe. They kind of lost their life against NOVA-XQF. Like NOVA-XQF got the first blood, they went on the hunting spree, they were not afraid to go in for the rotations here, and every team kind of struggled here, and everyone was expecting here, is this a crazy circle? And it might be a Zarky circle as well. And initially we thought, yes, it might be a Zarky circle. You can see a lot of teams starting to spread out towards Zarky region, but guess what? It was a scam. It does not happen all that too often again. And it actually opened up towards one of the mountain terrain into the eastern side, which was really, really nice. But eventually, this final circle was pretty much the deciding factor here because NOVA-XQF, they understand that, hey, we have map control in this particular circle. Let's take advantage of the map control and spread out their wings, which they did. And this is the reason why the moment they did exactly that, they had so much information to work with, they pushed every single team out of their formation and they had to fight each other. And the moment they had the high ground, they know that the western side is clear. This is my territory here. The only forces we need to worry about is Zeus eSports and Navi. And if they take those 2 teams out, we are in prime position to destroy everyone here. And that's exactly what happened. Look at this. Navi, they tried their best to try and take the fight against NOVA-XQF, but it just didn't work out. So Nova, they had to make a decision here. Do we let Paraboy do his thing? And we focus on Zeus eSports. And they trusted Paraboy to get the job done. And they came out on top. So kudos to them. Congrats to them here, apparently here, because 4 matches have passed in this final day, in day number 4. We're going to be heading off towards the final 4 games to come. The final 4. And we're going to be looking at a potential new champion. But ladies and gentlemen here, that's it for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Finals Day 4 here for the first 4 matches. We're going to be taking a short break, and right after the break, we'll be out with a new set of casters for you guys to enjoy the final 4 here. That's ICBaby12, myself here, going to be signing out alongside with Sir Cloud, and we will be taking the short break. And we will see you guys after the show, after the game.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
Welcome to Dubai Frame.
This frame was described as the biggest frame on the planet. So this is Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum, and he's the father of Dubai. Watch it, oh!
This is just glass. Shows you everything that's under.
What you guys are viewing now is the old Dubai. And then we go over there, when you see the Sheikh Zayed Roads and all the towers.
Al Fahidi historical neighborhood.
This is very old. This is the old souk.
Beautiful shop.
Enjoy PMGC!
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Global Championship Season 0 2020 with me, El Doge.
And your partner as well, Jelly, is here. We're going to bring you the 5th match of today in Sandhawk.
Oh my god, after the amazing 4 matches before, we can't deny that Chinese team are quite dominating today, Jelly.
I don't think it's quite. I mean, like, it's really dominating, especially if you can see the match before in Erangel where NOVA-XQF can secure 17 kills. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the new meta.
Yeah.
The split meta coming from the Chinese team, they defend their particular place really well. Even in the end, Paraboy sent it towards the back line. He cuts a lot of rotation coming from Aerowolf and also Navi, and also the other team, even Zeus. The team that play really aggressive these 2 days can't counter the gameplay coming from Nova.
Yeah, they cannot defend as good as Nova, doing the attack, doing the aggressive, and I think we're going for the 5th match of today in Sandhawk. Look at here, it's going to be very hype, the 4x4 map.
The 4x4 map, it is the smallest competitive map in PUBG right now, and Sandhawk itself, we hope, right? We want to see the action pack coming from the players because this is the last chance for them to gain a lot of points, the accumulation point, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The players already dropping down from the plane, going towards their signature drop zone, and maybe hope for the best for the accumulation point.
Yeah, look at the flat path as well. Very, very not so good for the teams who are trying to do the drop zone in Paradise, Camp Bravo, Lokawi, and Kampong, but this is a very advantage for the team who can do the drop zones like BTR, having the drop zones in Ruin, and Navi doing the splits as well. Okay, still the same for Aerowolf and Futbolist, will securing the Camp Alpha. And look at for the circle.
Yeah, again, the classic circle for Sandhawk divides 3 different islands, the Alpha, Bravo, and also Charlie. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the top 5 fraggers, which is Order with 52 kills, and also Souk with 50 kills. I think that is the reason, that is the fact that Chinese team right now is quite dominating, but it's still the 5th game right now. All of the teams already going to their drop zone. But I agree with Jelly, when it comes to the eastern part of the map, it's actually quite hard because it will squeeze towards the central. They need to move towards the central, or it will be worst case if the zone going to the Alpha or the Charlie Island.
Yeah, correct. And I think it's going to be early rotation for some teams. They're trying to securing the choke point, like the area around Ruins, Bootcamp, and the bridge nearby Haten. Usually for the early 5 minutes, some teams already do the fast looting. and moving for their next checkpoint.
Yeah, like you already mentioned before, Nova already moved towards the river, crossing the river, but right now, RRQ, D2E already spots King. The shot has already happened. King is slow and knocked down. The first player being knocked down at Sunhawk right now. RRQ already learned a lot from the previous Sunhawk, from the previous days. They know Nova will move pretty fast, and right now King already being knocked down. And this will be a very easy confirm kill coming from RRQ because we can't see the other members, the other teammates from Nova around the area. So 1 kill for RRQ Athena right now.
Yes, the first blood going in for D2E. So Nova will survive with their 3 players. And actually for the split, for Nova itself, it is not a good thing for the early game, especially if just like previous case when King get kidnapped by the players from RRQ. And look at here for the Konina Power. Konina Power hasn't get any chicken dinner yet, but they maintain to get into the first page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, again, at the Battle Royale itself, it is very important to maintain our consistency. But yeah, we move again towards the battlefield because one of the players from Power 88 right now, Korpai, the in-game leader coming from that team, already being hit quite hurtful right now and try to escape from A1 eSports. The timing is already happened, still happening right now. Sinister, ooh, the backfire coming from Korpai, but it's not enough to knock down Sinister. But I think this is a good timing for Korpai right now to regroup towards his teammates.
Yeah, Korpai cannot stay any longer if they want to do the regrouping. For now, Korpai already get the information, but look at Stops. Stops already running nearby for backup his teammates, and Korpai already do the smoke setup to go back off a little bit, don't want to take any more risk.
I think it's very important to have our teammate to defend our backline or maybe doing the smoke wall coming for us because when it comes to a team battle like this, we need to have a lot of information. We need to defend at the off angle especially. And when it comes to defending right there, coming for Power 88, they done it pretty well, and Korpai right now can regroup with his teammates and fight for the other time going to the mid or maybe to the late circle later.
Yeah, oh my god, this is the bootcamp area. Previously, we saw lots of actions in bootcamp when Bigetron and Alpha 7 trying to secure this area, but Abrupt Slayers, oh, they're trying to secure the warehouse inside the bootcamp, but Alpha 7 Low looks like he already got the information from the vision that he gets from the second floor for now. Low still maintains to get the information more and more for his teammates.
Usually, right, Abrupt Slayer will go towards the scrapping area near Paradise Resort. I think they already know the zone. Maybe more than 80% will go towards the Alpha or Charlie Island, or maybe at the western part of the Bravo Island itself. So they already moved pretty fast towards the garage area of the bootcamp itself. But we move again to the Bigetron Red Aliens. They move from the ruins to the choke point that you already mentioned before, and they meet Navi right now. Navi, Meku, spawning the movement of the Bigetron Red Aliens player. Liquid, what a shot with the M24. The headshot is really amazing, and this is the timing to revive one of his teammates, which is Luxy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, correct. And the knock trading over here maintain for Liquid to revive his teammates, and it's going to be a little bit calm down, I think. So they're still getting split by the river, and look at RRQ, they already moved out from Hainan towards another checkpoint nearby to Bigetron Red Aliens.
Yeah, I think this is a checkpoint for RRQ, but for the game itself, this is a checkpoint right Horizon. What a good shot coming towards the Ernie 007, but it's not enough to knock him down. But Ryzen, at least for Bigetron itself, they already know there's a team, there's a player at a high ground. The spray is already happening again, but not enough again to knock down Ernie. But Ernie it is not safe for you guys, for RRQ Athena itself, because your exact position already being spotted by Bigetron, and just I mentioned, Zaxi have the knockdown for Ernie 007 and a confirmed kill, the first kill coming for Bigetron Red Aliens.
Yeah, Bigetron Red Aliens gets their first kill for now, and it is not a good thing for RRQ since they're still on the open field. They only got the smokes, and as if you know, the smokes in Sandhawk is very hard and quite rare.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, smoke, the utility, especially the smoke, like you already mentioned before, we need to save. We need to use it wisely because, you know, not only because it is rare, but afterwards, when we talk about the lead circle, we need smoke really much. We need it very, very much. But yeah, we back again to the game. Zeus eSports, the one that play aggressive in these 2 days, already have a compound near the bootcamp area, and they just need to chill out for a while, maybe to have more information, gathering more intel. And yeah, it's calm before the storm at bootcamp right now.
Yeah, more and more teams coming into the bootcamp area. I think they're just trying to get the time for do the rotation as well. They try to secure the edge of the island nearby the Camp Alpha Island to oh my god, Liquid. Another shot from Liquid. I hope he gets the headshot, but not enough because Matic still gets the low ground. He can defend himself and just going back to secure himself.
Yeah, I think that is the amazing terrain of Sanhok itself, because Sanhok is like an open field area with compounds. I mean, like, this is a jungle, so there are a lot of things that can be used for a cover, like compound itself, of course, and also trees, stones, and also another obstacle. But we come to Power 88 again, who already almost lost one of his members, which is Corpai at the early game. Right now, meet A1 eSport. Like, this is the Jafu, because A1 eSport earlier took him down, but right now they already spot the exact location of A1 eSport itself.
Yeah, Power 88 and A1, they need to clean one of the teams because they're still on outside from the zone as well. They're trying to do the edge, to retake the edge of the circle. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. is very peaceful on the Paradise, as you can see from the maps. And Alpha 7 over here already securing the cliff nearby the bootcamp, but he's still alone.
But really amazing, like you already mentioned before, at the northern or northeast area right now. It's quite massive. A lot of teams are in there. We can see right now A1 eSport, Power 88, and again Digital Athletics, and also 4 a.m. It will become massive, but right now, at this particular zone, going to the zone number 2, this is just like a calm before the storm. After this, if the zone quite bouncing towards the place that is not so many people right there, it will become the storm.
Oh my god, look at Power 88. Ooh. They're trying to do the rush. Sinister already throw the grenades towards Power 88. Triple D is in front of him. Sinister is trying to defend himself. Another shot's coming in, but look at Stomps. They're cooking the grenades. And here it goes. The grenades will connect, and boom! Sinister is being taken down, and this is the moment for Power 88 to secure another kill point.
I mean, that is a very smart movement coming from Power 88. You know, both of the players are cooking the grenade, but one player from the Power 88 just defend the place to make one player from A1 eSport just can't go outside the room itself. So the nade just thrown inside, and one knockdown, one confirmed kill. Right now, 4 versus 3 between Power 88 and also A1 eSport. But there's a homework coming for Power 88. That's what I want to say. They are still not inside the zone. Meanwhile, A1 eSport already defending the edge of the circle.
Yeah, this is not really good actually, but still they can try to hold for the blue zone, still on the second phase. Bigetron Red Aliens still on piece in this compound area. This is the derby, the Asian derby is coming in. Another spray down for D2E, but still not connect, still not enough also. But now we also get one player knocked down from Liquid.
I mean, like, the substitute player from Bigetron is just really amazing. Liquid, did the job pretty well. I mean, he's a sniper. He took down one player from Navi again and again, even though it is not a confirmed kill, but to decreasing the utility, decreasing the equipment, I mean the vest and also helmet coming from the other team, it is very important to be done at the battlefield. But right now, A1 eSports and Power 88, still the stalemate happening.
Yeah, still the stalemate, and they're trying to do the reviving each other. Meanwhile, Corpa is already being secured as well. This is not good if they're trying to hold too long in the blue zone. Their utilities will be done. And look at Ice, he's trying to do the rush, or how is it? With his teammates also, two of the players from Power 88 trying to do the repositioning, and A1 also not moving anywhere, just staying behind the trees, waiting for the Power 88 players to popping out and comes out.
This is, you already mentioned before, going or stay at the outside of circle, we will decrease our utility, especially our healing prompt by itself. But right now, I think from A1 eSports, they do not want to take the risk. They do not want to shut the player from Power 88, but at the same time, Power 88 need to move right now. But in the other hand, or on the other hand, we move on to the battlefield because 4 AM right now, the strong team on the top, Hasaki, their sniper, already being knocked down by Klas Digital Athletics. The nade is thrown again and again. The regrouping team, the follow-up coming from DA already in here, but Hasaki, he is going to the backside. But two players from 4 AM right now is already being taken down. Svan, can he revive Hasaki right now?
This is not good. This is very bad situation for 4 AM. They need to the point, but look at that. Third party is real. From bootcamp, there's Lau also being very aggressive with his tapping, playing so aggressive. And Suk, I think he's the last man standing active. Svan cannot hold it anymore. There's still Lau trying to do another steal kill.
Ooh, another steal kill. And this is usually happen in Sanhok because we already mentioned at the beginning of the fight itself, it's only 4x4 map. So it's easy to be spotted by the other team, which is quite close with us. And right now 4 AM, I think, oh yeah, Suk is still can reviving 43 Svan right now. But DA, we can see right now, they are quite aggressive. They want their prey. They are rushing in towards to the front. Right now, Race start or leading the team itself. But right now, Suk, what a great defense. No! But it's a regrouping coming from DA. Want to revive one player of him and searching for the last player of 4AM itself, and that is Van, the last member being taken down. 4 AM, the strong team, going first to the lobby.
Oh my god, this is the chance for Zeus, I think, to catch up with 4 AM. And Power 88 also eliminated. So as we can see for now, lots of team is trying to catch up the top 3. Zeus still very peaceful behind the bootcamp. They stick together, not doing any split like Alpha 7 or Abrupt Slayers or another team. They just want to stick together for Zeus itself.
Yeah, like we already mentioned before, Jelly. The zone number 2 or the second circle is just calm before the storm. And right now the storm is quite happening, even though this is not the climax of the storm itself. But two teams just being wiped out less than 5 minutes is just really amazing. But on the other hand, Team Secret Jin already made their move. 2K sent towards the circle, and maybe he is the scouter of the team itself. So he just want to defend the place. He just want to make sure this place can be taken by the player of Team Secret Jin itself. But at the other place, Team Secret Malaysia have one knockdown towards the other player with a vehicle explosion. Wow.
Okay, it's quite interesting. So Team Secret Jin can maintain to get this area with 2K as their scouters, and 2K already find another vision towards the bridge. On the other hand, Navi, old boy, the carry player from Navi is being taken down, and 3 members of Navi is too far away. I don't think old boy can be revived.
I mean, like, maybe Old Boy just being sent by the Navi to go towards the Bravo Island, because we saw earlier 3 players are still at the Alpha, but right now we go to the Alpha. place and going to the ruins. Aerowolf lost one of his member, which is, I think Potato is the scouter from Aerowolf being taken down by Team Secret Jin, who is faster to go to this particular place. But right now, the circle is being shrinking. Bigetron still have the central part of the circle itself, and they move towards the high ground right now.
Yep, correct. And Team Secret Jin, they need to secure this area. They know Aerowolf will try to retake the area as well. That's why 2K still trying to maintain behind the rock. And these two teams are trying to fight the edge of the circle. This is quite interesting as well. As you can see, the teams are all piling up in bootcamp area.
Pilings up at bootcamp, and quite massive at bootcamp right now. But we know that bootcamp has a lot of compounds, a lot of hiding spots, but not in this particular area, which is the cliff of the river itself. A1 eSports, who is the team that come from the outside of the circle right now at the edge of the circle, being held by Digital Athletics, and they are not easy to moving towards the circle after this, because at the circle number 4, I think this place will not be in the circle.
Yeah, A1, they're just trying to secure more time, to secure more placement points, I think, waiting for Klas Digital Athletics to move out from the cliff, and Abrupt Slayers not moving around, still on the warehouse nearby the bootcamp, and Navi, Old Boy has been revived. Oh my god. They send one players towards Old Boy to revive his teammates. This is a very good strategy from Navi.
Yeah, which is Tigzy, right? Like we already mentioned before, Navi just sent Old Boy to secure the place at the Bravo Island. But right now, because they already secured it pretty well, Old Boy is not being confirmed killed by Abrupt Slayer, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, it can be revived by Tigzy. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we can see a lot of players already going inside the circle. It's already quite massive inside. But Nova, I think Nova and Zeus right now already have the central part of the circle itself. Konina Power have the compound right now, so it's quite stalemate again, and it's very disastrous moment for those who still outside the circle.
Yeah, Klas Digital Athletics, who's still on the edge, also got taken down by Team Secrets from behind. And look at Navi, they're trying to run through the cliff from the edge, securing as well, trying to sneaking in towards the bootcamp.
Yeah, but again, the healing strategy at Sunhawk, I think it's still possibly done, and right now I see Team Secret Jin maybe will do the healing game, but we'll see later because they still have the movement. Aerowolf, at the other hand, still swimming inside the river, and it's very dangerous for them, or dangerous moment, because when you knock down inside the water, you can't be revived, and it will be an instant kill coming for you.
This is not a good thing for Aerowolf, I think so, because there's already Navi team, and they're trying to catch Aerowolf. Look at them, Super Una and Spav. When they reach or touchdown from the water area, I think they will get some bullets from Navi team.
Yeah, I think so, because Tigzy already know the exact location of Aerowolf itself. And speaking for the other teams that come from the water, A1 eSports just touched down at the cliff, but right now going straight forward to the bootcamp area, 6-9 being knocked down. GZ, the one that used the vehicle earlier, knocked down also from falling down. Dante, I think the last man standing from A1 eSports right now try to go inside the circle, but being knocked out by Digital Athletics, where they have the place before. But Zaxi fighting again and again, the Jafu between these two teams, Navi and also BTR at the high ground of the bootcamp itself.
Oh my god, look at BTR, they're still trying to get more kill. Ryzen over here with the X3 scope already gets some vision and information. Oh my god, the Natus connect. Our 7 low is being taken down, and Nova still on the lower ground, but Chari and Joker, they need to get revived by his teammates.
I mean, Abrupt Slayers is just too hard to go towards the bootcamp, because at the open field, there is Digital Athletic from the compound shooting towards them, and Rhino Alpha 7, I think, still can revive his teammate. Low can be revived. Abrupt Slayer, Leon, the last man standing to go towards the bootcamp, is already touched down. So this will become a close quarter combat coming from Abrupt Slayer and also Alpha 7.
Yeah, moreover, they're not inside the circle. Oh my god, this is a bad news for Alpha 7 and Abrupt Slayers. Look at the achievement for Sena Texas. reviving 20 teammates. Wow, what a good support coming in from Santa, Texas.
What a good support, but right now we come to the battlefield where Sway Win tried to shot towards the Abrupt Slayer in front of him, but still, the fighting coming from Bigetron, also Navi at the high ground still commencing, and Navi is being taken down and sent to lobby. This is zone number 5, and we saw earlier, Zeus is the only team who have the compound inside the circle. But right now, VTR, Liquid, and the other teammate taken down again. Player from NOVA-XQF. Paraboy is just left alone from behind. Order securing the place for them near the circle. One by one player is being taken down. It's just the storm already started right now, Jelly.
Yes, correct. The calm is already finished now. Here comes the storm, and the blue zone is already squeezing it. There's no more time for Abrupt Slayers and Alpha 7. They cannot hold it anymore, and lots of fire over here and over there. There's a lot of war, and Silas with his teammates also, they don't want to take a lot of movement. They're just trying to be very sneaky. Oh my god, lots of blood is over here. Leon X, last man standing from Abrupt Slayers. Will he can survive? No more. He cannot survive anymore.
Yeah, Abrupt Slayer just been taken down by the blue zone because it's already quite have a lot of damage. But what? Konina Power from where he shoot towards the Alpha 7. Oh, so that particular area from that compound have the spot coming towards the Alpha 7. But right now, Bigetron just touched down at the high ground. Want to go towards the lower ground, but it's quite hard because a lot of team already spotting him. But Silas still spotting towards the Alpha 7. The shooting, no, we move, but Silas, the one that can knock down one player from Alpha 7, being countered by the other player from Alpha 7 itself. Right now, the zone number 6, Ryzen, Luxy, the last two players from Bigetron, try to go from the high ground towards the lower ground. But again, it's really hard because a lot of team already inside the circle.
Yeah, this is a lot of decisions that they need to make. They must race with the timing as well. And Zeus is very peaceful inside the house. No one wants to contest them. And High Boy, High Boy over here with Team Secret still standing strong. 4 members trying to clutch with Konina Power. Oh my god, can he manage to get lots of kills from Konina Power? Look at the play zone, already gets lots of players as well. And Alpha 7 is eliminated on the 5th place.
Who? Alpha 7, the teams that goes out from the boot camp, can't do a lot because a lot of teams already defend, especially Zeus and also Team Secret Malaysia. But right now, the very disadvantaged position is for Konina Power because they are being pinched down, not only from Team Secret Malaysia, but also from Zeus eSports inside the circle. And Bigetron with 7 kills being eliminated at the 4th position, while he still can knock down one player from Konina Power, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the circle is on Zeus' side. Exer, no more. There's no more help for him. He must do the healing, but Team Secret over there also doing the revive. And there's still 3 teams: Zeus, eSports, Team Secrets, and Konina Power.
Zeus is just having the best position, the best advantage right now. He just needs to wait. He just needs to accept the battle between all the other teams. He doesn't need to join the battle because he already have the position. And right now, Zeus already play pretty smart because they do not want to just have one vision, but a lot of vision coming towards a lot of teams inside or outside the circle. But right now, Team Secret Malaysia being knocked down. 2 of their players, High Boy, the last man standing, will face Konina Power in a short time.
Yeah, correct. But Zio and his friend is trying to do the defense. Oh no, Exer is being caught by the players from Team Secret. And Zeus, I think he will get the winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Konina Power still trying to get another kill from High Boy. But High Boy, look at the clutch. He's trying to secure another kill point. But the DPS, the blue zone, is very hurtful. Healing time, no more time. iShots also over there is trying to do the healing game with his 13 first aid kit.
13 first aid kit. I think Team Secret Malaysia will not join the fight anymore, but right now Frozen being knocked down, and I think Zeus already know this is the moment. We need to conquer the circle itself, and the push already being happened. Zeol with the Uzi, and they're playing, but Gunsless being knocked down. Black One is not being spotted. Gonzo, the last man standing. 1 versus 1 right now between between the Zeus and also Konina Power, but right now Zeus just won the fight, just won the place, and Zeus inside the circle. iShots, meanwhile, still do the healing game outside the circle. And I think this will be a confirmed chicken dinner for Zeus, but Team Secret Malaysia, with this strategy, can go outside for the second place or the runner-up.
He still got the time to do the spray for Zeol, but look at him. Oh no, no time. And winner, chicken dinner for Zeus eSports.
Zeus eSports just got their second chicken dinner at the grand final with a lot of kills, a good prediction of the place itself, and the winner chicken dinner, really amazing. Meanwhile, iShot just played really nasty. Even though he's still doing the healing game, he tried to get one kill at least to giving up the addition of the kills point itself. But again, Zeus eSport performing really well. And at these 2 days, especially this particular match, have the chicken dinner.
Yeah, correct. There's lots of actions in Sanhok, as you can see, when all of the teams is trying to do the touchdown for the circle as well. And Bigetron Red Aliens playing quite aggressive when they're trying to reach the touchdown of the edge of the circle. Every time they saw another enemies, they're trying to do secure kills. But look at here, the first players from Nova King is just being kidnapped by the players from RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is very important to have an element of surprise when it comes to Sanhok, because Sanhok is a very small map, just 4 times for area of Sanhok itself. So if we can be the third party, I think it will become better. Just then we become the head-to-head battle between us and the other team. But right now we can see the battle is happening from the zone number 5 or the 5th zone, because from the 1st until the 4th, I think most of the teams just want to secure their place, just want to play the objective gameplay, which is going to towards the circle itself. But when it comes to the circle number 5, towards the last circle, the area is not wide anymore, and they need to defend what it costs, all costs, at the place that they want to defend. And right now, the last battle, I think, between the Zeus and also Konina Power, but again, the battle, Zeus, the aggressive team, can take down player from Konina Power at the close quarter combat. Zeus is just too strong at the close combat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And Zeus with Konina Power, both of them having a very high firepower for their individual skills, especially for Zeus is Ably, and for Konina Power, I think it is Gonzo or Black White.
Yeah, Gonzo and also Black White. And don't forget, from Zeus, there is a player called Zeol. Right? Zeol is, I read some of their article from Zeus itself, because they come from the wildcard. Zeol is one of the MVP from the wildcard area. So Zeus is just so strong, but still under the radar. And right now at the grand final, they show the quality of them. They are just so amazing. And the chicken dinner at the 5th game, Sanhok, is for them.
Yeah, even though they're maintained to get the circle is on their side. If they cannot maintain to defend the house, the compound itself, I don't think Zeus can take the winner chicken dinner in Sanhok. But because of the clutch, because they won the clutch with Konina Power, that's why they can get a lot of kills as well. And iShots is just trying to do the sneaky thing, but he didn't manage to get the kill point from Zeus.
Yeah, from your perspective, I think this is a very important thing to be understood by PUBG Mobile player. We know that we can't predict zone at 100% rate.
Yes.
But when it comes to us, we need to manage our luck factor to be the winner chicken dinner factor. I mean, if Zeus can't deny the fight coming from Konina Power, it will be a disaster for them, and I think Konina Power will get the winner chicken dinner.
Yes.
But like you already mentioned before, because their play style, they're aggressive, they already built the momentum, not only for today, but from yesterday, they are very ready to fight at the close quarter combat. And this is, guys, the million reward guests for you guys who guess Zeus eSport to get the winner chicken dinner at this match. Daily prize pool is for you, 10 million AG and also 1 million UC voucher.
Yeah, that's a lot of prize pool being given for you guys, for as the viewers of PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So anyone who can guess it right, I don't know, You mentioned it on the live chat, I think?
Yeah. He can get the total prize pool, but that is the total, not for, per person. We'll get the 10 million AG and also 1 million UC. It's just too much.
Yeah, it's a lot of prize pool. So it's daily, right?
Yeah,
it's
it's
being
daily.
given for daily as well, and the grand prize rewards is 150k US dollars for anyone or you guys audience if you can guess the winner chicken dinner winner correctly.
Yeah, in 4 days for the 150k USD, it's for 4 days a guess. You win a portion of the 1500 USD. If there are more than 100 winners will be selected and each one will be given 1500 USD. So the 150k USD, it will be divided or will be distributed towards the 100 winners.
Yep, correct. And here you go. The overall ranking is after the 5th match. Still standing strong for the top 3, NOVA-XQF, 4AM, and Zeus.
Yeah, you were right, but right now Zeus is just the same point with 4M because at the last match 4M just got the Tucson area. Right now with 271, these two teams are the same. At the same time, Bigetron Red Aliens go to the 4th position while Navi going down towards the 5th. The 6th is Konina Power, 7 Team Circuit Malaysia, 8 is not the different team, it's still Digital Class Athletics.
Yeah, from the 10th place until the 16th place, there's no change at all, I think so, because they just collecting very minimum points, but not for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 can get 11 points, so I think there's still 3 more matches for the rest who trying to catch up the leaderboards. And Konina Power still on the first page as we discussed before, Aldoge. Konina Power hasn't got any chicken dinner yet, but he's still playing very consistent.
Jelly, to be frank, I think because it's only 3 games left, right? I think it's safe to say to reach the global champion right now is just between these 3 teams, Nova, 4AM, also Zeus, because these 3 teams already had a lot of points.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Bigetron still can reach the global champion, but these 3 teams is just too strong. And right now, the most available player, like we already mentioned before, is Yol. With 2 kills, 465 damage, and the survival time is just maximum at Sunhawk itself, 25 minutes at most.
So Zeal is not being taken out at all from the Sunhawk match. He's playing very good, and for the kills and damage statistic over here, as you can see, Zeus 10 kills, but not so huge damage for themselves because they just defending that compound.
Yeah, at the other hand, Bigetron also Digital Athletics, only 7, also 4 kills, but the damage is just massive because they're the team that try to go towards the circle, and in the way going to the circle, they fight or they fought a lot of teams. And the other hand, 4AM, the strong team, no kills at all, but 409 damage is quite massive, I think, because they defend from not only 1 team, but 2 or 3 teams. But the one that head-to-head with 4AM from the last match is Digital Athletics.
Yeah, correct. I'm totally agree with you as well. And for Aerowolf, I don't think he played very good for this match. Previously, Aerowolf can get 2 winner chicken dinners in Sunhawk, but for this map, Aerowolf only gets 0 points.
Yes, and the highest total kills, it will be different again from the previous day, which we saw for a little bit. Zeus got the most kill, but right now, NOVA-XQF with 138 total kills, highest total damage for 4 Angry Men, 31,000. Average survival time for Digital Athletics, and also vehicles usage rate the most still for Futbolist.
Okay, so Futbolist using lots of vehicles and in the maps itself. They're trying to do the play to play the objective. Play objective gameplay, and 4AM Nova, yeah, as you can see, they're very aggressive. They're all aggressive teams. They maintain to get lots of kills and damage. And here we go for the top 3 fraggers, still the same, I think.
Yeah, I think still the same for the top 3. The Terminator, we can say, right, Order with 53 kills. And again, Suk with 50, and also Zio with 45. But what is interesting in here is the top 3 fraggers have different most or favorite weapon. M4 for Order, Burial for or M762 for Sook, and also Uzi for Zeal. But all the players in here, especially Sook and also Zeal, is these two just like to have a close quarter combat because Burial and Uzi, the most effective range is for the close quarter combat.
Yeah, they are all the rushers from their teams. That's why they secure a lot of kills, and the damage itself also huge. Not only by killing, steal kill, but they also doing lots of damage. And here we go for the top 5 players. As you can see, another 4 AM players, Nova players, Zeus also. But look at here, Ryzen now popping out from Bigetron Red Aliens.
Yes, Ryzen from Bigetron Red Aliens. But again, Sook, Order, and Paraboy, and also Zeal, they just play very aggressive. Coming from them, the kills is quite massive. When it comes to Ryzen, I think very important to see him at the last match when he's the one or the last man standing coming from the Bigetron and still try to get the kill coming from the other team. But again, Zeal, the most available player, even though the number is not too high.
Yes.
It's just unbelievable. More than our expectation. Zeus eSports from the wildcard played very well. Not only pretty well, but very well at the grand final, especially at the last 2 days right now.
Yeah, and also the total survival time for Zeal itself. He got the most survival times among of the top 5 players. Even though, as you mentioned before, the kills is not as much as Order or Sook, but the survival time. So we can say that Zeal have lots of chance to become the last man standing from Zeus, and he also contributes a lot, 27% contribution for the teams.
Again, it's very important to be noted that PUBG Mobile is a survival game.
Yeah.
So it's really amazing to see a Zeal with that lot of or the highest survival time. But right now, this is the recap from the game itself. From the first time or the early game of the Sanhok itself, it is divided by 3 locations, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. But in the end, it comes to Bravo area.
Okay. Eldoge.
What?
Do you know this one thing?
What?
Zeus not moving anywhere.
Like Aerowolf yesterday.
Yeah. Oh my, look. He just staying there, stick together in that compound,
yes.
That choke point, and the circle is just coming for the Zeus. It's like they have the fortune lady.
Yeah, they have the fortune lady, even though all the players are men.
Yeah.
But they have the fortune lady. But again, when it comes to you, but you can't manage it pretty well, it will become a backfire for you. And I think Zeus did pretty well, and this is the particular moment when Konina Power tried to push them. They can repel it pretty well, and even Zeal is the man who banished Konina Power from the game. Even though iShots, I don't know, nasty play coming from him, want to try to steal 1 kill maybe from Zeus eSports, but it is not enough. It can't be done because the DPS from the zone is already quite hurtful, and I think Zeus already knows where's the exact location of iShots itself.
Yeah. Correct, I'm totally agree with you. It was Sanhok for our 5th match, and I think it's the first and last Sanhok for today.
Oh no!
It's not a repetitive maps, right? Like yesterday, because yesterday Sanhok was being played for 2 times. Look at here. We just want to remind you for the PUBG Mobile trading cards is now be available. You can get it from the shop.epix.gg.
Yes, all the top players while supplies last. And don't forget, this is pre-ordered. So grab it fast because it's very amazing. It's rare. And maybe you can get some signed card like Paraboy right there. Ooh, ladies out there.
Yeah. I think I want to order the Paraboy card.
Really?
Oh my god. Because if you know that every card or each card is unique and has a QR code.
Okay. QR code. So we can scan it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe that's the match of the 5th match, right? Sandhawk. We will see you guys again at the 6th match. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see more excitement, more amazing gameplay from the grand finalists. See you guys at the 6th match.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
This game ends with from the top side. In there, it's just happy by itself.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals here. My name's ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Sir Cloud as we're going to be taking through the final 3 games of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. My, oh my, what an exciting game here coming from Zeus eSports here. Seems to me the 5th game for today, they've finally found their mojo and they've stepped it up here. And congratulations here, they do get themselves a couple of points here, but is it gonna be enough to catch up with 4AM and XQF NOVA? But I'm really liking how it actually went down for Zeus eSports here. Seems to me in the map of Sunhawk, it's worked out really well for them here, considering that they took a page of XQF NOVA in the exact identical circle of yesterday's Sunhawk map here. And they played it much better than XQF here. And guess what? Zeus, in that particular circle, they won that round as well as being the winners for that particular map as well. So congratulations to Zeus here, but the final 3 maps is going to be the deciding factor for them. Will they be able to rise up the challenge and claim to be the kings of games here? As of now here, Sir Cloud, why don't you just take us through to the next game?
And here we go. We're going to go into the next game here, ladies and gentlemen, whereby the battle will be fought in the dusty map of Miramar. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The flight has begun and it will be taking away here. Okay.
Yeah.
Later will be Miramar. We will start off with Erangel first. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. But if we do look at the overall current rankings, now down to the last 3 games, I think we can safely say that our eyes will be on the top 3 for the championship at this moment, ICBaby.
Yeah, and you know, I like how we kind of pranked out the audience as well here. We're expecting like a Miramar as well. We saw the flight path. Hey, kind of look like desert plains here, but gotcha. It is going to be Erangel here, El Clasico, NOVA-XQF in the top of the charts here, 296 points, right? And we saw the earlier performance. Zeus getting a chicken dinner here, now tying it with 4 AM. So the top 3s are definitely going to be eyeing for the top spot here. Bigetron on the 4th place as well. The final 3 matches here, I'm not sure if Bigetron is going to be able to pull rank to try and take the championship title from NOVA-XQF. It's going to be a really rough one here unless we're looking at what? 20 kills all the way through in the final 3 games, which is maybe possible. but it's gonna be a run one here. Seems to me our predictions for today is gonna be spot on here, as the circle is gonna be pushing somewhere in the vicinities of potentially Gatka or even Georgiopol in that regards here, Sir Cloud.
It almost feels like our earlier game today. The circle, it looks very similar. It feels like a deja vu. So, well, let's see how the players this time adapt to a almost similar circle. Are they going to learn their lessons from the previous round, or are they going to do something? Are they going to do something similar and stick to their current plan of how they have always played? So let's see how things goes. But KDA, I see, baby. KDA fell from grace, I can say. The first 2 days were amazing for the holding on to that top spot very, very strongly. But when it comes to day number 3, they start to fall off. And today in game, day number 4 hasn't been their day. So unfortunately, they will no longer be title contenders. But of course, they can still play for placement to get as high up as possible to earn as much money as possible.
That's the thing, right, Cloud? When we were talking about KDA, right? I had this discussion like yesterday with John as well as Jason Kaplan. We had this discussion on a meeting where they mentioned about, hey, KDA has been very consistent throughout the PUBG Mobile League stages all the way through, and they were kind of under the radar, right? And I also had a discussion with the managers coming from Bigetron where they don't exactly know what's up with them on top of that. So people kind of like figured out what is up with KDA. So that's the thing about when it comes to the tournaments itself, right? We're always looking at the top teams. It's really rare to actually watch at the guys at the bottom, which is really unfortunate. So when it comes to prepping up strategies, eyeing out for potential rivalries in that regards, people kind of left out. We knew that the teams from PMGC kind of left up KDA for first 2 teams, but when they started getting high kill points and getting those chicken dinners here, something is wrong. So we could immediately see the big change from yesterday's games itself, where a team started to adapt there. Hey, KDA loves doing this here. There's something is wrong. We gotta fix this, and that, and hence that is where Zeus Esports showed the most prominent success in yesterday's performance with the biggest leap in a single day. So it all comes down to adapting to each other's play style when it comes to this stage of the game. Every single moment, every single match is going to be crucial by the minute, especially now when we're down to the final 3 games here, Sir Cloud.
Yep, totally agree with that, IC baby. If during the league stages or even before when we started the PMGC, if anyone were to say like, do you think that, if anyone would say, okay, Zeus is going to be title contenders, I think someone's going to bite someone's hand off for saying that. But now they are showing that they're going against the odds, and yep, you overlook us, now we are at the top 3. But Order, this guy has been the man of the moment for our finals here, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing performance by Order. He and Suk just go neck to neck with each other in terms of trying to get those kill points in for their team. But yeah, great play so far in the finals. But I must say, now we must give a lot of respect to Zeus Esports coming in for as pretty much an underdog really to actually win the tournament, and now they're at the top 3 and still gunning for that championship.
Yep, and now Zeus actually switching up the strategy as well here. Remember, I mentioned as well, when it came down to the Gatka mount, the teams tentatively ignored here. In the previous game of Varangiel, we did see a couple of teams such as RRQ went up to actually check it off as well alongside with Aerowolf here. But this time Zeus will try and take the initiative to try and get a little bit of long range fights here. And speaking of long range shots here, we've seen Zayo outplay a lot of opponents, especially in yesterday's performance. Will we see those kind of long range shots? We shall see, because as of now they're going to be making their way into the Gatka Mountains. As you can see, Zeus, well, getting a little bit greedy here. Interesting approach here coming from Zayo. He's going to be docking out 2 vehicles in one of this compound here, potentially trying to salvage the vehicles for a later fight, which may or may not come, because considering it is only 6 minutes in towards the game here, teams are going to be figuring out what's going to be next trend here, and Zeus says, you know what? The early bird gets the worm. So in this case here, we do see another team also rotating in here. It's going to be PW888 and also Team Secret Jin here, and An interesting fact about PW888 here is that they've switched up their drop spots occasionally here. Yesterday, we see them drop Zarki a lot, but now they're going to the east side a little bit more here. However, now gunfight is going to be happening up here. This roadblock coming from Medusa will get clashed here as you can see Alpha 7 is going to lose one of the members here, immediately swarming for the He spoke. He's going to think to try and bail out of this fight here. He doesn't exactly have the utility to back off, and that's going to be Alpha 7 trading for the skills here, as they are going to be holding this compound, a fantastic, famous compound known to be the gatekeepers of this rotation here, especially if the teams who wants to rotate from the northeast section heading to the Georgia Bowl there, Cloud.
Yeah, because it's obviously because there is a bridge there, so that is actually a prime position if they want to gatekeep other teams from coming in to other prime position or even coming into the middle of the circle. But here we go. We can see from the map on the left side that's shown to us, there's still a lot of teams actually still on the outside. So this time, as compared to previous rounds, looks like a lot of teams are taking their time to actually get into the circle a little bit later. Probably they're still trying to see whether the circle could still shift up to the northern side of shooting range, or could it still be at the southern side of the Gatka Mountains. For now, we don't see anyone at the Gatka Mountains. Now, Gatka Mountains, some teams do favor that. Team Secret, they favor Gatka Mountain, but so far they are still at the foothill of Gatkama, not really taken that yet. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the comparison between Silk as well as Law. Average kills 1.9 versus 1.4 against Law, and percentage contribution to the team. Law seems to be the better team player, I would say, 31.9% overall.
Well, that's the thing about 4AM Sook and also Law, right? Like 4AM Sook, it's hard to compare when he's the number one team at one point, right? He's competing to be the best MVP in the game here. But when it comes to the team play here, it's all about the individual performance as a team, right? As a unit to actually win up the game. So Sook, he is the type of mechanical skill player that goes for those kind of pixel shots and very calculated decisions on top of that. And speak of the devil here, because 4AM, they will get a nice little straggle kill all the way through. But yeah, the point I was trying to make as well is when it comes to Alpha 7, they're extremely hyper aggressive. They're not afraid to take very risky plays, and oftentimes they do get away with it. And whereas 4AM, they're more of a tactical discipline player, and that's just a big difference between both these team style players, especially from Alpha 7 and 4AM. Of course, over time, in the future, hopefully the playstyle will vary a little bit different here. But now at this stage here, it's now or never if you want to be called the kings of case in this regard here, Sir Cloud.
Yep, it's definitely now or never. Now it's but hang on a second. Icy. Oh no, Icy. It's been knocked down. It's been taken out by RRQ Athena. They're actually sieging down the Gatka Mountain. Oh no, Zeus eSports. They don't want to buy this early. Only 3 more games. They cannot afford to actually slip up or make any mistake. If not, it will be down to the top 2 teams. Now, Joel will immediately get away from this. 2 more of his buddies, not too sure where they are. But Joel managed to evacuate. It's a star man. Good thing he managed to provide this. But now we move on to Navi, putting a lot of pressure onto Secret Jin. And Secret Jin, U-turning the Matic, not letting them go. But can you actually get it knocked down? They're still not letting them go. There's play coming out. And then evacuation into the river for Secret Jin.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the submarine strats are already on its way here. They're going to be sacrificing all their vehicles right from the get-go, except for Zoke, which pretty much not going to be able to secure that fight here. However, I was thinking we're going to be seeing a little bit of replay here between Aerowolf as well as DA. So that's going to be KDA getting a couple of nice straggling kills here. But of course, Zeus eSports now having not the roughest of times here as they tried to take the Mount Everest for themselves here. Immediately gets raided on from RRQ, and that's the thing about the global championships, right? Considering that it is in games, there's not really a lot of breaks in between the games here to actually prep up for the strategy. Was extremely hard. If Zeus eSports had the time to actually watch the replay on the previous match, they would know that RRQ made the decision to run in towards this mountain in the previous games here. And unfortunately, they had to be the ones to fall victims in that regards, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, so RRQ, they managed to get one kill while they took out. But hang on a second, the kill feed is running there. Cosmos from Sika Jin has been knocked down, and Navi is actually the one close by. Navi now playing with 3 team members. They lost smoke quite early on, but the long range are actually coming in from 60, now still putting pressure on to Sika Jin. Can he actually get any further knockdown there? But no, it's going to be a little bit too far for him to actually get any knockdown, and Secret Jin Kengzo managed to secure themselves a compound as a checkpoint for now.
Yep, XQF Nova playing a little bit slow here. Jimmy actually going for a really hard pixel shot here. Being extremely sneaky here. He does have the Mini 14. He wants to keep his position a little bit off the radar. He does scout out one player coming from Futbolist, but as of now, there's not much information here. Every single team has been laying low for quite some time here. XQF Nova expecting the circle to end somewhere in the ruins vicinity potentially here. As you can see on the minimaps, a wide range of teams spread out across the northern section and also the southern section of this river. So we are going to be expecting potentially a couple of submarine strategies here if you were to go down to the southern section here, where in this case Zeus Esports will have the experience in that regards here. As the circle closes in, where is it going to go here? Because as of now, Team Secret Jin did manage to finish himself top 2. They actually managed to finish himself getting the chicken dinner against Konina Power in this particular circle. However, the circle is going to be shifting away from Team Secret Jin as it is going to be in the Rosal vicinity. Immediately, cars already piling up on the minimap. You can look at the amount of vehicles being disembarked. Attack of the Rosal. This is going to be that episode right here. However, Futbolist here, they will get knocked in as NOVA-XQF will go in for the rush. Immediately going for the pop here order. Actually setting up a grenade here, hoping to catch one of the players here. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to scout anyone here as they are going to be clearing in the vicinity. Levazine is knocked out. Order going to be going for the flank here. And Lud actually gets caught on. No assist whatsoever. And that will be it for PMWL West champions here. As Zoke is going to be retreat out of that immediately here. King tries to go in for a couple of suppressed shots. Unfortunately, it's going to be A-OK for now as Futbolist will live to tell another day or tale here. Another fight about to be on its way here. 4 a.m. on the northern section of the triple story house here. Is going to get raided in from PW888. As you can see, nades are being cooked in from stops. Is he going to kick it a little bit long here? He tries to lob it over. Doesn't seem to connect Hasaki. Hasaki is all by himself here. And the rest of the team from 4 a.m. actually make the play. 33 Sven here gets knocked onto his triple T. And that's going to be the finish on top of that. They are getting surrounded here. A huge flank coming in from 33 Sven. As you can see, Korpai is going to be trying to hold down the fort here. Meanwhile, on the minimaps as well, you can see Sinha is already making his way to try and outflank the guys from Thailand, as well as Korpai is going to be the only one to try and secure the flank for the rest of PW888 here. If he goes down, that might be a full force engulfment coming from 4 a.m. Here's the cloud.
It could happen here because the nade has been tossed out by Sven. Will he reach Korpai? No, Korpai has set himself a good distance between Sven, but his buddies are right in the forefront of the rest of team members from 4 a.m. And now the nade coming in. The rain of nades coming in from Xenia, tossing it onto the house. Will he manage to get a knockdown there? But Ice now is in trouble together with Two Stars. Two Stars and Ice, they are pinned out inside out. They cannot escape from this. The vehicle will be exploded at the same time. Korpai has been caught out by Xenia, and Korpai will manage to get away from this. But then again, for the rest of the 2 team members from Power 888, they are stuck inside a Korpai. There's nothing much you can do but actually watch the massacre unfold there inside the house and manage to get 2 kills inside the house. And PW888 unfortunately will only have Korpai to hang on for positioning points for Power 888.
Yep, fantastic performance here as the Chinese Titans is going to be looking for the #1 spot here. XQF Nova does have 2 kills, 4 a.m. already 4 kills on the scoreboard themselves here. They are going to be looking to get a little bit more. Meanwhile, this is going to be some replay for you guys here as NOVA-XQF Jimmy here gets a really nice shot against Futbolist here. Remember that fight earlier on as well where they actually took down 2 of the players here. And they actually, Konina Power also taking on one of the members from Futbolist as well. So that's going to be PMWL West champions getting taken out to leaving only one player left here. Meanwhile, NOVA-XQF here getting completely shut down from Matsoy from M1. And that's going to be Jimmy getting caught out in the open. There's no way Nova is going to be able to save him in time. So Team Secret here, this is going to be their usual hometown, as Ruins Watertown is pretty much Team Secret's drop spot. Guess what? They are going to be sharing it with Team Secret Jin as well as NOVA-XQF, going to be docking their way in. However, the circle, it does seem a little bit favoring in towards the river as well. We are going to be seeing a divider between the west side of Rozop and also the northern section of the Watertown as well. Submarine strats are coming in here. This is known from the Chinese teams. 4 a.m. will start to begin set up for the perfect trap. Will they come up alive? We shall see. Meanwhile, we do see Order also going to be hitting the 10k mark on the damage here. Done throughout PMGC. 20 here. Shots are coming in. Alpha 7 going to be taking a couple shots in as well. A1 going to be instant between both 4 a.m. Also Alpha 7 here. Meanwhile, we do see her already getting knocked away in this vicinity. A1, they're going to be resetting their vicinity. Whereas Sunnet, they are going to be extremely aggressive with this fight. Remember how we talked about this here. Alpha 7 is the aggressive player. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. they love to play it tactically in that regards. And look at this. From under the water, they don't know where it's coming from. So looking for those kind of secret strategies here, shooting through the cars here, hoping for the submarine to actually lay nades and get a couple kills in. Meanwhile, while some of the vehicles from 4 a.m. already breaking their way through here, we do see teams starting to adapt to this playstyle. They are going to be looking around if there is going to be any sort of vehicles in the river, potentially go in for a couple sandwiches here. On the minimap, we do see a couple shots coming in from ASL as well. And well, that's pretty much the northern section of the fight. On the southern side here, it's going to be Aerowolf as well as DA and RRQ here. RRQ Athena is going to be a three-way showdown. Someone's got to take the mountain here. RRQ has not secured it, and DA is going to be making it a little bit hard for them here. Meanwhile, Konina Power is going to zoom right past here, and potentially they are going to be thinking about the third party right here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, they tried to do the third party here. They had the high ground advantage, but then RRQ Athena, they are at the bottom. They're going to toss out the nade there, try to stop Konina Power for actually trying to take advantage from the high ground. Konina Power have nades of their own. They're going to counterfire the nade. Rex have been knocked out by Kengzo in another location on D2E. Have been knocked out by Gonzo through the nades, and the rain on this had not stopped. And Asaki have been knocked out by Oh Boy. And there you go. Gonzo with a nice flick there on the Salim. Managed to secure the kill. And we can see that the king of the mountain currently goes to Konina Power. Ernie is still right below the mountain. He's still trying to struggle. He's still trying to hang on to this. He still has his money to back him up. But Frozen, with his money, he's trying to go for the flag here. Frozen now still has the high ground. Going to toss side doesn't need that game. Now going to be in trouble. But Beer has been done. Beer could be finished off by Konina Power. Ernie cannot move on that. It's an angle that Ernie cannot do. And then Aerowolf just had to come in at the wrong time. Gonzo is going to mop the floor off of Aerowolf.
Oh, as of now, Ernie tried to make a pay here coming from RRQ, and that's going to be it for RRQ Athena. They have one more player somehow surviving this here. Ernie tried to quickly switch to pick out the members here. Unfortunately, did not prevail. Konina Power here, they're looking for the powerhouse. They've got 6 kills. Frozen is still not. They need to go for the save here. And unfortunately, they have still a little bit of time to work with here. 35 seconds on the clock. They have to move in the next phase here. However, the fight in Rozo is not over. ASL will come up on top. That's going to be Navi bowing out on 16th place here. Abrupt Slayers here, denying them potential points here. Meanwhile, KDA, oh, interesting position here. Silas does have the high ground of the radio antenna here. That's a perfect vision of the guys from Konina Power. Can he go in for a spray here? This is going to be a 300-meter shot. Can he land those shots to get the knock here? However, you can see he immediately backs off, does not want to take the risk here. He does not have a helmet. Meanwhile, Aerowolf, they're going to be taking the pew, going for the reset as well. Bigetron going to be hugging the eastern side of this circle. They will trap ASL in this vicinity. They want to get some KP for themselves here, coming from Bigetron Red Aliens. Meanwhile, on the northern section here, we're back at this story again here. 4 a.m. is still hiding underwater. They are playing the submarine strategy, but how long can they prevail? Because there is still 15 teams left in this small circle. This is insane, Sir Cloud.
Oh, yeah, it is insane at this point. Abrupt Slayers, one more left. Joker is still active, but look at this Konina Power. They are still king of the hill here, but the hill will not be worth anything the moment the zone comes in and say hi to them. We can see that's 4. Let's stop out the that counter back coming. Oh, Gonzo will need to pull up an amazing play, but there you go. There's only one more team member left. Potato is still around, but Konina Power unfortunately will choose to evacuate this situation and will leave their teammates behind. Potato will need to run to safety. The zone is here to say hi here to him. And at the same time, Gonzo together with Black. Oh no, and here we go. The somebody shines in, and Gonzo from inside. Gonzo can get one. Yes, Gonzo got it from inside the river. I see, baby.
Gonzo looks like two can play at this game here. 4 a.m. is still in the picture here, sharing the eastern side of the submarine here. In this case, they will make another submarine here from Konina Power and get a couple freebies here. However, that's another story to tell later here on, because 4 a.m. they were one of the first to submerge into his ocean here. They bled out all the utilities, and they will be the team to bow out on 12th place. Meanwhile, Abrupt Slayers, they're getting gatekeep here from Bigetron Red Aliens here. As Bigetron, they've only got 2 players in the vicinity. Ryzen needs to back off to go into this next zone here. He needs to go into for clutch. Ryzen almost got his behind clapped off as Abrupt Slayers are coming in. Guess what? NOVA-XQF is out on 11th place. Team Secret Jin as well. Oh my goodness. That is going to be the potential here for Zeus to actually take the win. Team Secret also alive as well. But Konina Power currently holding the highest kill leader in this game right now with 9 kills for the bag. A1 eSports will bow out on 8th place here. Not exactly sure what happened. The northern section is a chaotic fight. Meanwhile, Abrupt Slayers, they are going to be sharing the compound here with Bigetron Red Aliens here. As Bigetron is going to be getting rushed in. Abrupt Slayers going for the hunt here. Zuxi trying to buy a little bit of time for the team here. Ryzen is inside here, but there's nothing much Ryzen can do. Zuxi going to go in for the heal. And that's a story to tell later on, because as of now, Team Secret from the water town has finally made its way here. They have the high ground. They lost U-High, and Futbolist round will try and finish off U-High. In this case, as Futbolist still having a really hard vendetta against Team Secret after losing to them not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. So taking down U-High is going to be a huge consolation prize for Futbolist right now.
But then again, Futbolist, they only have 1 team member left, which is Realm, and they don't have the zone versus 2 from Team Secret. To do a head-to-head outside, it could be Team Secret again winning this skirmish against Futbolist, 4 skirmishes. But then again, let's move over to Abrupt Slayers. Joker, the last man standing for Abrupt Slayers. At the same time, Futbolist looks like they're eliminated at 7th place. So 4 skirmishes, every skirmish will go to Team Secret. KDA will be eliminated at 6th place as well. And Joker from Abrupt Slayers gets 5 kills. Bigetron Red Aliens, I see baby, is out at 4th place with only 2 kills.
This is prime time here for Zeus Esports if they want to catch up into the top 3 position here. Meanwhile, Team Secret and Konina Power might be the ones to put them at their place, as the submarine here from Konina Power has worked out ever since. It is a disastrous threat, but as of now, they don't exactly have mats here for 8 bandages up on here. They need to smoke up and try to make their way across towards Team Secret. And guess what? The circuit is helping Team Secret Malaysia. You can see Matoy and iShots already making their way into the control of this next phase circle. Zeus, they have to crawl across, but at the same time, what can they do? Because as of now, they've got Konina Power stopping them in their tracks. The smokes are coming in. Godless is going to be lobbing a couple days in, but do they know exactly where they are? Can they catch onto the guys from Konina Power? Sayo will make the first move for Zeus Esports, and they will start with the submarine here, but they eventually found it out. That's going to be Gonzo out of the picture here, as Zeus finally finds the submarine that has been hiding for quite some time. It is all up to white here, and is gonna bow out, and that's gonna be a belly taking him out here. So now we are down towards the final 4 players here. 2 versus 2. Zeus versus Team Secret. The fight for the river. Who is going to come over top? iShots is going to be scouting out the players here coming in from Zeus Esports. He goes for a reposition, but they know Zeus Esports is trapped. And now iShots goes in for a flank. He has the he has the vantage point alongside Metroid here. And Zeus, they have to come over. This is going to be them hunting for the fishes here. Can they go in for the run here? iShots, he gets tagged up a little bit here. Godless going for a couple pre-fires in, but do they have time here? Because 20 seconds left of the clock. Team Secret, all they gotta do is just wait patiently, and they will take it here. Meanwhile, Zeus Esports here, they are gonna play a little safe here. Ability manages to cross safely across this vicinity. iShots didn't exactly see him out that easily here by Ability. He's swimming across the sea. He's trying to bait this out. Unfortunately, he gets tagged up. Godless missing the win to try and catch off eye shots. And Mad Toy going to be cooking up Nate here, try and catch his off guard. So information has been relayed here coming from eye shots. Does it connect? Oh, a little bit off the mark here. Smokes are coming in from eye shots as well. They want to focus down on towards Ability. Can they get the knock? If Ability gets knocked, that is it for Zeus Esports. Now here comes the spray. Eye shot's going to rip, and he comes up on top. Team Secret MY takes him down. Godless across the river, no protection whatsoever. You are alone, my friend. The circle is coming in. Team Secret Malaysia looking to take their chicken dinner. iShots goes for the trade, and the circle will take him down. Team Secret MY will take game number 6 here for the PMGC Finals, day number 4. What a game by Team Secret MY here. Circle out.
Woo! But a lot of eyes will be on Zeus Esports because they still managed to secure a higher spot as compared to 4AM and NOVA-XQF with possibly more kills if I'm not mistaken. So this could mean that again the race to the top could be open for Zeus Esports. So this will be super interesting. Of course, this circle definitely favors Team Secret. So it's really Team Secret's game to lose towards the end stages of the game earlier on. And they managed to hang on to that position. Like what you said, they just need to be patient. They just need to wait it out. And it's free fishing for them. There's nothing much that Zeus Esports can do. By getting that second place with their current standing, with the circumstances against them, I think it's the best that they could do. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the do the deal moments, the highlights from the previous round.
Yeah, and watching how it all went down, right, it was really hard to predict the circle as well, considering that every single team was getting chipped one player at a time. So based on the mathematical calculation on the top left here, the number of lives did not exactly refine on how many rough teams were alive here. So when they all came down to this final circle, it was so hard to predict what was actually about to happen, because it seems like especially teams like 4AM who kind of miscalculated themselves here, they expected like, hey, you know what? There's so little teams here. I think we can play the submarine strategy, but they were a little bit too early, and it's just unfortunate for them considering that they tried to play the strat here, hoping the circle pushed them all in. 4AM, they were kind of surrounded by at least 4 to 5 teams. There was no cover whatsoever for them to actually climb out to safety, considering that they were one of first teams. And it's just unfortunate to see that 4AM was completely shut down. But of course, teams are getting smarter by the moment here. And one of the teams that really stood out for me is going to be Konina Power, who played the submarine strat. They took a page off XQF Nova as well as 4AM in that finals moments of the circle. But yeah, and it all came down to strategy, right? In the final moments here, Team Secret, they know these territories better than any other team just because of how often they've dropped into the vicinity of Watertown. So they know the ins and outs. They understand what it takes to win this kind of scenario fights here. And they played efficiently here as well. If you notice the way they put themselves in one of the compounds, which provided so much information when team and cover, they were able to hold down the ground there. It was just phenomenal to watch. But of course, that is pretty much Team Secret's game to win. We all mentioned as well here, Zeus Esports almost had a very similar moment again in this scenario, where they initially had it in Sandhawk against XQF Noah previously. But this time, Team Secret says, you know what? We're no pushover team here. We're not going to risk it. We're going to play calculator here. We're going to play safe. We know it's our game to win, and we will take it for the win here. So ladies and gentlemen here, Team Secret, congratulations to them here. I'm pretty sure not many people would expect this here, because right now, match number 6 in the final day, Team Secret MY takes the chicken dinner. And I don't know about you, Sakal, I'm pretty sure my predictions is off the charts, man. It's way, like, it's gone. It's gone. It's non-existent anymore.
Yeah, it's non-existent for me as well. It's crazy now. Probably maybe some of the predictions, for the favorites will be right. But other than that, a lot of it is really off the charts. It's really been an amazing day. That's what's the fun part about the PMGC finals. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, NOVA-XQF, okay, they are still on top at first place with 301 points. Zeus Esports, they are chasing up now, 13 points difference from NOVA-XQF. Second place right now, 288 points. 4AM dropped to third place, 277 points. At fourth place, we have Bigetron Red Aliens not moving, not budging from that fourth place with 238 points. Konina Power, no chicken, no problem. They are still in the top 5 here with 223 points. Team Secret risen back to the first half of our chart with 222 points at 6th place. Navi and number 7 with 218 points, and KDA 205 points at 8th place.
It was a really hard game here, considering that Zeus needed that win if they want to stand a chance to close the gap against NOVA-XQF here. And they tried all they can here, but Team Secret, they also need the points to try and push into the top 5. And guess what? With that chicken dinner there, they're going to be able to catch up against Konina Power, who currently has better points than them with just 1 point, but no chicken dinner whatsoever. And honestly, it's really crazy to see that Konina Power has played so consistent throughout every single game, but they just can't seem to close out the game here. It feels like it's a reminiscence of what's exactly happened during the PMGC league stages here. And I'm a little worried here. If Konina Power wants to stand a chance to maintain their top spot here, this final 2 games is going to dictate their factor. Meanwhile, on the bottom half here, Team Secret Jin doing a pretty well as well. Alpha 7 extremely aggressive here. RRQ Athena, no chickens yet. They've had a really rough run in today's game as well. They got a couple early aggressive kills against Zeus Esports, which kind of crippled Zeus Esports in that scenario here, especially when they were fighting in Mount Everest here. But you have to give credit to Zeus Esports. It's not easy to pull off a top 2 finish with only 3 men after losing one of the members rather early in that regard. So props to Zeus Esports. Bottom side here, Futbolist still maintaining 12th spot. Aerowolf on the 13th place here. TW88 on the 14th place. ASL, Abrupt Slayers, got themselves a couple of nice points to themselves here. Will pull up into his 15th place. But A1 will bow out as the last team for the rankings momentarily here. Match 6 matches has passed in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships here. 2 more to go. How is this going to go down here? Just circle out.
Oh, it's still good with the top 3 for now, definitely. But check this out, MVP. Yeah, we saw him yesterday. He's back on the MVP charts. iShots from Team Secret, this time with 4 kills, 493 damage, and a survivor time obviously with the chicken dinner 24-18. iShots, the man of the moment. This guy, well, we always talk about the wonder kid of Team Secret. Like, we always talk about Yuhai. We always talk about the in-game leader himself, Mator. We always talk about the new talent Rex, but iShots, he needs more mention. So I'm glad to see iShots on the MVP. He's always the survivor for Team Secret. So iShots, congratulations for being the MVP for this round. So, well, will we see more of iShots? We'll need to wait and see 2 more rounds to go here, I see, baby.
iShots is like a guy that people just he is a really unique player in the sense where he's been always low profile, but he has the skills to play on the global stage for a reason, right? Like, we've seen him moments coming in from PMCO Global Finals where he was playing in for Yudu Gang, I believe. And then after that, when he got a couple roster switch here, he's been jumping out in betweens. And finally, when he made his mark in Team Secret, where I think it was one of the league stages during the Super Weekend, where he clutched the chicken dinner while tanking the zone, being the last player coming from Team Secret. And with his last tick of valve, he was able to scout out the final player and just take out the win here. So props to him for winning the final fight there in the PMGC 2020 global stages here. Meanwhile, enough of iShots. Now let's take a look at the 2 highest damage here, Gonzo and also Joker. This is an interesting one here, as the stats say, because Gonzo is an interesting player coming from there, as he has been kind of like the star player for the team, right? During the league stages here, he was the one making plays. He's the in-game leader. He's the guy that plans the strategy here. We haven't seen him perform all that well in the previous few days here. But today, in this particular match here, they tried to make a play. Unfortunately, the circle was just not in their favor in that regard here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it wasn't in their favor. But nevertheless, it was a good play indeed. But here's the team summary. So highest total kills, NOVA-XQF, 142. Wow. But 4 AM with the highest total damage, 32,383. But KD has the best average survival time, 22.27. The best, probably rotation vehicle usage goes to Futbolist with 74.6%. Man, the NOVA-XQF as well as 4 AM, these two teams, they are just super aggressive. They know how to take fights. They know how to frag. They are really confident when it comes to taking positions where just name it, long range shot, solo kills, whether it's clutches, whether it's sieging down compounds. These two teams, NOVA-XQF and 4 AM, I hardly see any other team actually doing better than them in the PMGC finals here. So great show.
Whoa. Whoa, Sir Cloud, making a statement right there. But of course, I definitely agree because we are at the best of the best already. We are already seeing the best teams around the world already competing in the top 16 teams in the world are in this tournament. And I must say, like, NOVA-XQF and also 4 AM, they've been phenomenal, I would say. At one point, 4 AM was crowned as number one here, and Nova as well, they've been battling up for the number one spot. And this might be the moment where we see Nova actually reclaim that top spot. But that's the thing, right? It's not, as the saying goes, it is not over till the fat lady sings. In this case, I would say, I don't know, Zeus eSports, with that performance there, they got a top 2 finish here. If they keep up with the final 2 match, we might see actually a new champion here instead of 4 AM or Nova. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen for the Mongolian squad. So I'm looking forward to see the final 2 match, how it is going to go down after seeing this.
So to Mustache Dave, being ball isn't all that bad, just so you know. We can join the ball club together. So, but we need to wait and see. Of course, it's 2 more games before we might see Mustache Dave go ball. And here are top 3 fraggers, still not budging here. And Order with 54 kills, Suk with 51 kills, and Joel with 47 kills. Now with different favorite weapons, M416 for Order as well as Suk, Scar L for Joel this time.
Oh wow! I think they're no strangers to the top 3 spots, right? Like, it's pretty obvious that Order, Suk has been gunning for the number 1 slot, because the MVP will be walking away with a fat chunk of the prize pool, right? $15,000 is a lot for one man to handle, regardless of age and how much money do you have as well, right? So Order 54 is not too far away. So here, Zio has a chance to actually catch up here, but in this final 2 games, for him to catch up to Order, he needs approximately 7 kills extra on top of Order not getting a single kill for the final match here. So it's going to be a really tall order in this regard, because the only one closest here I feel is going to be Soap and Order, and this final 2 games is going to decide who is going to be the true MVP by the end of today for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening here, and yeah, I'm looking forward here. But of course, for those guys wondering here what actually went down here, this is going to be a recap of how the map went down for some of the teams here. The flight started off from the southeast corner of Bigetron Power, ending towards the outskirts of 70 here. A pretty eastern approach. A lot of teams kind of need to struggle to push into the west side. Not many major hiccups towards this vicinity here, but of course, teams tried to make a prediction guess here, expecting the circle end somewhere towards the Mount Gatka. Unfortunately, it was a scam. It actually favored Team Secret here. Look at this, how Team Secret repositioned himself. They sacrificed their water tower, knowing that teams like NOVA-XQF and also Team Secret Jin in the vicinity immediately take the initial step to back in towards that small little compound in the southwest corner, which was really great for them in the sense where they had cover, they had vantage points, they had a lot of room to work with. All they gotta do is focus on the other side of the river. But the rest of the team from the northern section here, not so much cover, not so much vantage points as well. Even teams like 4 AM struggled in this final circle. But props to Team Secret, because it was pretty much a game-changing strategy, a textbook play for them, and it worked out for them. And Zeus, you can see Godless was trying catch eye shots a couple of times, but eye shot is just too super sneaky in that scenario, despite getting beta a few times, but Godless just could not seem to catch him off guard. So great stuff for them though, Sir Cloud.
Yep, but ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the last two games here. So we need to catch our breath for a moment. I'm sure everyone at home will need to do the same as well. We'll be taking a short break and we'll be back with the second last game for tonight. See you guys later.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. Got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
And we're coming down to the second last game, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you guys a little bit, just like how some of these teams prank us. This is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. We'd like to thank our sponsors very quickly: Qualcomm Technologies, OnePlus, as well as Mountain Dew. And we are your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud. I'm joined at the desk together, pretty much the virtual desk, together with the one and only Icy Baby 12.
Yeah, thank you for the introductions, man. Of course, we are going to be excited to bring you guys some amazing games for you guys watching at home here to find the pinnacle moment. Who is going to be crowned the Kings of Kings here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships here. 2 more games to go, and up in the running here is actually going to be NOVA-XQF 4 AM as well as Zeus eSports potentially here. Or are we going to see an underdog story from another, maybe Bigetron Red Aliens or even Navi, to actually sweep from under and take the championship title? I don't know. It's going to be hard here. And for these guys watching at home, you don't exactly want to miss out the pinnacle moment, the finale that's about to happen in these final 2 games here, where a new king will be born, or the true king, the King of Kings, will remain as the best in the world from all around the world. The top 16 of the best of the world are here today, and it's a pleasure, to be able to tell a story about how these amazing teams are going to be duking out. And of course, enough of salutations here, because right now we are going to be jumping in towards the second final game of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Day number 4 is here, as we are going to be seeing the planes take off in towards the horizon here. What are we going to be seeing here, Sir Cloud?
We are definitely going to be seeing something special unfold here. We're now down to the last 2 games. This time the flight will begin from Los Eagles and will end up against the Oasis. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Last 2 games. All eyes on at least the top 3 teams to become the King of the Kings, who will be crowned champion. And let's not forget as well our top 5 fraggers on the right side of the screen. We do have Order, Su, Zayo, Powerboy, as well as Zuxi now heading the charts here. So they'll be gunning for their own personal glory as well. So all eyes on them as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, of course, here. Looking at a little bit of statistics here for the Miramar stats here. As of now on the screen on the left side here, this is going to be the Miramar stats for the team as well here. 4 AM having one of the biggest success in this particular map, securing himself 99 in total here in the PMGC 2020 finals in Miramar itself here. Alpha 7 is a team that you don't exactly want to mess around as well here. Seems to me Alpha 7 is very comfortable in this map. Likewise for Bigetron Red Aliens here. So we might actually see potentially, well, based on these predictions here, maybe 4 AM taking this game from right under the rug here, because if you notice here, XQF, Nova, and Zeus eSports doesn't exactly play too well in the map of Miramar. So this might be a crucial moment here. Will they be able to step up in this particular game here? However, up on screen right now, we are going to see Bigetron Red Aliens here in Picado here. No contestment whatsoever. A great prime position for any team. Sorry, for this team to actually rotate from any direction, especially when it comes to circle, considering that Picado is smack middle of Miramar here. Circle out.
And we are just being we're being reminded on screen here of the current overall rankings where NOVA-XQF 301 points. The difference is only 13 points with Zeus at second place. 4AM 277. So the difference is 24 points from the top with 2 games remaining. It's not impossible for 4AM to actually catch up. But like the statistics say, well, it could favor towards NOVA-XQF for this round, but we'll need to wait and see if that really happens. And will they be able to actually stretch their lead coming into the last game? It'll be down to their performance. The pressure is on for these top 3 teams. Man, ICB, I don't want to be the top 3 for some reason, just because of the pressure is just immense at this moment.
Oh, Sir Cloud, they actually swapped Senior in for RRQ.
Oh,
Holy,
okay.
Hey, dude, okay, this is the exact same roster where, you know, RRQ was at their prime, right? Before Beer 11 came into the picture, this was the exact same roster there in their prime. At one point, Senior was there as the supportive role. He hasn't had a lot of flashy plays. Usually, back in the days here, we are expecting a lot of flashy plays coming from G9 and also D2E, but Senior was there as a role, was kind of played a supportive role for the team here to kind of enable D2E and G9 to kind of outplay the opponent here. But now, swapping in a clutch moment substitute here, I don't know. Will RRQ be able to change the dynamics of the game? It's still insignificant yet, but if this is the prime RRQ from back in the days here, every single team in this game is gotta be afraid, because RRQ was a beast back then. There are no pushovers. If they find back their normal form, things are gonna be a little bit interesting in this final 2 games. But of course, speculation aside here, we are looking forward to see if, of course, is there going to be any sort of difference in terms of playstyle of the rest of the teams here? Because as of now, 4AM, Torreal Nada, they split up 2-2. Nothing out of the ordinary. Navi taking La Corbera, nothing out of the ordinary as well. A1 and Konina Power sharing Los Leonas, nothing out of the ordinary. Circle favoring somewhere in the graveyard vicinity. And guess what? Smack middle of them all, Nova eSports. It's a sign, you know? It's a sign, Sir Cloud. It's a sign. It might be a Nova game, bro.
It's a sign. The stats do favor NOVA-XQF. I must point out as well, for Senior, he did put a 007 there. So he could be the secret agent that's coming in to be like, okay, I'm here, boys and girls. And maybe with that secret agent, maybe that's the sign for him to be like, I'm the one who's going to bring the chicken dinner to RRQ Athena. Just to gather as many points as possible, just to be able to move up the charts as high as possible, just so that they can get more prize money. But what we can see in the area of Los Leones, we have A1 eSports as well as Konina Power in the same compound. They could bump into each other at any point. But I think, like what you say, IC Baby, eyes will definitely be on NOVA-XQF. Now that they are right smack into the zone, the circle god favors them, the stats god favors them as well. Now, really, I really look forward to see how they're going to do this.
I don't know, man. Like, you know, based on the earlier scoreboard predictions here, Nova doesn't exactly score all too well. They scored about 52 points in Miramar. Yes, now the circle favors them, but it all comes down to whether can they execute the perfect execution and take the #1 spot. Because 4AM loves this map a lot here, because if you don't love it, how the hell do you get 99 points in Miramar, being #1 out of all the teams in Miramar? So nevertheless here, we are going to be seeing another team here, KDA. We haven't seen too much of them since day #2 here. I'm a bit worried for them here. Something might have happened. It might be miscomm, it might be team comms issues here and there, but I don't know. I'm a little bit worried for them. Will they be able to strive here? Because we've seen based on the stat. Look at this. Ray Z, he's a man of culture, man. He's got there's a reason why he's high in terms of ranking. He's been carrying the team a lot. But at the same time, it feels like, it comes down to my predictions here. Every single team started to study their playstyles from day 3 onwards, showed their cards, and everyone's struggling against KDA. And they found a solution to fight against KDA. And I'm worried for those boys. Do they have something new installed? Because as of now, we do see Zeus eSports going to be having a small run in here as Zayo. He's all by himself, left alone here. He's going to be in the formations of PW888. So this is going to be an interesting push because Ice is going to be going up the high ground. He does counter Zayo, goes in for a spray. Unfortunately, does not clap him in time. So that's going to be Zayo taking a couple of vehicle damage, and he's going to be safe and sound for Zeus Esports from Mongolia here, Sir Cloud.
I'll be holding my breath every time I see Zeus Esports going in for an early skirmish. This time with Power 888. Another tapping here coming in from Ice. Will he be able to take out anyone from Zeus? Zeus cannot afford to bow out any earlier than these other two adversaries for the top spot, especially with 4 a.m. as well as NOVA-XQF. They cannot at all if they want to go for the championship because we're down to the last 2 games. Any slip up for Zeus, any slip up for even NOVA-XQF, or any slip up for 4M is going to cost them really, really dearly. Now, PW888 is probably going to be the one to stop them, but I'm just cringing here. But looks like Zeus, they managed to get away from this, and they know as well they cannot afford to make a single mistake. They're going to avoid all these fights for now and just focus on the final few circles.
Yeah, it is, I like how PW888 switched their strategy, especially for today's performance, right? They've been a little bit erratic, especially coming from yesterday's performance, and they are a team that you don't exactly want to mess around with here. Yes, arguably, formation-wise, they're not as experienced as some of these top-tier teams here, but they've got ideas that, kind of catch people off guard, and I think one of those games here, Zeus Esports was one of those victims where PW888 switch up their drop spots from Zarki all the way for East, and they actually caught not one, multiple teams off guard, especially when in the map of Erangel. So, I don't know. Do they have something installed planned for us? We shall see. On the screen now, we are going to be seeing Sook here. Number 1 damage average thus far. Time alive number 2. Kills average number 3. Okay, kills average number 3. I don't know about that, considering he's the kill leader out of all the players in this game. I'm not sure about that stats right there.
Well, the numbers don't lie sometimes, but we'll need to, he is not the top kill leader, but yeah, we'll see it towards the latest.
Oh yeah, you're right. He is not the top 3. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's not the first. He's on second.
Yeah. There was a close one. I'm sorry. I actually kind of messed it up a little bit here. Number first one was Order. Yeah, you're right. I have actually messed it up a bit. So you are right. Production stats don't lie after all. They are here to help the caster tell you a story. Apologize for that here. However, we do see Qfees coming in here. Gonzo with a couple of nades. Kengzo gets knocked out. A1 gets a couple shot onto his Order. We speak of the devil here. Order actually gets knocked off. I'm not sure how the fight is going to be happening here. Because on screen right now, this is going to be Team Secret Jin going up against Konina Power. Wow. Okay, Konina Power going to be in some for trouble here. Meanwhile, on the kill feed, we do see First Blood. Zayo actually getting the kill off the kill feed there. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin, Kengzo is going to get knocked off as Konina Power is going to try to hold their horses here, whereas Black White is going to be providing assist from afar. Not sure if they can go for the wraparound because as of now, Team Secret Jin, they are having their backs exposed. They don't exactly have a lot of cover to work with here. While that's another fight is happening here. In this fight, Team Secret High Boy gets a nice nade against the PNWL West champions here. Zoke will get completely naded from High Boy. This might be round number 4, ladies and gentlemen here. Team Secret versus Futbolist. How is it going to go here as High Boy completely shuts out one of the players? Will he be able to clean the house here? Because Rex is going to go for it here. Loveroutine has something to say as High Boy gets knocked down and Futbolist gets their revenge. They take him out not once but twice here. But they did not completely annihilate Team Secret yet here. So So that's going to be a temporary ceasefire here because as of now, Team Secret G and Konina Power was having a battle for themselves. As you can see, Gonzo was forced out of the vicinity. Team Secret G going for the push. Molotov is there. Gonzo will get flushed out as Team Secret G comes up on top. Acer will hold down the fort for the team here. Team Secret G is going to be 1v1 for Zoke as well as Acer, who's going to come out on top. 2K is going to try and provide a little bit of assist here. The nades are coming. He's going to drop a little bit low. He's pretty low on top of that as well. Acer is going to go for the flush. Can he go on top? Yes, he will. And that's going to be Konina Power clutching it for team with Acer. A big one here against the, but now Frozen. He's going to bleed out. Can he save him time? Yes, he's going to be A-okay. Konina Power will flush them out in 16 plays, but Konina Power will get 4 KP in the back. So that's going to be KP getting some KPs.
KPs getting some KPs. I like that one, IC baby. And now we can see the next zone will be shown to us. Will it still favor our top 3 teams? But okay, let's hang on a second. RRQ Athena close by with Team Secret. Oh, and the zone actually moves towards the southern side a little bit. And I believe that NOVA-XQF is in the zone, but I got a second. Futbolist and Team Secret at it again. Matoy this time getting a knockdown onto Raum, trying to get revenge for these 2 young players, Rax as well as UI. Now the long range shot coming onto Lovas. Lovas managed to get away and move on to his buddy to pick him up. And you can see the 2 team members of Team Secret, they have a compound below and they are actually outside the zone for these 2 teams. So Mata and iShots on the same buggy, going to make that rotation immediately because they know that they are far away from the zone. 15 more seconds before the zone closes in. They need to make a move right now. And Mafioso, oh no! Ryzen! Zaxi is now right out in the open. Mafioso has him pinned down.
The classic Alpha 7, ladies and gentlemen, here. They've take extreme risks here. And guess what? This out of the blue long range fight, there's a reason why Alpha 7 got to the second highest score in the map, Miramar. And this is exactly why they're going to show you some classic Alpha 7 gameplay here. Because right now, Bigetron, they're trapped in the valley of the Mafia Soul is going to try and pin Zaxi all by himself here. Zaxi doesn't exactly know what he's doing here. He's going to be all by himself. They've lost the vehicle on top of that. And Alpha 7, they know exactly what's up here. He's trapped. He's going to go wrap around. You can see slowly, inch by inch, his teammates are going to be providing the flank here. Zaxi is calling for help, but is this the wisest of choice? Because there's no way his teammates can actually save him here. He's pretty much trapped, surrounded by a natural fortified wall here. So this is going to be a pitfall in for him. He can't exactly find cracks to actually run for cover here, because as of that, Alpha 7 is already 2 steps ahead of him. Luxia Liquid in the safeties here, a little bit too far to actually provide the assist here. I'm sorry to say, Zaxi, you are all by yourself, my friend. Meanwhile, another fight in towards the circle here. Pay attention to this. It is going to be the outskirts of La Bendita and also Los Leonas. So we might see the huge divider between La Bendita and Los Leonas, and teams are starting to make decisions to find their cover spots here. And on screen, A1 does counter the shots coming from the Abrupt Slayers. They are going to try and get some KPs for themselves. Unfortunately to say, it is going to be a tough shot to land here coming from A1 here. Circle out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one because there's a compound here. Abrupt Slayers, they have it nicely covered, so it's not going to be a big issue for them. But Konina Power, they lost Gonzo pretty early on. Gonzo, one of their star players, I would say, a player that's been really performing for them. Unfortunately, they'll be playing without Gonzo for the rest of this game. And the next zone will be shown to us, ladies and gentlemen. Where will it go? Oh! It goes back up north, so it will be an open area, no roads up north, maybe just the small roads, but no big roads there, and there will be a lot of high ground to be played. And now Zaxi, he's still being held hostage in this valley, and now the gunfire coming in from Mafioso, and we'll take down Zaxi. And as what you mentioned earlier, IC baby, Zaxi, there's no way for him to get out of this.
Yeah, this is a perfect natural trap here. You know, when nature makes its call, that's the reason why they built the mountains in this facility here. And you can tell based on the territory here, Alpha 7 has got that all down. Unfortunately, say that will be end of Zaxi here. Bigetron Red Aliens has to find a different approach for this fight. They're going to do it with 2 men. Meanwhile, that's actually happened here. Navi Titsi almost getting paid the price here. He dodged a bullet against RRQ, but guess what? Bigetron returns a couple fire here, but Tixi, he's in some trouble here. His Marauder's going to explode. He's going to be stranded out of the port. Immediately pops a couple of smokes in. He's hoping that no one's counting up, and fortunately for him, he is gonna be a-okay. He finds himself a small little crack where he's kind of off the angles and vision of every single team here. RRQ playing a little bit risky here, spreading their forces thin here, 2-2. Spreading a little bit different here. Meanwhile, two of his members coming from RRQ will be scouting out ahead here. Bigetron going to be providing a little bit of assist to try and slow them down in track here as BTR. They don't exactly have vehicles here. They might be trapped because Liquid is knocked for the moment here as Luxy needs to go in for the save as RRQ taking an opportunity here, going for the knock. He's going to go for the build here. G9 will finish him off from afar alongside with D2E. And RRQ gobbles them up like the true champions they were. Can the Kings of Pochinki rise up to the challenge here? Because that was a big one against Bigetron. And it seems to me, with Senior in the picture here, RRQ seems to be a scary force here. We might wait and see, but it's still too soon to tell here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it's still too soon to tell. We have still 14 teams left before we see who gets the winner chicken dinner. But Bigetron Red Aliens, no kills at all, and at 14th place, that means no points for them in this round. And now we can see gunfire happening on another area. I believe it was Black White. He was knocked down in another area, and now PW888, they have a high ground position. This is a good location for them to actually farm out. And Zol, oh my goodness, Zol from Zeus has been knocked down, I see, baby. That's bad news. And now he's been finished off by Renaure. Oh no, that's not good. Abelli as well have been knocked off by Potato. Oh no. Now we can see Abelli as well been finished off by Potato. It's falling apart for Zeus Esports.
Oh, this is not looking good for Zeus Esports here. Meanwhile, Aerowolf, they have the high ground. They're going to be sharing it with PW888 on the other side of the Minas for themselves here, as the La Bendita crater is one of the hardest and toughest terrains to rotate in just because of the crater mountain itself here. So rotation without any sort of mobility is going to be a detrimental situation for either of the teams here. PW888 here going to be going for a couple shots in. Fortunately for them, the circle hasn't exactly completely closed yet, so they have a small window to breathe in. But guess what? The next circle is going to review himself. Meanwhile, we do see Paraboy already achieving the 10k mark in for themselves here. An impressive feat indeed here. The circle, oh my goodness, it is going to force everyone out of La Bendita here. As you can see, A1 Esports will have control of the circle alongside with, I believe it is going to be a Digital Athletics on the northern section of the inner circle here. So every single team is going to be storming their way in here. Who's going to come out on top here? But however, the first team to bow out here is not going to be Team Secret here. And also Konina Power on top of that here. So that's going to be a really rough battle here for some of this team at the bottom here. Meanwhile, as the game continues here, RRQ still surviving with 2 kills on top of that. They are on the insides of this next phase circle. They found themselves a couple dogs in, but A1 Esports has something to say about that here. A couple of nades being lobbed the way towards RRQ. Does it connect? A couple of clips in, but they're going to be A-okay for now. Senior manages to find himself a compound to kind of solidify this open field barn with their vehicle here. And they have a little bit of room to breathe here. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 is going to be pushing them very soon here. A1 Esports trying the angles to actually go in for the shot, but the nades from Swagin will clap on towards Ernie here. RRQ taking some serious heavy fire here. But as of now, the smokes will mask their presence momentarily here. But Alpha 7, they've got to make a decision. They are still close to the zone, but that's pretty much it from the western side here. Nothing major yet. The big fight here is going to be the northeast section here. Everyone from La Bendita needs to get out right now. And one of those teams is going to be 4 a.m. Sir Cloud.
Yep, and it's 4 a.m. But let's put our attention a little bit here onto NOVA-XQF. They can probably find a couple of kills. Oh, what a nice shot here from Paraboy. Managed to take out Spav, and that's the first kill for himself. And there's 40 kills in the PMGC 2020 finals for Paraboy at this moment. And now Ice have been knocked down by Super 4 a.m. as well. And we can see the valley, the Death Valley there for Aerowolf. It's hard for them to get out. But at the same time, the zone has arrived to say hello to them. Hazelnut will force a fight here. Hazelnut will move it, but then again, Hazelnut has the lower ground. Hazelnut gets one knockdown, but Hazelnut will be taking over the play zone. Renaure is still active, trying to put a lot of pressure onto NOVA-XQF. It now goes to the second floor. Renaure will be taken down. Potato, the last man standing. That explosion. Aerowolf is out at 12th place with 3 kills. NOVA-XQF still survive this fight.
And 4 a.m. takes him out in the picture here. That's going to be a slaughterhouse for XQF Nova. Meanwhile, 4 a.m., one of the last to rotate in from La Benita here, gets the final kill, but the pressure is on. Every single team is coming in here. Zeus eSports, he's got Godless available, but he's going to be tanking the zone. Meanwhile, PWAAA is going to be stopping the track here. Eventually, Ice catching off guard. And that's going to be Zeus down on 9 plays here. 4 a.m. in the running. He's taking the #1 slot here. And they completely annihilate PWAAA here. Oh my goodness. Sinher with the clutch shots here. And 4 a.m. How did they survive that onslaught? Because now they're down to the last 3 men. But ASL, Nova, what was that shot? The mini 14 taps his head off. And oh my goodness, what a shot from afar. Abrupt Slayers out of nowhere. This is not a team you expect to be fragging out this late in the game. But guess what? Anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. It is called player unknowns for a reason here. The game is not over. Meanwhile, Abrupt Slayers, they are taking a fight with not just 4 a.m. They're also gladding a nades here. Dante gets knocked out from A1 Esports. And guess what? Everyone's got to get out of that barn because the circle is going to be pushing towards Digital Athletics here. Prime position for Digital Athletics to take the circle. As you can see, they solidified the compound. But Alpha 7 Mafioso has something to say about that here. He's going to be slowly creeping his way towards Digital Athletics. And despite having the compound here, not a lot to work with here. Not a lot of a potential vision to actually get those kind of advantage here. The only vision they have is towards 4 a.m. And little did they know, there is Alpha 7 creeping behind here. Meanwhile, 4 a.m., they're going to be setting up a couple of smokes here, splitting up the forces. We're seeing her taking the vehicles here. They're going to be setting up Hasaki to try and possibly lurk their way with the vehicle. And on top of that, Silas, he's going to have a loot drop for him, additional cover for him to work with here. And on the kill feed, we do see Hisaki also knocking off towards Leon, towards the northern section of the circle here. Abrupt Slayers, they are taking some serious heavy fire here. 4 a.m. Hasaki, not too happy with what happened to him, done by Abrupt Slayers. He's going to reply with a revenge here. Now towards the final 16, 17 alive here. DA Silas, he's got something to say about this here, as DA is still holding in the compound, refused to move, and is Silas playing a little bit cheeky here. Finds a really nice angle trying to pick a fight against 4 a.m. Meanwhile, Sook, the pro shots, they take ASL on in 6th place here, Sir Cloud.
And Zook managed to get another kill there. So that's what now? 8 kills for 4 a.m. But Zook, oh my goodness, that long range shot from Solus with an M4, and now Solus not letting it go. He wants to finish off with the grenade. Can he actually do that? But 4 a.m. they still have other team members and Hasaki from another angle, putting a lot of pressure onto A1 at the same time. So will be finished off by Solus, and now it's only Hasaki and Zin now to move into the zone. They don't have the zone at the moment, and there's no more time. The zone will come in. Hasaki managed to get knocked out the Jax. And while he moves, while he gets the knockdown, Hasaki will be pretty much zone. Sinister is in the zone. Swaggin will be knocked down, and Swaggin will finish off by Dante. Alpha 7 is out at 5th place with 4 kills. Hasaki is now down. Sinhe, the last man standing for 4 a.m. Managed to slip into the zone. I see, baby.
Oh my god, Singhe! That was a close call from Hasaki. He dodged a bullet from Sinister here. Unfortunately to say, Digital Athletics has something in store for them here, because this is the Digital Athletics that we are expecting here. It's been 2 days, but now in the final day, in the final match here, this might be the time for them to shine here, because 4 a.m.'s got 1 people. Oh boy, he's got 1 as well. And Sinhe, the nades almost takes him out, Silas. He lobs it perfectly here, but despite the changes of the nade here, not going to be enough to take it for Sinhe. But now Sinhe and oh boy going to be sharing it side by side. Are they going to be A-okay? Because as of now, creeping behind is going to be A1 Esports here. They have the high ground, they have the advantage, they have the circle, DA. They have to make a decision now. Who do they want to fight? Do they take the guys against A1 here? But little did they know, Sinister already has some plan in store for him, because he is going to be flanking from the sides here. Solus gets hacked up a little bit here, but nothing out of the order yet. But the circle is coming in. Sinhe, look at this. He's clipping on the edge of the circle. He needs to make a move, but oh boy, he refused to move a muscle from Navi Esports. He has to make a play here, but Sinhe, he does see the vision from the guys of DA, but at the same time, he doesn't want to expose his position. Meanwhile, he gets scouted out by Shoykot, and that's going to be 4 a.m. down on 4th place. Navi still in the game as well. Oh boy, finally reveals his position. Gets a nice knock towards Silas, but from behind, the zone is coming into the way. Can he get the first aid? The Razy, he wants to finish him off, but at the same time, he's a little bit too low. He needs to pop the first aid. Oh boy, needs to go for the push. Razy is there. He's looking for the pixel, but the smokes has been set up. Now, lobbing a Kobe in. Razy is going to go for the push. Can he come up on top? The Uzi sprays are coming in. But Razy catches it for the team. But eventually gets taken out by the zone. Na'Vi dowing out on third place. Without it, they will take down DA on top of that. But taking advantage of the situation, it is going to be A1 Esports taking the winner. Winner chicken dinner.
Congratulations, A1 Esports, getting 12 kills and winner chicken dinner, A1 Esports. I'm really happy for A1 Esports to actually get the chicken dinner in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. One thing is because whenever I see A1 Esports, even during the league stages, when there's a player cap on, they always have their national flag behind them, the Bangladeshi flag behind them. And that's just the thing. They have this patriotism running through their veins that is just a pleasure to watch. And for them to come into the finals here and manage to get a chicken dinner, my goodness, this is a celebration for their nation, celebration for A1 Esports. Congratulations to them. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a great play there from A1 Esports. And of course, just want to relive the moment, please do the new moments, the highlights from the previous round.
Yeah, this is something that I did not expect at all, but you have to give them credit here. They played extremely smart in that southern approach of the southern approach of that circle here. In that compound, they had perfect control of the south side. Meanwhile, for the rest of the teams here, I would say it's a major mess up from all these teams here. Every single team was kind of struggling when it came to the zone as well. I think one of the most detrimental effects was pretty much the teams gathered up onto his La Bendita craters here. The craters is a natural, I would say, fortress around of Mother Nature in that regard, because the walls on the sides here kind of just, it's like a pit trap for some of the seats. Like once you go in, it's hard to get out. And you either be the last or the first in that regards here. And despite that, 4 a.m., they were the last to exit from the crater. It's just really hard to actually push out if you think about it, you know. Despite all that, you know, it was a valiant attempt coming from Sinhan and Hasaki. They managed to crop into the top 4, but the biggest threat was none other than A1, you know. We saw how 4 a.m. just managed to reach towards the outer craters of the inner circle of La Bendita, but I would say A1 Esports on the other end, they were just applying pressure from afar all the way through here, and there's not really a lot of teams that can actually fight against them here. The only team pretty much could have kind of destroyed them was pretty much A7, and A7 made the decision to say, you know what, we're not going to fight against A1 Esports, let's just find a way, make it a circle, which they kind of did, but immediately get shut out and pincered between both Digital Athletics as well as A1 Esports. So it was a hard call to play, but yeah, props to A1 Esports, because taking a win at this stage from Bangladesh is pretty impressive, and I'm pretty sure no one expected this here. As the million reward guest here with day 4 in the PMGC finals, match number 7 here, A1 Esports takes the chicken dinner here. And you know, so my chances of taking the grand prize reward is out the window, man.
Well, same goes. But, well, I must give a shout out as well, because I did observe the comment section as well. And I can see that there's a lot of support from the Bangladeshis for A1 Esports. They are really proud of their team despite whatever performance. And now I believe that this chicken dinner is a tribute to all fans, for the nation of Bangladesh for making their debut in this world stage. So congratulations to A1 Esports. Now let's check out the overall rankings. For first place, still there, NOVA-XQF with 305 points. Now the difference is still 12 points here, with 4 a.m. at second place, 293 points. Not far apart. We have 14 points difference. Zeus Esports, 291 points. We are still down to the last game here, ladies and gentlemen, for these top 3 teams who will be the champion. At 4th place, we have Bigetron Red Aliens, 238 points. It's not going to be possible for them to catch up any further to break into the top 3. Navi at 5th place with 232.6 place. Konina Power, again, no chicken, no problem. 227 points, still hanging strong to the first half of the charts. 7th place, Team Secret, 224 points. 8th place goes to KDA, Klas Digital Athletics, with 221 points.
Yeah, and coming towards the second half here, we have Team Secret Jade with 194 points. Alpha 7 on 194 here. Not much has changed here. We'll be on the 10th place. RRQ Athena, they swapped up senior, but unfortunately say the circle was it was really rough on them here. Unfortunately, will get himself only 4 points in terms of placements as well as kills here, which is pretty unfortunate for them. Futbolist will be on the 12th place here with 166 points. Aerowolf on the 13th place here with 159 points. But A1 eSports here, taking the chicken dinner, immediately skyrockets in towards the 14th place here with 144 points. And on the bottom here, we have Abrupt Slayers on 15th and also PW888 here on the last place. A little bit unfortunate for PW888 there. Did not expect that to happen. But of course, all things considered here, enough with the bottom half. Let's take a look at the top 3 here, the champion runners, okay? We have NOVA-XQF, 4AM, and Zeus going neck and neck here. And it's going to be a rough one here because I honestly have no idea who's going to be the champion by the end of today, because either one of these 3 teams might be duking it out in the final match of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships finals. Like, one of this team is going to be the potential king of kings, and I don't know who is it going to be. This is going to be a rough one here, SirCloud, and honestly, you know, it's making me nervous. You know, it's going to be our last game for today, and it's really rough. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna be a nerve-wracking moment to watch who is gonna be the real champion here, because I don't know who to vote for, because NOVA-XQF, 4AM, they have been the best of the best in the world, but Zeus eSports from Mongolia has something to say about that as well here, and I would like to see Mustache J kind of shave his head bald if Zeus eSports take the #1 spot as well. I don't know. Anyway, SirCloud, our MVP for this match.
And here we go. It is Dante here with 5 kills and 579 damage coming out of this gentleman here. Hashtag be the one. I wonder what BEA1. I'm not too sure what BEA1 is. Or be the one. BA. Oh, okay, I see it now. So it's hashtag be the one BA1. Now I was trying to read BA1. Okay, be the one BA1. Okay, that makes sense now. So congratulations for Dante. Wow, this guy's coming in from the South Asia qualifiers, coming into it's pretty much the first time that we see a Bangladeshi team actually making it into the world stages, and for them to actually from the league stages coming into the grand finals, man, this is a significant achievement, and I think the nation of Bangladesh will be so proud of their achievement here today.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to the global championships, right? The globals, the world stage, right? Dreams become reality, and you know, I'm pretty sure be the one is a hashtag that came all the way from PMCO, and now dragging it towards this stage here. Can they make the dream work for them here? As of now, they've got the experience here, and yeah, I'm happy for them, man. They've got themselves a nice chicken dinner, which none of us expect. But of course, let's talk stats. Let's break it down on what exactly happened here. As you can see, A1 eSports, they've got 12 kills in that particular match. They've got 2.2k damage here, which is, well, honestly, usually we would expect teams like 4AM and XQF Nova to duke it out all the way through here. But A1 eSports has proven himself that they can do it as well, because we saw moments of brilliance coming from A1 eSports, especially in that final game in day number 3 here, where they kind of went neck and neck. They held the ground in Yasnaya. They went head on with one of the best teams in the world and finished top 2, almost taking the chicken dinner against XQF Nova, or is it 4AM? I'm sorry, I just could not remember. It is the final match for yesterday. It shows that they have the skills, they just lack the experience. And now, for them, when the opportunity presented itself, they played it to the maximum level. They play at the top tier level. You know, if you're saying that it's a fluke, sorry, to get one chicken dinner in this game and in this stage right now, it's almost close to impossible. But if you pull it off, you are something, regardless of whatever people say. So as much as A1 Esports is in the bottom 3, I feel like them getting a chicken dinner, it's not easy to do, bro. You think it's easy to get a chicken dinner against all these pros? No way, man. No way, Jose, my friend.
No way, Jose, at all. And of course, the stats don't lie here. The damage output is the highest and the kill is the highest as well. So they definitely work their socks off there. And here's the match summary where Dante, the man of the moment here, coming in with the highest kills, 5 kills, and the longest kill distance, 250. The rest of them, Navi, they are in it. Old boy, 50% grenade kills. And Dixie coming in with the longest travel, 14,769 meters. And the highest assist as well goes to Dixie. So 2 representatives for Navi to be exact, with Dixie coming in twice. And Dante coming in for A1 Esports. Wow, coming in. And I believe this is also the first time that in a match summary, a representative from A1 Esports actually making it up onto the match summary. So congratulations as well to Dante, congratulations to Old Boy, as well as congratulations to Dixie as well for making the match summary.
Yep, and of course here, let's take a look at the overall stats for what exactly happened here as well. We do see 55 total kills here, 56 total knockouts, 7,980 total heals here. A couple of very minimal revives than usual here, as we did see a couple of teams actually got trapped, instant killed, instant knock, instant kill all the way through here. Like I said, you know, playing in Miramar is very tricky here. Once you get caught out open here, it's really hard to provide any kind of assist, considering how rough it is to rotate between positions here. And I would say one of the victims to actually talk about here is going to be Bigetron Red Aliens, right? Early on, they were caught by by Alpha 7. The moment you get knocked or you lose your mobility, that's it. If you pull off a miracle run here, you are a god. In this case, I want to mention is that the notable run here was none other than 4 AM, right? They kind of came out of that fight kind of scathed a little bit here, where they only lost one of their players here and eventually lost Hasaki, right? But getting pinned by NOVA-XQF and also Aerowolf in that vicinity was extremely hard. So before I get a bit more details here, this is going to be the recap of the map. We break it down here. Circle will push the east side, nothing out with Doddery. Teams kind of rotate their way through here. But what was really interesting was Alpha 7 in this next circle, right? Pay attention to how they position themselves. They were really close to circle. They have a little bit of advantage in terms of mountain terrain. They rotated up and down, but they couldn't exactly see what was the best situation to go in here. While that was actually happening here, Circle actually favored the only 2 compounds in towards Alpha A1 Esports and also Digital Athletics there. And when it came to those final moments here, it felt like Digital Athletics was gonna take the chicken dinner. And I didn't, you know, what was really rough was that while all that was happening here, every single team had to push into that vicinity, which it was super hard for them to push in, considering that everyone from the side of 4AM, XQF, and also Aerowolf, they had to exit the crater. And I don't know, it feels like it was a really tough decision to make, and they don't exactly have the vehicles to go in for the push. So I don't know, it feels like Digital Athletics, it felt like it was their game to take, but at the same time, it felt like they dropped the ball there. I don't know. Circle out.
Well, it was a tough call as well, because they rotated from an area where they would kind of get stuck at the lower area, and coming up was really, really tough. But that was also because of the assumption that wherever they came from, they thought the circle would have been there, but the circle kind of scammed a lot of teams and kind of pulled away from the crater area, and hence that was their only way to rotate. If not, it would be going out from their comfort zone out to the blue, which at that time it was just too much for them to take, and it's tough for them to actually rotate onto the outside. But ladies and gentlemen, we just got news that our action is not going to stop. So we're pumped. We can't wait for the final game. We'll be jumping straight into the final game here without any breaks because we just can't wait. We don't want any breaks because we want to see the story unfold. Will it be 4 a.m.? Will it be NOVA-XQF? Will it be Zeus Esports to be your champion of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals? This is the last game, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, here we go.
Oh, I can feel the energy, my friend, Sir Cloud. Ladies and gentlemen here, the deciding match. The deciding match of who is going to be the new king or the defending kings of the world. PUBG Mobile Global Championships happening right now here. Is it going to be 4 a.m.? Is it going to be NOVA-XQF? Is it going to be Zeus Esports? We shall see. But as of now, the deciding flight path has revealed himself. The flight path starting out from Primos, passing towards Farm, and ending towards the outskirts of Lipovka. This is going to be a rough game here because as of now on the screen, we do see a couple interesting points here. 4 a.m. getting one of the highest points in this game with 250 points, followed by NOVA-XQF with 230 points on top of that. Two of the Chinese Titan teams here has been one of the best in the world. It's no surprises they are good at this game, but I'm a little bit worried here. It might be anyone's game here, Sir Cloud.
It definitely is going to be anyone's game. So we got to keep our eyes on the kill feed as well and who's going to be eliminated in this round. If Zeus were to be eliminated before the two teams on top, they are out of this. It's the end of the road for them. Same goes for 4 a.m. who's currently at second place. If they got eliminated before NOVA-XQF, they are out as well. But if NOVA-XQF gets eliminated before 4 a.m. or Zeus Esports, the race is on, ladies and gentlemen. So it's really down to this last game, and then the final circle happens to be a kind circle. It's right smack in the middle of the map. So it's all up for grabs here. And just to remind everyone, the total kills so far: NOVA-XQF 145, Zeus 144, and 4M 143. Just one kill separating all these top three teams. These are your best fragging teams in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, this is going to be a rough one here because anything can happen in the final match of the PMGC finals here. The moment of truth, who is going to be crowned the champions, the king of kings here, the kings of the world in the PUBG Mobile is going to be happening right here, right today. This is the match to watch. You do not want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen, here, because as of now, Navi on 4th place as well with Matic going to be leading the charge here. They are going to be recouping away. 3 minutes into the game here, they are rotating rather quickly in this particular game to try and figure out what is going to be the next strategy for themselves here, because Navi, we know them to be one of the best, I would say arguably one of the best teams in the world, but can they live up to their name? Because it's going to be an interesting strategy here. We do see a couple of switch up in terms of strat, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary yet. But meanwhile, NOVA-XQF, look at this. Paraboy actually splitting in terms of the forces here. And are we going to see a NOVA-XQF special? Because we've seen in the past, like about a year or 2 years back, when NOVA-XQF kind of, they split off every player towards across of the map alongside with 4 a.m. and they just take out the entire game themselves here. And I don't know, are we going to see it here today? Because that was a sight to behold here. Because 4 a.m. NOVA-XQF, back in the days here, they sent each player on one end. Sorry, it wasn't NOVA-XQF, it was 4 a.m. sending one player to one end of the map, just destroying every single in each region. And that was crazy to watch, honestly, Sir Cloud.
And well, even now they are showing that they are still one of the best teams in the world. So even with their performance, the number of kills that they racked up, their individual performance in order, individual performance in Sook, it's just insane. And it's just entertaining to watch, to be honest. Like, like there's no dull game. Every game is exciting here in the PMGC finals. To be honest, I mean, it's the last game, so it's an honor to be part of this journey. It's an honor to be able to watch this firsthand. It's an honor to be able to cast this as well. So thank you so much. I would have to say thank you so much for the opportunity. But of course, our job is not done yet. I see, baby. We still have to cast this last game, and I am just super excited. For now, we can see that Team Secret, 2 players, somehow they got drowned, and they are going to play this round with only two players for the rest of this match. And Alpha 7 will be eliminated early on, and they're the first team to be out.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what's the story behind that here. It's weird. It seems to me that well, I don't know what to tell. I honestly don't know what to say about that here, because as of now, this is some amazing stats we're going to be seeing here, because the top 2 teams in the world, their stats are pretty much going neck and neck here, because average ranking wise here, Nova is actually slightly ahead of 4AM. Meanwhile, 4AM has done more damage done compared to XQF Nova. So this is going to be an interesting match to watch here, because as of now, spots are coming in here. NOVA-XQF, they are going to be starting their hunting spree here. It might be a sign they're getting a little bit feisty and aggressive, but is it going to pay off here? Because as of now, they're going to be going up against Abrupt Slayers against each other, and I don't think Abrupt Slayers wants to risk the fight here. If they know it's XQF Nova, they are pretty much have to run for their lives, because when they go on a hunt, they do not stop. And considering that this is the final game for today and how close the point is between 4AM, NOVA-XQF, as well as Zeus eSports, it's surprising to see how aggressive Nova still is, despite the odds and the pressure stacked against them here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it is. Oh, wow. Interestingly, NOVA-XQF, they're the ones playing a little bit more. Okay. It does look like
makes more sense now.
Okay, yeah, so looks like now Abrupt Slayers, they're the one hunting NOVA-XQF. NOVA-XQF, they cannot afford to be eliminated. If not, the gate is wide open. So we need to wait and see. But okay, we just got information here, ladies and gentlemen, that there will be a restart for this game.
Okay, so apparently, well, yeah, there is going to be a restart, unfortunately. So it makes a lot of sense, because you did point out the fact that one of the teams wasn't inside the game, so it's understandable that we have to remake the game. So all things considered here, we need A7 eSports kind of in the game, likewise for Team Secret as well. But you know, I thought, you know, that was pretty much it. You know, it was a close mode. You can see the nerves on the Nova eSports as well. It feels like, you know what, let's take a chill pill, Sir Cloud. You know, we gotta prank the players a little bit here. You guys don't need to be so nervous. I know it's the last game of the day, you know. Come on, relax a bit here. Focus, get the objectives right. You know, we know we're looking for the best teams in the world, but you know what, take a chill pill. We're gonna prank all of you guys all the way through, but but of course, all things considered here, we have to think, you know, like, we have to think about it, right? Who is gonna be the one to take it, right? We talked about this pre-show. We talked about this the end of match number 7. I feel like, you know, there is a lot to work with. Like, anything can happen. We know the circle is kind of, I would say, pretty even to a certain extent. Sir Cloud, what do you think?
Yeah, it is definitely pretty even. So, man, I mean, that's why we're coming into this last game when we still don't know who's going to be the champion. So that's going to be the interesting thing, and it's going to be down to really who eliminates who. And sometimes if we watch a tournament at this status, sometimes it's like, okay, top 2 teams and that's about it. But now we have 3. It just shows that the level of competition is just that high. So we have 3 teams able to actually gun for that championship, and one of these teams is actually Zeus eSports. Just to remind everyone, again, I think if anyone were to tell anybody, like, before all this started, like, hey, Zeus eSports is going to be title contenders, everyone's going to go like, yeah, right. But come on, Zeus eSports now, they are showing that they are not only worthy of being in the finals, they are also title contenders. So Zeus eSports, whatever, to me, whatever the end result is after this last game, I think Zeus eSports should be super proud of themselves for being title contenders amongst all these giants in this last game.
Yeah, they definitely showed themselves that they are a force to be reckoned with as well here. In terms of points wise as well, I think I believe it's well, they're not too far behind, right? If you think about it, they're about close to about 11 points away from the number one spot. So either ways, you know, it feels like a battle between all these three teams. Like we know that they're hungry for that number one spot, and it's really hard to anticipate what is going to be happening in this final match, especially in this, you know, final match of the day, considering that, you know, we have to ensure that everything is running in order here. Fair gameplay is very essential for every single team here, because this is going to be a lot of life, not just for the top three, right? Everyone for the bottom side as well, to actually stand a chance for the prize, the huge chunk of prize pool at the top of that. So it's understandable that, hey, we want to make sure that every single team is in the game itself, to kind of try to compete with the best in the world. And seeing how this is actually going to be happening here, and it feels really hard to anticipate here. If you think about it, like Zeus eSports got 291 points, 4AM they've got 293. It's only 2 points away. And we know that first and second place is a huge major difference, right? Like 700k and 200k is a big difference. But when it comes to third and second, there's also a big gap as well. So it's understandable that this is their moment to shine. Like this is pretty much the moment to say, hey, you know what? We are going to be the best in the world. Meanwhile, Bigetron Red Aliens is currently up to fight for the top number 4 slot with 238 points, alongside with Navi on 5th place with 232 here. So it's not just the top 3 is going to be fighting for the number spot. We are looking at also Bigetron Red Aliens, we're looking at Navi, we're looking at Konina Power, also fighting for those places as well. Likewise for Team Secret NY, with only 224 points here, which is only like shying away 3 points away from Konina Power. For them to get a little bit better placements here for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, I wouldn't be surprised that every single team is going to play it all out in this final match. And I would say in the history of PUBG Mobile, this has got to be the closest match ever from every single team, from every rank onwards, from every single team, from top all the way to the bottom here, Circle Out.
Yep. So, well, Eric, yeah, like what you mentioned, you point out really good points about all these teams and how close the gap are with not only about the championship, but also about the other positionings within the chart as well. So, and nevertheless, making it into the grand finals for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020. Okay. Yeah, it's something to be proud of, definitely. So, yes. Irregardless of the result, I think the friends, families, the nation that these teams actually represent, they all should be proud. So, yeah, really. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a little bit of a break and we'll be showing you a video. So we'll be back after this.
For glory, all our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle. One for glory,
OnePlus?
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2020 final match of the day here. We are finally right on its way here. Introducing myself here, my name is ICBB12. Joined with me, it's gonna be Sir Cloud, as we are gonna be taking you through the journey of finding out who is gonna be the best of the best in the world of PUBG Mobile, ladies and gentlemen. Here, the final match is on its way here, and of course, for those guys watching at home as well, I'm pretty sure you guys are wondering what is happening around here. Why did we decide to make the remake early on? Okay, so apparently there is news. There was a false alarm set off, which kind of forced the team to stop their gameplay, since we want to make sure that every team participate. So the organizers decided to restart the game here for fair gameplay. So there was a false alarm kind of set off in the hotel. So a little bit of unforeseen circumstances, but of course the game will continue here as the last game for the day is going to be setting off very, very shortly here. But real talk, Sir Cloud. Real talk. Considering that this is their first actual break, okay, in between games, considering that it's a back-to-back 8 games straight up, this is their first actual in between break. And I'm a little bit worried here because, you know, this is where the best of the best have to set their minds aside here, because will they be able to mental reset? Will they be able to continue with their momentum to stomp out the competition? Is it gonna happen here?
Yeah.
So, this is the moment. Like with this short break here, every single team is gotta be warm. It's either warmed down or are they still warmed up, or is it? I don't know. Anything can happen here. Thoughts on that? Real talk right now.
Well, that's a very interesting thought, and I think it's really down to the players. And I guess in that circumstances, that's what really separates the best from the best. And it's not only being able to play with momentum, it's also being able to like, okay, so what if you are forced for a reset, like a mental reset, like due to some of the circumstances that we just discussed, and how are you going to still continue on the momentum? I think at the end of the day, that also differentiates what the best of the best teams are all about. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, our flight has begun, and this time we will begin the flight from Starber all the way down south to the side of military base, and our top 5 fraggers, Sook as well as Order, having the exact same amount of kills now. And for Zone to actually catch up with a difference of 6 kills, it's still possible though for this last game. So let's wait and see, and let's keep our eyes on the kill feed as well for these players. But also to remind everyone on the overall rankings on the left side of the graphics, we can see the gap between NOVA-XQF 4am as well as Zeus, not too far apart. We need to keep our eyes on to 4am and Zeus. If they fall off before NOVA-XQF, then they are out of this. But if NOVA-XQF falls off before 4am and Zeus, the race is on for the top spot. And the circle, ladies and gentlemen, not too far away from our previous round before remake, still somewhere in the middle, maybe slightly towards the left side, but it's still pretty much the same here.
Well, this is going to be a rough one here. Will the best of the best gather here for today here? Will they be able to handle the odds against them here? But now, as the interesting fact to talk about here, because right now the top 3 teams in the world, we have 4am, XQF Nova, as well as Zeus eSports here, up and contending and up for running to be called the new Kings of Kings. Will one of these teams actually succeed here? We shall see, because as of now, the game will continue. 2 minutes has passed. I don't know, like it's really hard to anticipate who's going to be the real champion here. But showing consistency-wise since the league stages all the way to the playoffs here, we saw 4am and XQF Nova kind of push their way through here. We know 4am to be one of the best teams in the world in consistency, but now this is where they got to put their money where it matters. This is where they got to put their entire life's commitment and work into this particular game, because this is the game that decides, are you the real King of Kings? But nevertheless here, another team to be talking about here, Bigetron Red Aliens, they are up for the running here for the 4th spot. Can they defend that top 4 spot? Or maybe, you know, I don't know, can they pull some insane 20 bombs in this game and possibly take a top 3 spot? I don't know. It's going to be a tough one here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it's going to be super tough. Plus, we must remember that the top 3 will also shift their points as well. It's very likely. They are the top 3 there for a reason, right? So for Bigetron Red Aliens to break into the top 3, I don't know, my money will be on that. So it's going to be super, super tough for me to say yes to that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So the circle has been shown to us. Half of the teams are in the zone for the moment, and some of them are still going to make that they're still needing to make that rotation. Aerowolf, as usual, they are in the side of military base now. Will they go through the left bridge or the right bridge? They'll need to get enough information to decide which bridge is safer for them. But we can see here that Zeus Esports has started to move right in the middle. So it's a very early rotation for them to go in the middle. Interesting there. I wonder which spot are they going to take. Are they going to go straight to the Gaka Mountains, or are they going to pick up some of the compounds? We're yet to see, but it's interesting to note that they go straight in even before NOVA-XQF, even before 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is still outside of the zone. Going to make a late rotation probably this time.
This is going to be a scary one here coming from Zeus Esports. Like, you know, they didn't exactly have time to study the previous match in Erangel. That's why they had a couple double run-ins against RRQ early on when they tried to take the mountain approach in Gatka. But like I said, right, real talk, 10 minutes break roughly there for them to plan their strategy here. I'm pretty sure they've got a little bit of time to chip in to say, like, you know what, we can do this, this is this, let's do it now. It's now or never. And I think like Zeus Esports made the decision, you know what, let's take the risk. We're going to play it safe. We're going to play it early. Let's loot up a little bit more. And based on the screen as well, we see Zeus Icy. He's only got one first aid kit and level 1 helmets. Doesn't exactly have enough loot to begin with, but they will make the decision to control the minion houses of ruins here. So in the minion houses here, it's great for cutting off any kind of rotations coming from the southern section of their approach, but do they have the utilities to work with it? That's going to be my question to them later on. Hopefully, all things considered, it's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, NOVA-XQF going to be looting up and stocking up here. So nothing out of the ordinary yet coming from NOVA-XQF, as they are going to be docking themselves in towards the 12 million houses east of the Western Bridge here. Mr. Cloud.
Yeah, so in summary, so far for our top 3 teams, they are having a big enough gap that they won't meet each other at least for the early stage of the game. So, yep, so don't expect to see that they fall off anytime soon just yet. But it's quite interesting to note as well that for 4 a.m., all these teams, they're playing a very different approach. Now, we can see that Zeus Esports, they go straight in the middle, take a prime position. For NOVA-XQF, they are still playing by the edges, but it's not too much at the edge. It's somewhere between the middle and the edge. And for 4 a.m., they are making that very late rotation. So 3 different strategies being deployed. And I noticed that 4 a.m., they seem to go to the northern side, on the side of shooting range. So maybe they will take that route and make that long rotation from the top and coming back into the middle from maybe the side of maybe Jogopool, maybe, or one of the bridges from Jogopool. We're yet to see, but it does look like they're going to take that approach. So all these 3 teams, they are taking a different approach towards the final circle. Okay, so now we'll be shown the map, and okay, so it looks like they're not going up on top. They're going to pass by Rosehawk, but are they going to go smack in the middle? Let's check this out. NOVA-XQF as well, they're starting to make that move into the middle of the circle, but still quite a good distance between these 3 teams.
Yeah. It's going to be a really rough one here. Meanwhile, 4 a.m., they have to look for more kills in this regard. So we've seen 4 a.m. kind of thirst their way in terms of going for those kind of aggressive kills here. And thus far, they've been doing exceptionally well here. But this is the last game here. This is the moment of truth. How will they do this here? It seems to me they're taking a very interesting approach, right? They're actually stopping into some vicinity. They're still trying to dock themselves a couple shots in. However, the first run in for today, Zeus Esports here, going to be holding down the forces here, as a team secret is going to be one of the teams that is going to be going for the engagements here. A couple of big names coming from Zeus Esports, and iShots is going to be tapped up pretty low as well. A couple of smokes has been expended, and Zeus Esports, they are looking to go ham on this fight here, but the Team Secret knows actually that this is Zeus Esports here. Will they be the ones to spoil the games of Zeus Esports? Looks like they will not, as they will retreat immediately here. And look at this, iShot, he does not have first aids, and this is a usual spot that Team Secret kind of rotates in from the water tower for themselves here. So it's a little bit weird to see actually there is going to be a team in this particular region, considering that this is Team Secret's usual drop spot. So Zeus Esports here did do their homework. Looks like they will try and gobble down Team Secret, potentially revenge matcher, as Zeus Esports did lose to Team Secret in the previous Erangel map here, Sir Cloud.
Yep, and wherever Zeus is right now, it's actually a great location. They have a compound, they have decent elevation. Yeah, there's better elevation on top of them, but with a compound, with a mix of compound and elevation, I'd say this is a prime position that Zeus is taking for now. It is a great one. Yuhai is only able to scout out. It's not easy for them. Oh, hang on a second. Now looks like it's going to be a siege down here. Futbolist versus Bigetron Red Aliens. Ryzen in the same compound. Looks now prepping out the nade, but will he be able to toss it down right in time? But now the nade will be prepped up again. And Raum is going to join Lutz. Lovas may come in and join, but Soke is still behind. And now Ryzen is the only one in his compound. Lovas will join up with his buddies here. It's going to be the 3v1 at this moment. Ryzen is on the second floor. Now the smoke being deployed by Ryzen. Will he jump back out or will he wait for the right moment? But those jump, but oh, that nade coming in from Lutz. Managed to get a knockdown to Ryzen, so Ryzen will definitely be out liquid. There's nothing much he can do, but he only to hope and pray that they don't see him in that container.
Yep, as of now here, BTR, they will lose Ryzen here, and that will be the end of the journey coming in from Ryzen in the PMGC here, as he will be the first one out in this regards here, as the rest of Bigetron here is going to be up to Liquid to hold down the fort here. Will they be able to keep things alive? Couple of Molotovs being lobbed in here from side Liquid here, as Futbolist will retreat and risk his way through here, but he's all by himself. Will the team be able to provide the assist here? Because as of now, Luxy and Zuxi, they're in some trouble here because Luxy actually gets sniped off, and Alpha 7 is going to go in for the knock, and that's going to be a field goal, taking down one of the twins for Bigetron Red Aliens here. Not looking good for BTR here, as they want to kind of secure the top 4 position in the world. Liquid now off to fend for himself here against the treacherous attack of Futbolist, and Liquid actually gets knocked, and that will be it for Bigetron Red Aliens here with only one player left from the get-go. This is not looking good for Bigetron Red Aliens to maintain the top 4 spot, because Na'Vi is not that far behind in terms of points here if they want to snipe away BTR's number 4 spot here. It seems like Bigetron Red Aliens, they might be going back in history here, because back in the days, one of the first world tournaments here where XQF was playing here, Bigetron did get 5th place for themselves. And seems to me they might fall in that regards here if they do not pull the miracle run here. But of course, things aside here, right now in this current present state here, we do see Alpha 7 going a couple of aggressive plays here. There's going to be 4 AM going up for a couple shots in. The Sook going to be able to get a couple shots in. He gets a couple shots in though, but Mafioso is going to provide a little bit of assist with Alpha 7. Sook does get the damage done, but not enough to get the knock here. Circle out.
Yep, not enough to get the knock. And of course, 4 AM, they need the kill points. Hey, but off back on that other second, looks like Solus is not in trouble. It's like 1v3, but his buddy Razy is coming in to give him support. Solus is buying time here, and his buddy is here to help him out. But they are playing with only 3 team members here from KDA versus 4 team members from Abrupt Slayers. One of the team members from Abrupt Slayers have been knocked down. Now they're going to go for the aggressive play. Salim now on top, trying to find out where Joker is at. Joker, he's still hiding, but then again, Razy having knocked down. Salim, the last man standing. Salim is out. And KDA, thank you so much for playing in the PMGC finals. Thank you so much. They are the first team to be eliminated. Thank you for playing. See you guys next season.
Oh, what a way to finish their run here, because that was an interesting play coming from Abrupt Slayers, sending one of the players to actually go in out in the bush and camp their way through. That was not what they were expecting here. They were definitely caught off guard. However, another game continues here. Zeus will be playing a little bit slow here from the northwest corner and the outer region of the circle. Looks like we are going to be seeing the Gatka open fields here. One of the most brutal circles to actually watch in. But looks like Zeus eSports is going to completely ignore this position here, as they are going to be rotating towards Pochinki's vicinity potentially here. As little did they know, rotating side by side is going to be the boys from China, NOVA-XQF, the #1 team as of now. And Zeus, they are going to be in some trouble because they are going to be running into Jimmy. Jimmy is he heard the vehicles coming in. He is going to immediately turn tail and run here, as NOVA-XQF says, you know what, it's not a good time to be chilling right now because they have not found their spot. Meanwhile, look at this Beacon ATR going to be ninjaing his way here, as Zuxi is going to be all by himself for Bigetron Red Aliens, as he finds himself a nice shack to hide in. But can anyone scout him, because he cannot move a muscle, because there's so many people left alive here. Can he make things work for the team? We shall see. Meanwhile, On the kill feed, we see Matic Navi here already starting to rack some kill points here, and we know Navi wants to chase Bigetron Red Aliens points. So this is going to be an interesting one here because as now we are going to be fighting with Abrupt Slayers. Going to be a couple shots in here. Joker won't retaliate. Matic won't get the knock onto his lean, and that's going to be ASL lean getting knocked off. So shots are coming in. Smoke poking the nades, and ASL will retaliate here as they come in. Abrupt Slayers into the back out. Joker, fantastic defense so far. But looks like they will lose Leon in the process. On the kill feed, you see Paraboy also taking out members from A1 Esports, and PW888 actually knocks Matt Toy from Team Secret MY.
And now we can see that Futbolist looks like they're going to go for the aggressive play. Oh no, it is 4 a.m. here. I see, baby. And now Futbolist, they're going to approach this. Looks like they're going to go for the aggressive play. Zine has been knocked down. Futbolist okay. Looks like they're going to toss another name. Will it land onto Suk? Suk currently on the pursuit. And now looks like Suk managed to pick up Zine. And now they will move because they are outside the zone. And say that, whoa! That nade managed to land on Zine. And Zine being knocked down for the second time. And now this time he'll be finished off completely by Lutz. And oh no, not going to look good for 4 a.m. 4 a.m. cannot afford to actually bow out of this. And now Futbolist, they probably want blood, but okay. The blue zone is here. They know that that is more important to actually make their rotation, so they're going to get out of the Jari from Abrupt. They have been taken out by TT in the location, while 4 a.m. we only 3 more team members. They need to move quickly.
Yeah, as soon as they make the move here, 4 a.m. tagging the zone a little bit here. The circle, on the short end for them here. So they are going to be close towards the next rotation path. But little bit, there's going to be Abrupt Slayers in the... Sorry, not Abrupt Slayers. Alpha 7 going to be in front of them. Going to be potentially stopping them in this track here because Alpha 7, they do find themselves a couple compounds in. A couple shots are being dished away here. And taking the shots here is going to be 4 a.m. as well as Futbolist in the process here. Alpha 7, they need to get a couple nice kills here because 4 a.m. going to be in some trouble in this regards here. Circle out because now they're pincered in the hands of both Futbolists as well as Aerowolf here. Right now, 4 a.m. they're getting shot in and they know who this team are, guys. Everybody's gonna pick a fight against 4 a.m. and they are stuck out in the open here as Aerowolf is looking to pick on the Futbolists as well. Alpha 7 on top of that, and 4 a.m. immediately makes a decision. You know what? We gotta smoke ourselves out of here. And right now, they are prone out in the boat. They don't exactly have vehicles, trapped in the middle of no man's land. This is not looking good for 4 a.m. boys. And the shots are coming in here as Alpha 7 gonna make life miserable for this boy. Meanwhile, Zeus is gonna be having another fight for himself as they go head to head against another team, and they will come out top. So fortunately for Zeus Esports, their life will survive. King will get knocked off from XQF Nova here. So the top 3 teams at the moment right now is taking a lot of hit. 4 a.m. So they spoke their way through 4 a.m. How would they get out of this situation? Because Futbolist is here to play. They lob a nade over. They take out. They get a little bit damage onto his 33 Sven, and that's gonna be a knock in as well. 4 a.m. This might be it. Oh my goodness, they're getting pincered. Another nade from Nova's in. Futbolist is making life miserable for 4 a.m. So he's gonna be the last man standing. Will he be able to go in for the pickup here? Will 4 a.m. rise to the challenge because Alpha 7 is here to play, baby. Guess what? Little did they know, Konina Power is in the vicinity as well. They want to tag team against them. Futbolist, they're not letting them off the phone. Oh my goodness. 4 a.m. Asaki gets knocked again. It's all up to Soak to clutch for 4 a.m. I don't know what to say. He's going to be the last man standing for 4 a.m. Will he get it? It's going to be okay. Futbolist, they're not letting it slide for them. As a Futbolist, they are going to be taking a fight against Konina Power on top of that as well. So he's trying his best to survive. He's got 3 first aid kits. He's got no vehicles. He's trapped in the crosshairs of 3 teams. This is brutal to watch, my friend. Meanwhile, News Esports, they're still pushing here. They've got 1 kill. Looks like they are going to go be fighting against guys from RRQ Athena. A couple of bullets have been traded off, but nothing major out of the ordinary yet here. Meanwhile, Team Secret Jin will be out on 14th place, Cloud.
And there you go. Team Secret will be out, but our top 3 teams is still in this. But 4AM only has 1 team member left. How long can he last there? He's out in the open. I don't know how long he can last, but now the rain of the day starting to happen onto Zeus eSports. Zeus eSports, they're up against RRQ Athena. And now I see now he's at the lower ground. The smoke wave popped out, and RRQ Athena posing a lot of pressure onto Zeus eSports. But they need to move as well because the zone is down there. I see has been out of my there. Oh my goodness, they cannot afford to lose down here. Abeli now needs to move in. Abeli has been on only 2 more team members for Zeus eSports currently. And Zeus eSports is down, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no!
We are now down to the top 2. It's whether NOVA-XQF or 4AM is still in this for the championship.
Oh my goodness, here Zeus eSports. Oh, the dream is not gonna happen here. Meanwhile, it's all up to NOVA-XQF and 4AM here to take the number 2 spot as this is the over rankings for you guys here. Zeus eSports on 292 place. Meanwhile, the game will continue in the final match here in the PMGC finals. Meanwhile, Navi, they are going to be playing on the outer edge of this circle here. A couple shots for this process on the hand of Team Secret MY, but at the same time, none of these teams are inside of the edge of the circle here. And as of now, we do see shots are coming in. Fantastic nade here coming from iShots, finishing off the members coming from A1 Esports. Meanwhile, on the kill feed as well, we do see PW888 going in a couple of fights against RRQ, who had a small run-in with Zeus eSports earlier on here. This time, they will be the one to fall victim in the hands of PW888. But of course, there's going to be 6 kills up on Futbolist and 6 kills up on PW888. But the game will continue here. As you can see, XQF Nova, they've taken a very interesting approach here. They are going to be tunneling up in the small shack. Meanwhile, Jimmy and also Order is going to be the one to try to get out ahead in terms of vicinity here as Kings is going to try and hold down the line here as Navi tries to make his way to his next phase circle. Every single team is pumped up in the southern section here. This is going to be a bloody fight here as RRQ will bow out on 10th place here. Circle out.
Oh, and now it's now down to the last member of 4AM. The odds is stacked up against him. But let's check out now. Futbolist, they don't have the zone. They need to move now. Nova is here. They don't have the zone as well. But they have at least all 14 of them. Oh, Order has been knocked down. Futbolist not giving them any opportunity. As far as Aerowolf is still down there. They are not in the zone yet. The zone will arrive onto these teams anytime soon. And now Nova is here. They just need to survive further than 4AM. Oh my goodness. The last member of 4AM. So right now, he has a really hard task. He needs to survive. And then on top of surviving, he needs to collect the kills in case Nova is going to come neck to neck towards the last circle. He needs to collect the kill points. But for being the last team member for 4AM, what can he do? It's going to be super tough. The odds are stacked up against him. And now so looks like he'll make the move into the zone at this point now. Wow, looking at this, Nova is still on the lower edge, but so knock it down. NOVA-XQF is your champion.
Oh, it's not over yet. The game is over because as of now, we do see a massive bullet coming in here. Futbolist is going to be dropping a lot of pressure here. NOVA-XQF still alive in this competition. BTR will fall into a 7th place here to try and defend their title here because Navi is going to be on the 5th place here. Meanwhile, NOVA-XQF posting a road push, and that is out for Futbolist as well. We're now towards the final 5 teams, and NOVA-XQF goes out the game. We shall see because PW888, they've got 12 kills. They're looking stronger than ever. They've got 12. They're looking for more. And Navi is going to be taking his own as well on top of that as well. As Navi, they've got 3 kills, being the last man standing, will eventually bow out on 5th place here. Thank you very much for playing in the PMGC here. Meanwhile, the final 4, ladies and gentlemen, here, NOVA-XQF. Will they be the undisputed champions? We shall see. And now, on the short end of the circle here, they have to rotate in. PW888 is in the circle of them all. And good, no one looking for a push. Who stops it? Going for a spray. Barraboy! What a shot from him! Because he takes them all down. Order dropping a little bit low. He's looking to go for the push. Fortunately for them, they are on the edge of the circle. PW8, they've lost 2 stops, but it's going to be a 3v3 situation. Sorry, 3v4 situation as well because Alpha 7 is going to be afforded to take the fight to them as well. But guess what? He gets shot from afar. That's going to be Paraboy shutting him up. Shut up, my friend. As that is going to be Alpha 7 needing to reset this fight. Ice here will start on Jimmy. NOVA-XQF will bow out a little bit more here. Order gets taken out. It's going to be up to the last two players here. And a huge spray down coming from Ice. But it's Paraboy once again to go in for the knock. King, last man standing for NOVA-XQF. Can he survive? And he gets capped by PW38. Oh my goodness. 16 kills for PW38. What a game here, Sir Cloud.
16 kills for PW38. What a game indeed. But they're not done yet. They want the icing on the cake. They want that winner chicken dinner. They want that last winner chicken dinner in the PMGC finals. But look at this. Alpha 7 wants to start. The Konina Power will want to start there as well. The nade coming in from Alpha 7 trying to stop Konina Power. Frozen is there, but whoa! What a nade there from Frozen! Taking out Bob Castle, and the nade starting to come in. But PW38, they just watch from afar. They have the zone. They have a nice spread here. And Frozen now, he's on the lower ground. The Athena against, and there you go! Look at this Konina Power itself. We're now down to the top two teams. PW38 versus Alpha 7. It is 3 versus 2. PW38, they have the high ground. They have the zone. They know their position of their opponents. They just need to hang on to this. They have the zone at the same time, I see, baby.
What a way to finish the game here with that PW38 here. 16 kills in the final game here. Oh my goodness here. And this is an insane game in the year because as of now, Alpha 7 here down towards the last two. They're going to be waiting it out here, but the circle is going to be favoring the boys from PW38 here. This pretty spread out. The smokes are coming in. Alpha 7 going to be sticking up a little bit close here as they are going to be creeping their way into the next phase of the zone here. As you can see, Alpha 7 making the setup as well. The smokes are coming in as they slowly creep their way to the next phase of the zone here. PW38, Corpi apparently going to be trying to find an interesting angle going for the shot. He saw the ricochet of the nades here, so Corpi roughly knows where exactly the rest of the teams here coming from Alpha 7 as he slowly creeps his way in. But at the same time, PW38 here, they are going to be keeping the guys from Alpha 7 here. The shots are coming in. A big one here coming from Sanguine. Makes it 2-2. That's going to be 5 kills for Alpha 7 Sanguine all by himself. So it's going to be a 2v2 situation here as Alpha 7 here puts PW38 in a really, really tough spot here. They've got 16 kills, but at the same time, the circle is pushing them inch by inch. Senate going to be crawling the sides as well as he needs to reposition himself. The Molotovs from the side of Alpha 7 trying to push Ice away, but Ice is a little bit too far away here. They're inside the circle. They're guarding both ends of the entry point here. And Alpha 7, they've got to push in, and Ice here might scout it out here as Senate is still going for the push as well. A couple of trajectories coming in. Ice still debating if he's in. Yes, he's caught it now. That's a nice knock coming in from Ice. PW38 here. We have a 17 kills potentially here. Triple T is going to go for the finish. And they take the match here with 18 kills to go total. But what a game here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Final day, final game. What a way to end things out. But my, oh my, Sir Cloud, the champions, the kings of kings, is gonna be XQF Nova. Oh my god, what a game here.
Oh my goodness, what a game, what a day it has been. But NOVA-XQF are your champions for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020. Congratulations to NOVA-XQF. What a run it has been for NOVA-XQF. They didn't get the top spot in day 1, in day 2, but they rise up and they rise up to the occasion strongly. Congratulations to King, Cool Boy, Power Boy, Order, Jimmy. You guys are our champions, our world champions, the best team in the world. NOVA-XQF.
Oh, what a way to finish out our final game for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships here. NOVA-XQF, what a phenomenal run here. Paraboy, you know, is rumored to be one of the best players in the world. At some point was contested by 33 Sweat in that regards. And guess what? They've proven themselves once again. They are undisputedly the best of the best, the kings of kings, undeniably here. the best team in the world here in the PUBG mobile region here. My goodness, here they've left the scene for quite some time, and now they're back. They take the #1 spot. What a way to end this game. What a way to end the global championships in the 2020 here. I'm truly honored to witness this year because oh my, it's been a long journey here from 2020 all the way to this year itself. Wow, what a game indeed here coming from NOVA-XQF. You know, I'm actually at a loss of words here because it's been a long journey for some of the teams here, especially for the players, the casters, you guys, the fans watching at home as well, to be witnessing some amazing games thus far. I'm really happy to be able to witness some of the best PUBG Mobile ever played in the history of PUBG Mobile, my friend.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is arguably the best PUBG Mobile gameplay that we have seen so far. I mean, the standards just rise up year after year after year, and it will continue to rise with the standards that we've seen here. And for us as viewers as well, definitely it's a pleasure. I must say as well, for myself personally, it's a pleasure to be part of this journey from the PMPL up until this stage of the PMGC, from the league stages of the PMGC to the finals of the PMGC. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to witness this firsthand. It's a pleasure to be part of this journey. Thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Content Studios for creating this amazing event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for this opportunity. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much to the fans out there for being with us throughout this entire journey from your respective countries, PMPL or PMCO, wherever that you come from, up until this stage. It's been an amazing journey, and just to witness the different level of skill, the gameplay, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. It's an honor to be part of this journey. I can't thank the organizers enough for having me as part of this journey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to IC Baby as well for being my co-caster for today, for being with me in this grand final today. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure as well.
Yeah, likewise for me as well here. But before we actually close out the series here, there is going to be one more thing that we have to announce as well. But before we announce the true final MVP here, I would like to shout out to our amazing host and caster who's been taking you all watching for today towards the journey, the pinnacle moment here now at the apex of PUBG Mobile Global Championships here, the finale here. Shout out to our amazing hosts here, Jason Kaplan, Hot Jukes, Imperium, John Allen, Blank, Mustache Dave, Choo Choo, yourself, Sir Cloud, Maxman, and also the 7 Worlds Gaming for those amazing journey that we've gone through in 2020 all the way through here. Without all these amazing casters and hosts, we won't be able to bring you the final moment, the truth, the storyline of the best gathered here today here. Meanwhile, we are still tabulating the data here as we're going to be figuring out who is going to be the final MVP, walking away with that fat chunk of $15,000 here. But my goodness here, NOVA-XQF here. There have been rumors, there have been a lot of naysayers saying that 4AM is the best team in the world. But guess what? When push comes to the shove, NOVA-XQF will defend their title as being the #1 team in the world in the PUBG Mobile community. My goodness, Sir Cloud, you know, what a way to end the game, man. Like, I've seen some interesting plays, but runner-up here, I would say it would be 4AM. But the team that really shined the most for me, Zeus eSports. Wow, representing Mongolia. That was a phenomenal run coming in from them here. They managed to wow the world and actually make it into the top 3 here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, absolutely. I think props to Zeus eSports from Mongolia. Again, I say this again, right? Like, if you ask anyone before the PMGC, like, okay, Zeus eSports is going to challenge for the title, but is it? They were. I won't say nah, it's not gonna happen. But yeah, they proved the world wrong now. But ladies and gentlemen, looks like we just got a cue that we're gonna announce the MVP really soon. I mean, it's really. I really don't know this one. IC Baby, who would you be picking for your personal MVP?
Oh, it's going to be rough here, considering that we saw how Nova was performing extremely well as well. Feels like it might be Nova, but I don't know, we shall see. But let's take a look up on screen right now here, as we are going to be having the FMVP up on screen very, very shortly. As you can see, it's gonna be up. Oh, who's it gonna be? It seems like it's gonna be Nova. Is it gonna be Nova? Is it gonna be Order? I don't know. You can see it is Nova. Oh. 4 AM Scoop. Oh my goodness. #1 MVP, ladies and gentlemen, here with a total damage of 11,510, 54 total kills here. He is the #1 MVP in this tournament here. My goodness, here, Sir Cloud.
Wow, what can I say? Wow, absolutely phenomenal for Sook. I mean, there's no debate about this. Sook has been phenomenal for 4 AM. He has been the main man. He went head to head with Order, the champion. Order, in terms of the kill, and it's either him or Order, and he keeps exchanging places with Order. So congratulations to So, well-deserved MVP, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen at home, we're still not done yet with our individual awards. We still have more to come. Who will be our gunslinger? Aha, this will be the next one here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, okay, everyone, start to put your predictions in the comment section, because who is your gunslinger? It will show up shortly. The third answer, but before that, put it in the comment section. Here we go. Gunslinger, who would it be against Sook for 4 AM?
Yeah, undeniable here. He is going to be the #1 player in the entirety of PUBG Mobile Global Championship there. As we saw 4 AM so kind of amaze us with these amazing skills here and the kill calibers and his decision making on top of that as well. If you pay attention, even in the final moments here, Sook tried his best to survive as best as he could as well. I believe in yesterday's games as well, in Vikendi, he was the guy kind of push himself into a really, really rough spot. He got a couple decent placements despite losing the rest of his team here. He was able to kind of survive and just outplay every single one in the tournament. So congratulations to 4 AM, so because he is the true gunslinger here, Sir Cloud. I'm really, really amazed here. But before that here, the next title we're going to be presenting here, it is going to be the Eagle Eye player. Let's take a look at who is going to be the next, our title holder here for the next one here. As you can see, it is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, here is going to be none other than, it is still gonna be, well, it is gonna be Beer 11. Wow.
Oh wow, so Beer 11 from RRQ Athena. Eagle Eye, the longest kill distance is 463 meters. My goodness, that is really far. Oh man, that is so far, IC Baby.
Wow.
That is like...
That is almost like off the rendering distance. That's pretty insane here coming from Beer 11. That's... wow.
Yeah, exactly. That is almost from Miramar to Sanhok.
Yeah, man. That from Miramar to Sanhok. Huh?
Yeah, it's that
you definitely caught me off guard by that regards here. However, let's welcome the next one here, because the next title we'll be announcing here. I'm looking forward to see who the Grenade Master is going to be here, because the next screen here we are going to be looking at is going to be the Grenade Master here, because right now the Eagle Eye Killer here is none other than Beer 11. We did not expect it at all, but that's an insane far shot, 463 meters. But now, as of now, let's take a look here. Our Grenade Master for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship here. It is going to be Ryzen from Bigetron Red Aliens here with 26 total grenade kills here. So he's going to be crowned the Grenade Master for PUBG Mobile Global Championships here, Sir Cloud.
Wow, Ryzen with 26 grenade kills. Yeah, well, definitely Bigetron Red Aliens, one of the teams that are known for their prowess in using grenades to actually kill people, and of course. And with Ryzer getting 26 grenade kills for himself, I really wonder like if it's like the rest of his team members like Luxy, Zaxi, Micro Boy, and also Liquid, like they could probably also be around that number, but maybe Ryzen just have a little bit of a edge. But yeah, that's for another story. But then again, Ryzen, congratulations for being the grenade master. And we will have our next award, individual award. Who is the best survivor? This is going to be really interesting though. I have a name in my head, but let's see the official answer. And here we go. It's Dante from A1 eSports. I see, baby.
Wow, the most consistent survivor here coming from A1 eSports here. Dante has been trying his best here. I would say it's really hard to actually perform here, not getting a single kills and not dying. To just play it safe here, to try and make it towards the later stage of the game for placements here. This is the guy you kind of want in your team, right? And don't go for kills, play it safe, try to make it to the final circle, and then close out the game. And I really like how Dante has been able to survive every single game as long as they could, right? Whereas a lot of teams kind of struggle between, dying between top and bottom of the pack. Sometimes they finish a little bit early, sometimes they get the chicken dinner, but occasionally here Dante has been very, very consistent into the game here. I'm pretty sure one of the games, especially coming from day number 3 here, every single team kind of messed up their survival time just because of the Yasnaya brutal fight in that regards here. So congratulations Dante here. A1 eSports was one of the teams that actually stood out in that fight here. They came out on top, especially in that Yasnaya mess that happened yesterday's Erangel fight here. So congratulations to them. Next up here, we are going to be seeing the best Mets here, the doctor of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Who is it going to be here, Cloud?
Who is it going to be? And here we go. It's Loazen from Futbolist. Yeah, with 67 rescues. This guy is the doctor that everyone needs. This guy always gets your back. If you get knocked down, he'll be there to pick you up. This is the guy that's like, it's okay guys, I got your back. I'll be staying behind. If you get knocked, I'm here to save you. So Loazen, congratulations for being the field medic here with 67 rescues from Futbolist. What a achievement for Loazen.
Yeah, congratulations from Futbolist, man. That was an amazing run here. Because seeing them that, they've tried their best here, but Loazen with 67 rescues here, it's just nice to see how they've been prioritizing on saving the entirety of the team here. But nevertheless here, unfortunately, they did not win the #1 spot. You have to give credit here. That is going to be XQF Nova. They are extreme risk takers. They are not afraid to take risks to get those kind of high kill volumes here. We've seen it time and time again in today's performance. But, well, that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen here. That is the final match for today here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships here. I'm really honored and happy to be able to witness some of the most amazing PUBG Mobile games in the history ever. I hope you guys at home enjoyed themselves as well here, as we are going to be closing up the game for today. Before we close up here, I would like to shout out to our amazing sponsors here. But before that, here's going to be PCUs here as the next one. I would like to announce to you guys here that 3.8 million live viewers was achieved for today. So thank you guys all for PUBG Mobile fans, because we are going to be giving away a brand new 12 OnePlus 8Ts and also 12 OnePlus Buds for you guys watching at home. So one of you guys are going to be the lucky one winner here. So congratulations indeed to all you guys here who may on right now to be announced very, very soon here. Meanwhile, shout out to our amazing sponsors for having this amazing event for you guys here. We would like to appreciate our official title sponsor, which is PMGC, which is Qualcomm's technologies, who delivered the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, a full arsenal of hardware, software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platforms. OnePlus is a leading global mobile technology company featuring the ultra-fast OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone as the official device of PMGC. OnePlus 8T is powered by the Snapdragon 855 5G mobile platform. Thank you so much here for our amazing sponsor to provide all this amazing one as for this amazing event. Likewise as well, Mountain Dew is our proud official beverage of PUBG Mobile Global Championships, feeling the next generation of gaming talents for the future of esports itself here. Thank you so much, Mountain Dew, as well, for giving this amazing event thus far. And last but not least here, we are also very honored here to have the Dubai Tourism and the Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsor for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2020 here. Thank you guys so much as well for this amazing event here. Sir Cloud, it's been an amazing journey here to see all the teams fight for the #1 slot, but eventually the king of kings is going to be none other than NOVA-XQF. Congratulations to them here. They'll be walking away with brand new fat chunk of the $700,000 here. My goodness, Sir Cloud, any final words?
Well, final words, definitely we need to remind our viewers as well. Don't forget to click on the link that's on screen right now and subscribe to be a OnePlus member, because you have a chance to win a OnePlus 8T yourself. So final words for me, I would like to again thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Gates, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for making this amazing event. I'd like to shout out to the people working hard behind the scenes. It's not easy to pull off this event, especially during the pandemic. So congratulations to the technical team, to the production team, to everyone, to the league office, everyone that's working so hard to actually make this event happen. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to thank the viewers as well for being with us, for supporting this show. Thank you so much, viewers. Love you all so much. I'd like to thank Choo Choo, who has been with me in one of the days, and also thank you so much to IC Baby for being with me as well. Thank you so much. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for the players for putting on such a good show. It's been a great honor to be able to witness this sort of gameplay from you guys. Thank you so much. I hope to see you again in the future. Thank you so much, IC Baby. Thank you.
Yep. Congratulations once again here to NOVA-XQF, and that is going to be the end of PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 here. A new chapter is going to be beginning very soon here, so I'm looking forward to see the next one. But as of today, that will be all from us here. My name is ICBaby12, and that is going to be Sir Cloud. We'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.